Damn it. I opened my eyes and stared at the unfamiliar room. The decor, the layout, even the smell in the air. None of it was mine. I woke up and got transmigrated to another world. My first reaction wasn't fear. It was total meltdown. There were still several terabytes of undeleted study materials sitting on my computer. My phone wasn't wiped either. If the cops found out I was missing and broke down my door, 20 years of building a clean reputation wiped out overnight. I collapsed back onto the bed, too demoralized to even sort through the extra memories crammed into my head. My clean record was gone. Fine, I'd accept my fate. But since I'd come this far, I might as well check my hand. I bolted upright and dug through the memories, then fell silent. Well, crap. This wasn't some convenient parallel world where I could plagiarize to my heart's content. This was a high martial arts world. Beast invasions, rampaging demons, and some deadly thing called the myriad races. Invaders galore. A pure apocalyptic starting hand. I rubbed my temples, on the verge of tears. I just slept in a little. Did the universe really have to dump me somewhere like this? Even more absurd, the original owner of this body had gotten himself killed through his own stupidity. No wonder I woke up feeling like death. I kept scanning the memories. Roaching number 3 high school, senior year. Both parents dead, living off welfare and financial aid. Terrible at academics, dead last in combat class. He'd bet all his hopes on the ability awakening in 7 days, dreaming of rising to the top in one shot. Orphan start. Trash tier setup. Transmigrator bonus. With the buffs stacked this high, system, what are you still hiding for? Click. A mechanical electric crackle exploded in my mind. 2 lines of text appeared before my eyes. Template selection. 1. SSS grade fire ability, Blaze Rend World Burner. Unlocks S grade Sky Scorch Sea Boil upon awakening. 2. SSS grade lightning ability, Thunder Hell Heaven's Judgment. Unlocks S grade Shatter Thunder Illusion Breaker upon awakening. Note: template must be cultivated to 100% before the next template unlocks. Fire or lightning? Pick one. This counts as a hard choice. Who the hell still plays with fire these days? Give me lightning. Give me the biggest lightning you've got. The text faded, leaving only template bound successfully. In an instant, a torrent surged into my hollowed-out body. The exhaustion vanished, and power roared through my veins. So this is S grade? In this world, your ability grade was your destiny. B grade could get you fought over by several universities. A grade got you straight into an elite school. And S grade, the 5 ancient nations hadn't produced a single one in 3 years. As long as you didn't die young, you were destined to become a pillar in the future wars against the myriad races. My breathing grew heavier. What boy hasn't fantasized about awakening power one day and saving the world? I'd originally planned to keep a low profile, hide my edge, and develop quietly. But now hide? Hide what? S-grade ability, talent maxed out, buffs stacked like rebar. I want resources. I want the spotlight. I'll earn it with my own skill. Why the hell should I hide? And lightning wasn't the end point. Once the template hit 100%, I could unlock the next one. All of them SSS grade. Myriad races, alien beasts, demons, just a bunch of invaders. Since I had to survive here, I might as well take some responsibility for this land. Just you wait. I won't just drive you out. I'm going to wipe you off the face of this earth completely. 7 days flew by in a blink. School, home, eating, sleeping, no different from any ordinary high schooler. In academics, we studied academics. In combat class, we learned how to fight. And combat class was the greatest suffering of my entire transmigration. In my past life, when had I ever been in a fight? My only real combat experience was flailing wildly, and this body was too pathetic to even look at. Over those 7 days, I got beaten so badly I was picking my teeth up off the ground. But strangely enough, the more I got beaten, the more I could take a hit, and the more accurate my strikes became. Even the combat instructor started looking at me differently. A perpetual bottom-of-the-class loser suddenly waking up right before the awakening. Who wouldn't be curious? On the day of the awakening, the whole class followed our homeroom teacher to the field. 5 massive awakening steels stood in the center. Finally, the moment had come. I'd bound my template 7 days ago, yet I still couldn't use my ability. I had to go through a steel to truly awaken. The only thing I'd gained in those 7 days was a stronger body that could take more of a beating. Now, I could finally claim the power I'd been longing for. Students from every class lined up and waited. Up on the platform, the principal and school officials watched the field with burning eyes. These kids were their future. Students. The homeroom teacher turned around, softening his voice. No matter what you awaken, don't be discouraged. Remember, there are no useless abilities. Only people who don't know how to use them. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Even if things don't go your way, there's still the path of academics. There are many roads in life. Whatever you do, never give up on your own life so easily. The homeroom teachers of the other classes were murmuring similar things. Something clicked in my mind. Behind a phrase repeated so insistently, there's usually blood buried somewhere. So many teachers pleading in unison meant that in the past, some students must have fallen into despair over a low-grade awakening and taken their own lives. So no matter the world, people who bet their entire lives on a single outcome are always easily crushed by that outcome. All right, enough talk. When I call your name, come up with me. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, their eyes full of anticipation. Dewey. A student named Dewey stepped forward. The other four steals began their awakenings at the same time. I glanced around. Heads were packed into every window of the school building. Freshmen and sophomores, all here to watch us seniors awaken. The homeroom teachers were turning a blind eye. Dewey, C-grade fire ability, spirit flame. The moment Dewey stepped off the platform, he leaped into the air. C-grade. I can get into an ability university now. The homeroom teacher just smiled and said nothing. The kid was happy. Why rain on his parade? One after another, students went up. Their abilities were all over the map. But they shared one thing in common. Not one of them reached B grade. Up on the platform, the principal shook his head helplessly and was about to speak, when Class 1 Steel suddenly erupted with light. Kaikuin. B grade beast taming ability. Titanium magnesium chicken. A dazzling pillar of light shot into the sky. Ancient characters emerged atop the steel. Beast B-grade titanium magnesium chicken. The whole field gasped. Whoa, B-grade beast taming. This guy's about to soar. With some effort, he could make it into a top-tier academy. I'm not greedy. I'd be happy just awakening an S-grade fire ability. Bro, that wish is downright savage. On the platform, the corners of the principal's mouth had just lifted before quickly falling again. So far, only one B grade, he murmured. The dean hurried to reassure him. Principal, it's just the beginning. There are plenty of students left. The advancement rate won't drop. It's not the advancement rate I'm worried about. The principal shook his head slowly. It's that there are too few high-grade ability users. If this keeps up, I'm afraid we'll sigh. The dean fell silent. Just then, a name called out from below. Ji Churin. The principal's gaze shifted over. Keep watching. Finally, it was my turn. I strode over to my homeroom teacher's side. He looked me over, a kid dead last in both academics and combat, yet his face was full of excitement. He'd seen this look far too many times. Among the kids who bet everything on a single awakening, only a tiny fraction ever turned their lives around. For most, the ending was nothing but disappointment. He let out a soft sigh, an unspoken thought hidden in his eyes. I hope you really can turn things around. Just put your hand on it, he said. I raised my right hand and pressed it against the steel, still warm from the previous awakening. In that instant, a hurricane exploded from beneath my feet. Boom! The cloudless sky was instantly swallowed by churning black clouds. They blotted out the sun, thunder danced wildly, and countless serpents of electricity crackled and burst within the clouds. Every eye on the field was nailed to me. At that moment, I was like a thunder god standing in the heart of a lightning pool, my body wreathed in violent blue thunder, currents shrieking past my ears. Holy crap! What did he awaken to cause all this? A grade at the very least. No, A grade doesn't have this kind of display. This is S. S grade. Why didn't I get to know him sooner? Haha, I'm about to soar. How is that fair? He's on my friends list. I even sent him study materials a while back. On the platform, the principal's eyes went wide. A phenomenon. It's actually a phenomenon. Could it be? S grade. The dean's voice trembled. Principal, it's S grade. I know. The principal drew a deep breath. But at a moment like this, who could stay calm? The black clouds churned, thunder roared. Atop the steel, several characters slowly emerged, carrying an overbearing aura that looked down upon the world. Lightning S-grade shatter thunder illusion breaker. The entire field was stunned. Even the homeroom teacher stood frozen. S-grade, like he was dreaming. Get out of there now. The principal shot to his feet and roared. A chill ran through the homeroom teacher's heart. He grabbed the students and retreated rapidly. The teachers of the other classes hurried their students away as well. The students hadn't even reacted yet. The clouds above began to roar, like a thunder beast gathering its strength. Boom! The clouds split open with blinding azure. A colossal bolt of lightning, carrying the force to destroy the heavens, struck straight down, right onto the top of my head. With a deafening crash, the ground beneath my feet cracked and charred black. Every strand of my hair stood on end, and the lightning around my body surged. That heavenly bolt didn't harm me in the slightest. Instead, it merged into the thunder surrounding me. The violent currents grew even more turbulent. I stood like a war god born from lightning itself. The lightning fell, the clouds dispersed. I had awakened. Shatter thunder, illusion breaker. I slowly opened my eyes, a bolt of blue electricity flashing deep within my pupils. The thunder around my body suddenly withdrew, all of it returning into me. I clenched my fist. Right now, killing a bull with a single punch wouldn't be a problem. The swelling sensation of power flooding my limbs felt so good it made my scalp tingle. So this is S-grade, I murmured, feeling utterly transparent and whole. The homeroom teacher approached, step by step, his shock still fresh. He looked at me, then at the scorched black earth beneath my feet. I followed his gaze and looked down. Teach. I scratched my head. This field, I don't have to pay for it, right? Of course not. The principal had appeared at my side at some point, grinning from ear to ear. He patted my shoulder. But, a school-wide reprimand? You're not getting out of that. Destroying public property, shameful. Yes. I immediately straightened my back, my face solemn. Principal, please, by all means, issue a formal reprimand against me. Ha, you're a funny kid. The principal turned to face the entire field, his voice ringing across the grounds. Ji Churin, S-grade lightning ability, shatter thunder, illusion breaker. Waves of admiration and shock washed over me. The principal turned his head to the homeroom teacher. Record it and continue the awakenings. The homeroom teacher nodded dumbly, the shock still lingering on his face. Old Zhang, lighten up. The principal chuckled and patted him. Tomorrow, you're getting promoted. The homeroom teacher froze, right? An S-grade came out of his class. If not him, then who? The way he looked at me changed completely. Before the eyes of the entire school, the principal took me and shot into the air, flying straight toward the platform. I'm so jealous. S-grade ability, straight up, guaranteed admission. He doesn't even have to take the college entrance exam. That's way too sweet. The students below buzzed with chatter, their eyes full of admiration and envy. Every one of them wished they were the one standing on that platform. Too bad. Fantasy is fantasy, reality is reality. The principal landed on the platform with me. The moment my heels touched down, a crowd of teachers broke into applause. Congratulations, congratulations. S-grade talent. A boundless future ahead. We're getting another pillar of strength. One teacher rubbed his hands and sidled up, grinning suggestively. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? My daughter just started 9th grade. Actually, I'm not too against young love. Old Lou, what do you think you're doing? The dean bellowed. Does it have to be a daughter? What's wrong with my son? The corner of my mouth twitched violently. Come on, gentlemen. Are you two actually teachers? I'm still a minor here. Ahem. 2 light coughs from the principal quieted the scene. Everyone settled down. Wait here. I'm taking him to the conference room. The teachers all nodded. They knew the post-S-grade awakening procedure all too well. Word had gotten out long ago. On every awakening day, the major universities stationed scouts at the school gates. This kind of thing was impossible to stop. Right now, those people in Magic City and the imperial capital were probably already on their way. In just a few minutes, the principal's conference room would be packed with representatives from all 5 elite schools. Every time an S-grade appeared, it triggered a bloodless storm. I followed the principal to the conference room door, only to find someone already standing outside. He was a burly man with a face full of hard, cruel features, clearly not someone to mess with. The principal's expression stiffened for a moment. He obviously recognized the man. He just hadn't expected him to arrive so fast. The ability just awakened and you're already here. Did you show up with a stopwatch running? The moment the man saw us, he immediately came forward, let out 2 hearty laughs, and extended his hand. So this is the student who awakened an S-grade ability? A fine, impressive young man indeed. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Meng. The Chun from Chun Shimi, the Meng meaning fierce and mighty. What do you think? Handsome and mighty, huh? I froze. Can you picture a burly man with a face full of cruel features flashing you a sweet smile? I hesitantly reached out, and before I could fully extend my hand, he seized it in his grip. Don't be nervous, kid. I'm the dean of Chuanyu Ability University. I came here specifically to invite you to enroll. Yeah, Shinming, you got here pretty fast. A teasing voice cut in. The next second, gusts of wind swirled outside the door, and a figure slowly descended from the sky, landing steadily right in front of me. He pried Chunming's hand off and gently clasped mine, his smile warm as a spring breeze. Hello, student. My name is Guo Tianlu, Dean of Magic City University. I sincerely invite you to join Magic City University. The principal's heart sank. The ones arriving were no longer admissions officers, but deans across the board. This was the weight of an S-grade. He'd faded into the background, wisely keeping his mouth shut. What came next was my business. All he had to do was stay by my side. Oh my, oh my, a bunch of grown men, inviting this young student without even putting any chips on the table? A slightly coquettish voice drifted into my ears. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels, a woman with a smoking hot figure and a face of top-tier beauty came swaying over. Yeah, you got here fast, Guo Tianlu snorted coldly. What? The woman laughed softly. Only you're allowed to be fast, and not me? She slowly sauntered up to me, lifted my chin with her index finger, her gaze full of allure. This little brother here, I've admired him for quite a while now. A wave of discomfort washed over my entire body. Let me teach you a little lesson, since you've apparently forgotten who you're dealing with. Time for a rock-bottom counterattack. Ugh, Chenming didn't hold back. You and your endless load of nonsense. The woman let out a coy laugh and pressed her face even closer. The very instant she opened her mouth, arcs of electricity shot out from my body and crawled straight up her arm. Ah! She let out a delicate shriek and leaped back. Ha! Chunming clapped and roared with laughter. Nicely done, kid. Zap that old witch to death. The woman shook out her hand, shot him a vicious glare, then turned back to me and cooed sweetly. Little brother, you hurt me. I felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment. If I could actually hurt you, then all your cultivation would have been for nothing. Humph, so you're still up to your same old tricks. A booming, powerful voice thundered out. The earth suddenly quaked, and a large hole split open in the ground. Rubble rapidly gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, congealed into a giant of a man. And it wasn't over yet. A clear, resounding bird call came from the sky, like a heavenly melody. Everyone looked up in unison. A snow-white bird, its wings like a roc's, dove down from the clouds. Standing on its back was a man in white robes, a faint, elusive smile on his face. Ugh, Chenming cursed. Every last one of you, coming in like it's some kind of market fair. Looks like I'm not too late. The man leaped down from the bird's back, walked step by step up to me, and elegantly extended his hand. Beijing Military Academy. Wangjiu. I sincerely invite you to enroll, student. Yeah, all you know how to do is talk about inviting, without laying out any chips. You people really are regressing the longer you live. The giant who'd emerged from the ground stared at me. My Zhongzhou Ability University sincerely invites you to join. I promise you, full tuition waiver during your enrollment, custom-made battle armor, and weapons designed just for you, and your pick of any ability combat technique in the academy. Oh, right, my name is Li Fei. The giant was straightforward by nature, laying all his cards on the table in one breath. The other three deans weren't about to fall behind and raise the stakes one after another. Magic City University promises, whatever Zhongzhou gives, we'll give it all too. Guo Tianlu spoke up, and we'll bring in a high-tier lightning ability user to be your personal mentor for dedicated guidance. Oh my, now you're really going all out. Zhao Xinyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. In that case, I won't hold back either. She looked at me, her gaze soft and tender, and said gently, Little brother, I'll add one more thing on top of what they've offered. Join us, and I'll give you an ability crystal, right on the spot. The moment she said it, Guo Tianlu's and Li Fei's expressions changed dramatically. Even I couldn't help but stir. Over the past few days, I'd been cramming on this world's common knowledge. The ability crystal was one of those things. Cultivation in this world was divided into 9 realms: spirit awareness, faint light, origin power, spirit communion, soul command, metamorphosis, dharma form, heaven and earth, and world king. Humanity's strongest, the backbone of the resistance against the myriad races, the chiefs, were at the World King realm. The ability crystal was a crystal that formed inside an alien beast after death. Only beasts at the metamorphosis realm could possibly produce one, making them extremely rare. It contained an enormous amount of ability energy that a user at any stage could absorb. In a word, absurdly precious. For Jiao Xinyu to offer up an ability crystal just like that, she was betting the farm. Guo Tianlu's and Li Fei's faces changed. They immediately pulled out their phones and started typing something. I didn't expect your Imperial Capital University to be willing to put down such a heavy bet, Wang Jiu said with a bitter smile. There was no helping it. Among the 5 elite schools, the poorest was Beijing Military Academy. They spent their days locked in battle with alien beasts, yet ability crystals were maddeningly scarce for them. Chen Ming said nothing, just sized everyone up, some calculation running behind his eyes. I was quietly running the numbers in my own head too. What I'd awakened was a template system, but the system might as well have been dead. After handing over the template, it vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a progress bar. To this day, I still had no idea how to push that bar forward. It didn't even come with an instruction manual. I had to figure it all out on my own. To be honest, deep down I actually leaned more toward the Imperial Capital. Don't get the wrong idea, it wasn't for the crystal. I just felt a bit of longing for it, that's all. 3. My Chuanyu University offers 3 ability crystals. Chen Ming suddenly shouted. My eyes lit up. Ahem, to be honest, I actually prefer staying local. It absolutely was not for the crystals, purely out of my deep and abiding love for this land. Holy crap, have you lost your mind? Even Jiao Xinyu lost her composure, stunned by this bloodletting. The Imperial Capital offering 1 had already been a heavy bet. Who could have guessed Chuanyu would toss out 3? That was dumping the entire school's resources onto me alone. Truthfully, they all wanted to do the same, but they never dared. A single combatant's strength wasn't what they were really after. They could cultivate me, but they could never cultivate only me. War was too cruel. No matter how strong one person's power was, it had its limits. To resist the alien races, they needed strength blooming at many points. Suddenly, Guo Tianlu's and Li Fei's phones chimed at the same time. The two of them picked up their phones and glanced at the screens, and the hesitation on their faces instantly gave way. They exchanged a look and spoke in tacit understanding. Since Chuanyu has already shown their hand, we won't get involved. We withdraw. The words had barely left his mouth when Guo Tianlu swept his hand, a hurricane swirling up beneath his feet, and his entire body shot into the air. With a sonic crack, he was gone. Li Fei likewise swept his hand, his body dissolving into fragments of stone, and a deep fissure split open the ground beneath him. The rubble crashed down, and then the earth slowly healed itself, as if nothing had ever happened. Wang Jiu watched all this, seemingly struck by some thought, but he didn't leave. He just stayed put. I pretty much understood what was going on too. Most likely another S rank had popped up somewhere else, which was why these two had turned to walk away. My asking price was just too steep. If I'd been the only S rank, they might have kept haggling. But now that they had a second option, why bother fighting tooth and nail? Jiao Xinyu glanced down at her phone too. The instant she read the message, something flickered in her eyes. The anger from a moment ago vanished, replaced by a trace of mockery. She looked at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, do you know what message I just got? Chen Ming frowned. His phone had buzzed too, but he hadn't even looked at it. He had a pretty good guess what it said, but he had no regrets. Once he'd set his sights on me, he'd never waver halfway. Word from up top. A peerless SS rank genius has just shown up in the Chu region. Jiao Xinyu smiled meaningfully, clearly waiting to see Chen Ming's face fall. To her surprise, Chen Ming's expression didn't change at all. He just let out a single flat word. Huh. Jiao Xinyu was taken aback. You don't regret it? Why would I? Chen Ming walked over to my side, clapped me on the shoulder, and grinned. A man's word is his bond. Once I picked him, there's no taking it back. My heart gave a sudden jolt. This was the first time anyone had chosen me so firmly. I closed my eyes, a swell of emotions I couldn't quite name churning inside me. Since you've chosen me without hesitation, I'll make damn sure you never regret it. SS rank? Now that's interesting. Well then, Jiao Xinyu said, congratulations to you. She didn't linger another second. She turned and left. I wasn't the least bit surprised. Once the Chuanyu offer was on the table, even a fool would know what to choose. And with an SS rank popping up, She had plenty of reason to shift her target. Wang Zhou shook his head with a wry smile. When it came to fighting over me, he knew he couldn't beat Chen Ming. He understood that clearly. So he summoned a giant bird and lightly leapt onto its back. Before leaving, he cupped his hands toward me in a slight salute. Best of luck to you, kid. May your future shine bright. I returned the gesture. Teacher, may you live forever and never die. Wang Zhou's mouth twitched violently, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. In the end, he just waved a hand, and the bird shot straight up into the clouds. Outside the door, only 3 people remained: Chen Ming, me, and the principal. The funny thing was, even now, not a single one of us had actually set foot inside that conference room. Once everyone from the 4 schools had cleared out, Chen Ming let out a long, heavy breath. He turned to me, stuck out a hand the size of a palm leaf fan, and grinned. Kid, welcome to Chuanyu Superpower University. I smiled and shook his hand. Teacher Chun, I'll be counting on your guidance from here on out. Ha ha ha, good. Good. He slapped my shoulder, the blows landing with loud thumps. I gritted my teeth. You really didn't hold back one bit, did you? On the highway, a van with the license plate US 66666 cruised along unhurriedly. That's right, US 66666 on a van. I sat in the passenger seat, my expression a bit complicated. I genuinely couldn't wrap my head around it. How could Chen Ming bear to slap such a killer plate on a van? Hey, old Chun, I said, looking constipated. You sure you don't want to get a car worthy of that plate? Nope. What? My van's not badass enough for you. He shook his head, the slabs of muscle on his face quivering. And, call me Teacher Chun. Got it, old Chun. I sighed helplessly. So, are we really driving all the way to the school? Then why else would I be driving? You don't have some trick for getting there fast? Earth travel, summoning birds, flying, anything like that. I've got jack squat, Chen Ming said. I'm an enhancement type. Sure, I can fly, but only by myself. If I carry you, you won't be able to withstand the pressure of my power erupting. For folks like us who can't fly, we've got to reach the spiritual rapport realm and refine our power control down to the finest detail before we can ride the eruption and take off. He turned his head to size me up. I'm not short, nearly 6'2", but standing next to a build like Chen Ming's, I actually looked kind of dainty. With that scrawny frame of yours, freshly awakened, you can't handle my eruption. But don't lose heart. Once you step into the spirit sense realm and get a basic grip on your power, you'll be able to travel fast using your lightning affinity. Oh, is that so? I muttered under my breath. Hey, you punk. Chen Ming raised an eyebrow. Is your education really that bad? You even forgot that lightning is famous for its speed. I scratched my head awkwardly. Bad didn't even begin to cover it. I'd barely attended a single day of proper schooling. But I did know about the lightning affinity. After all, it was my own power. In this world, lightning was renowned for its speed and single-target burst. In one-on-one combat, it was nearly unbeatable, a pure, kill-oriented power. There was just one common flaw with lightning. It runs out of mana. I just didn't know whether my own mana bar would hold up. Kid, we're here. The van rolled to a slow stop. Chen Ming gave me a heads up, then pushed open the door and stepped out. I followed. I looked up, and there it was, one of the 5 most prestigious schools, Chuanyu Superpower University. The first thing that hit my eyes was a towering, massive archway. Pitch black all over, forged from some material I couldn't identify. It radiated an air of sheer indestructibility just by looking at it. The face of the arch was covered in a layer of flowing patterns of light, like ripples of time, indescribably mysterious. Across the lintel, 6 ancient seal script characters reading Chuanyu Superpower University shimmered with gold. Every stroke was solemn and sacred, as if it concealed some unfathomable power. So, what do you think of our school? Chen Ming looked smug. He lived for the sight of these geniuses being awestruck. He pointed at the lintel and grinned. See that? Those characters were carved by the chief himself. Now that's prestige, right? He beamed with pride as he explained, practically bursting at the seams. So the chief inscribed those words. I gazed at the golden characters, a hint of longing rising in my eyes. The chief, leader of the Dragon Abyss Nation, one of humanity's 5 great pillars, a powerhouse at the World King realm, a true mainstay of combat on the battlefields against the myriad races. I never imagined that the very name of Chuan Yu had been personally carved by this figure. Well, not disappointed, are you? Chen Ming hooked an arm around my shoulder. Come on, let me show you around. The moment we reached the archway, a security guard nearby stepped forward, his expression stern. But the instant he recognized Chen Ming, that seriousness melted into a smile. Yo, old Chun. Hey, Captain Jia. Chen Ming raised a hand in greeting. Captain Jia grinned as he pulled out a cigarette and offered it, then shot me a glance. Old Chun, you never told me you had such a handsome little brother. Yeah, now you've got it wrong. Chen Ming took the cigarette and gave his wrist a flick. The cigarette landed neatly between his lips. He took the lighter from Captain Jia, lit up, held the cigarette in his right hand, casually slipped the lighter into his pocket with his left, and took a deep drag. Phew, Captain Jia, this isn't my little brother. He's this year's recommended admission student. Oh, a sharp glint flashed in Captain Jia's eyes, and he snapped his gaze to me. Recommended admission? So that means you're an S rank. I nodded, with no intention of hiding it. Oh dear, how rude of me, how rude. He hurriedly pulled out another cigarette and offered it. Here, little bro, have a smoke. Sorry, I don't smoke. I waved him off. This is good stuff, though. He gave it a little shake, gesturing for me to take it. I appreciate the thought, but really, I don't smoke. I declined again. It wasn't out of politeness. I just plain didn't know how. Fair enough. He didn't push it, tucking the cigarette back into the pack and turning to hold out his hand to Chen Ming. Chen Ming looked baffled. What? Give it back. Captain Jia rolled his eyes. You want back the cigarette I already smoked? Chen Ming played dumb. The lighter. Give me back the lighter. Captain Jia raised his voice. You can swipe anything you want off me. Anything except my lighter. Oh man, look at my memory. Chen Ming smacked his forehead. Then, grinning, fished out the lighter and handed it back. Captain Jia snatched it and glared at him. Looks like next time I'll have to tie a string to this thing. Haha, no need. No need. Chen Ming waved him off and pointed at the archway. I'm going to show my student around first. Captain Jia gave an okay sign and headed back to the guard booth. Once we were through the gate, I couldn't help asking, Old Chun, that Captain Jia, what's his story? By rights, the dean of academic affairs at a top school wouldn't be that close with a security guard. But from the way those two talked, they'd clearly known each other a long time. Captain Jia, huh? A nostalgic smile surfaced on Chen Ming's face. Nothing special about his background. Back in the day, the two of us tested in from the same little county town. Ah, forget it. Today I'll fill you in. Back then, he and I were thick as thieves, brothers who wore the same pair of pants. The two of us were like twin tigers joining forces at this school. We fought our way through the whole campus, unbeatable. It was glorious. Only later, something happened, and he. At this point, the light in his eyes dimmed, and his voice grew heavy. His strength got frozen in place. Frozen? I was startled. Strength could be frozen? Chen Ming nodded. After that, he became a security guard here. What exactly caused it, even I don't know. I tried to talk to him about it, but he brushed me off every time. Still, he never sank into despair, never lost hope, and just for that, I'm at ease. He turned his head and earnestly reminded me. So, kid, from now on, be polite to Captain Jia. I nodded. He didn't even have to say it. I would anyway. A person who can keep living his life after falling to rock bottom. That in itself is a remarkable kind of strength. Before I knew it, we'd walked to the school plaza. At the center of the circular plaza stood a massive statue, the founder of Chuanyu Superpower University and also its current principal. The statue's posture was dignified and composed, as if guarding the entire campus. Rings upon rings of halos sustained by superpowers rotated slowly around it, giving off an aura that made your heart tremble. No need to say much about this one. You can look him up online. Chen Ming pointed at the statue. The main thing I want to tell you about is our 6 colleges. You know powers are divided into 6 major types, right? I know, I said. Nature type, enhancement type, support type, beast control type, mental type, and special type. Not bad. You've actually done some reading. Chen Ming nodded. The 6 colleges correspond to those 6 types. Once the term starts, you'll be assigned to the Nature College. Understood. 2 weeks after enrollment, each college holds an internal tournament to determine its number 1. He paused. My expectations aren't high. At the very least, you'd better take first place in the Nature College. Okay. I flashed a gesture. If I couldn't even snag first in the Nature College, what point was there in talking about wiping out the invaders? Good. Confidence is what I like to see. Chen Ming grinned. After the college tournament comes the all-school tournament. where the top students from all 6 colleges compete on the same stage. The top 8 get selected. Those 8 are the main force for the national competition. The goal I'm setting for you isn't too big either. First place in the whole school. No problem, right? No problem. I nodded again. The national competition is still a ways off, so don't worry about it now. Bite off more than you can chew, and you'll pull something. Come on, let me get you familiar with the nature college first. Next, Ming led me on a tour of the college. Along the way, I asked something that had been puzzling me. He was an enhancement type, so how'd he end up as the dean of the nature college? The answer left me stunned. He wasn't the dean of the nature college. He was the shared dean of academic affairs for all 6 colleges. It was only because I was nature type that he was focusing his energy here. So after all that, Old Chin's position was this high? Once we'd finished touring the college, we turned into the school's food street. It was peak foot traffic hour, with a long line at every stall. Plenty of people greeted Chun Ming along the way, tossing me a nod in passing too. They didn't know me, so they just assumed I was some relative Old Chun had brought along to mooch a meal. The two of us picked a random barbecue joint and sat down. Kid, you really planning to take the college entrance exam? Chun Ming asked again. I'd mentioned the idea while touring the college, and it had completely thrown him. I'd already secured recommended admission, so what was the point of taking the entrance exam? I've made up my mind, I said. You only get one shot at life. I don't want any regrets. Bull, Chun Ming said, picking up a peanut. Tell me the truth. You're after the top scorer title, aren't you? Oh, Old Chun, you a tapeworm living in my gut. I grabbed a peanut too. All right, that's the spirit. He slapped the table. Then I'll give you some private tutoring, special training, and get you that top scorer title, nice and secure. Huh? What do you mean? Here's the thing you don't get. He lowered his voice. High school seniors who awaken powers and go the martial exam route study combat and combat techniques at school, right? Right. Well, there you go. They study in high school. You study in college. They follow their teachers. You follow me. Same principle. Damn, I gave a start. You can play it like that? Well, geniuses always get exceptions. Barbecue's here. The owner came over carrying a platter. Eat up. Eat up. When you're done, I'll take you to rest. Chun Ming snatched up a skewer. I didn't hold back either, digging in with gusto. Early the next morning, Chun Ming dragged me up from downstairs and marched me straight to the Nature College training grounds, where he opened up a private training room. Come here, kid. Before the special training, let me get a read on your foundation. He pointed at a mechanical dummy up ahead. Don't use your power yet. Just hit it with a full-force punch. Got it. I stepped forward, clenched my fist, and felt thunder faintly surging within my body. I threw a punch. A gale kicked up, the shock wave whipping Chun Ming's combat robe into loud, snapping ripples. Bam! The tremendous force slammed into the dummy, and the pitch-black mechanical body caved in instantly, then slowly restored itself. A number popped up on the screen atop the dummy's head. 469 units. Chun Ming leaned in for a look and sucked in a sharp breath. Nice kid. Freshly awakened, and your physical strength already rivals the lower spirit sense realm, as expected of an S-rank lightning type. I shook out my hand, and my eyes lit up as I looked at the number. 1 unit was roughly equivalent to the force of a full barrel of fireworks all detonating at once. Most powers users at the lower spirit sense realm, giving it everything, could only manage around 400 units. And me? Freshly awakened, no combat techniques, no combat weapon, not even tapping into my power, purely on raw physical strength, I'd match them. This was the weight of being S-rank. No wonder they say the stronger the power, the higher the ceiling. Once I've trained it up to SSS, just how strong will I be? I clenched my fists, growing excited. All right, now channel your power at full force and do it again. Chun Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. The instant my mind moved, azure blue lightning burst forth in response. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Serpent-like thunder danced erratically around me. I raised my arm, and the crackling, exploding thunder gathered onto it in an instant, as if fitting me with a pair of thunder gauntlets. Damn, Chun Ming cried out, frozen in place. He probably couldn't wrap his head around it. Every lightning type he'd known was a mage who stood rooted in place casting spells. When had he ever seen one throwing elbows? The next moment, the light exploded. Boom. I hurled a punch infused with tens of thousands of bolts of thunder. Lightning splashed out in all directions, countless glowing orbs of electricity crackling across the dummy's body. On that punch, I didn't hold back an ounce. I pulled back my fist and reined in the thunder. But lightning is savage by nature. Even after the attack stopped, the thunder kept skittering and hissing across the dummy's body for a good while before finally dissipating. As the lightning faded, the screen lit up. 1,586 units. Damn, 1,586? Are you cheating or what? Ming's eyes went wide. For reference, even the upper limit of the upper spirit sense realm was only 2,000 units. And here I was, freshly awakened, cracking over 1,500 with a single full-force punch. He even concluded that if he just handed me a proper combat weapon, I could break 2,000 outright. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at Superman. So, old Chun. I grinned brightly. This strength of mine, does it meet your standards? Meet my standards? You could gouge my eyeballs out, and I'd still be fine with it. Ming grinned. I'm not the type to talk tough for no reason. Talent this good is just plain good. You, kid, are a monster. His smile faded, and his expression turned serious. Let me ask you something for real. After unleashing your power, do you feel any discomfort in your body? I paused, took stock, and shook my head. Nope, not even a little weak. I didn't answer. Instead, I raised my hand, summoned the thunder again, and drove another punch into the dummy. The lightning faded, and the screen flashed a number. 1,597 units. Almost no change. If anything, it was even a touch higher than the last punch. Well, Ming couldn't hold it together anymore. You freak. You still don't feel your power draining even now? Nope. I shook my head. Not only was it not draining, I actually felt like the power inside me had grown even more active. Don't tell me you've even awakened a special constitution? He smacked his forehead. Could be. I gave a little smile. But I need to test it more. Under his stunned gaze, I unleashed thunder-charged elbow strikes again and again. Once wasn't enough. Twice. 3 times. The training room was awash in lightning, currents pouring endlessly off my body. The way Ming looked at me was exactly like he was staring at some kind of monster. I hammered out several dozen full-force blows in a row, not stopping until I was genuinely tired. In that moment, I confirmed one thing. I had no mana bar. There was only exhaustion, never a depletion of power. Lightning's biggest weakness was how fast its power drained. Fire off a few strong combos, and you'd hit empty. If you couldn't take the enemy down instantly, you had to run, or ration it carefully and play the long-range mage, wearing them down. But none of that applied to me. Wear them down? Run away? Not my problem. I would shatter the darkness with thunder. With what I've got now, grinding a faint light realm foe to death shouldn't be too hard, right? The corner of my mouth curled up, and my mood soared. Little freak. Ming suddenly grumbled sourly. Hey, old Chun, wrong word choice. I shot back. Little monster works fine, but little freak just sounds nasty. I'll say it however I damn please. He glared at me. From now on, you're little freak, whether you like it or not. Old freak, aren't you afraid I'll grow up someday and sort you out? We'd gotten pretty comfortable over the past few days, so I dared to crack jokes. Wait for you to grow up. He gave me a sidelong look. I could sort you out right now. As he said it, he made a token show of raising a fist, striking a pose like he was about to pound me. I took the hint, raised my hands, and smiled along. Bro, you're the boss. I'm just your little junior. Humph, good that you know it. He lowered his fist, but the little smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to suppress. Ahem. He cleared his throat with fake seriousness. Now that I've got a read on your baseline, I won't hold anything back. Next, I'll teach you a combat technique, perfect for attack types like you. Attack type. My eyes lit up. What tier? A tier, he said. I'm an enhancement type, leaning defensive, so I haven't learned many attack techniques. Don't hold it against me. I've already given old Xiao a heads up. When he gets back, he'll pass you an S-tier attack technique, a perfect match for your lightning affinity, born for each other. Really, my eyes shone. Combat techniques came in 5 categories: attack, speed, defense, control, and mental. Attack types had the most raw destructive power. The higher the tier, the greater the might. And paired with a combat weapon, it was like giving a tiger wings. Of course it's real. Ming's face was dead serious. But don't get ahead of yourself. S-tier isn't so easy to master. First, get this A-tier 1 down cold for me. No exaggeration. As long as you cross the threshold of this A-tier technique, The top scorer title is a done deal. He was so confident it was like he already had the top scorer title tucked in his pocket. Whoa, that's sure of yourself? I gave a cheeky grin. Then hurry up and teach me, old man. Knew you'd be impatient. From who knows where, he produced a plain, ancient combat technique manual, its pages shimmering with a faint light, and handed it to me. Read through it yourself first. Ask if there's anything you don't get. These next few days, I'm sticking to you like glue. Even when I go to the bathroom? Of course. Then never mind. Scared? No. I'm afraid I'll whip it out and scare you. You little punk, asking for a beating. After a bout of horsing around, I finally settled down, sat off to the side, and started leafing through the combat technique. On the plain, ancient cover, for characters glittered with flowing light. Meteor storm. Kid, don't underestimate this meteor storm. Chun Ming clapped my shoulder, the slabs of muscle on his face bunching into a fierce grin. A wide-area power shockwave that blasts out with you at the center. Against a pack of beasts, one blast takes out a whole swath. It's exhilarating. He lowered his voice, eyes gleaming. And with that freakish constitution of yours, your power basically never drains. Firing it off 2 or 3 times in a row is a breeze. I smiled. This big bear had no airs about him. If anything, he had a certain brotherly, code-of-the-street loyalty. The more I looked at him, the more I liked him. I just wonder if that SS rank from the Chu region will show up for the exam. Qin Ming suddenly furrowed his brow. I looked up, my tone as calm as if stating a plain fact. Don't worry. That top scorer title is mine. Ha ha. Nice kid. You've got guts. He slapped his thigh. All right, get practicing. Ask me if you don't understand something. The moment the words left his mouth, he plopped down cross-legged on the ground like a mountain, utterly still. I lowered my head and opened the combat technique scroll in my hands. And in that very instant, a little figure suddenly popped up in my mind. Eerie. I froze. What was this little figure? But it started moving on its own. It bent slightly, wisps of thunder coiling around its body, as if something was about to burst free. The next instant, it flung its arms wide open. Crackle, crackle, crash. Countless bolts of thunder surged out like a bursting dam, exploding violently in every direction, coiling into an ever-expanding ring of thunder. My heart sank abruptly. This, Starfall Storm, the little figure in my mind, was it cultivating for me? It arched its body again, unleashing the technique a second time. And with that second cast, a strange clarity flooded through every inch of my body. I'd learned it. I immediately sat down cross-legged, willed my mind into motion, and arched my body. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Lightning shimmered to life all around me. Holy shit. You actually got it. Qin Ming shot straight up, eyes damn near popping out of his skull. He couldn't believe it. I'd only run through it once, and I could already cast it? The lightning coiled tighter, denser, growing wilder by the second. I spread my hands wide. Pew. Misfire. The lightning shot out a few centimeters, then died instantly, like a dead battery. I stared at my own hands. Didn't learn it. You expected to master it in one try? Qin Ming rushed over and grabbed my hand, practically begging. Big bro. I'll call you my big brother. Can you please turn off the cheat codes? Sell me one even. Looking at you, I feel like I wasted the first half of my life. Don't be so dramatic. I pulled my hand back. Talent, you know how it is. He spun in place 3 times, throwing punches like a madman. When he finished, he grabbed both my shoulders. Kid, you're a genius. An absolute genius. Not calling me a little freak anymore? I teased. Nope. I'm scared you'll actually come after me someday. Our eyes met, and we both burst out laughing. The days flew by, and the college entrance exams arrived right on schedule. The liberal arts exam was held locally, but the martial exam was in North City. I'd have to cross provincial lines. The reason was simple. Outside North City lay forests overrun by beasts, along with stretches of abandoned towns used as training grounds. These towns had been strategically abandoned by the authorities during the early days of the beast invasion. Reclaiming and rebuilding them made no sense, so they'd just been designated as exam grounds. For safety, all high-level beasts had been cleared from the ruins, with weekly patrols. Anyone reaching the spirit sense realm would be killed on sight. The day before departure, I got up early to pack my gear. Over the past few days, Qin Ming had put together a custom set for me. A C-grade battle robe, a C-grade weapon, plus an A-grade attack technique, Starfall Storm. For the other candidates, this was practically overkill. Technique, robe, weapon, I outclassed them by a wide margin on every front. Unfair? Fairness has always been something you fight for with talent and strength. And everything I had, I'd earned by clawing for it myself. Not bad. You've got presence. Chen Ming straightened my black battle robe, more satisfied the longer he looked. Let's go, old Chun. My eyes blazed. Let's go? Show that generation of yours what a real freak looks like. There were too many candidates nationwide, so all the major universities in North City had been emptied out to host them. Candidates were assigned to exam venues based on their school's geographic location. North City Military University, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country. The athletic field was packed with people, a dark mass so dense that from above it looked like a swarm of ants. Murmurs rose and fell all around. The exam's almost here. I'm so nervous. I wonder if I can get into an Esper university. You've got a C-grade ability, you're a lock. Too bad my family's broke. I could only afford an F-grade robe, no weapon at all. At the center of the crowd stood a man in a white robe, arms crossed, expression blank. No one dared come within 3 meters of him, as if there were an invisible wall of pressure around him. Countless gazes were fixed on him. Who's that? He looks strong. Li Tianxing from Chilu Province. He's topped the combat rankings for years. Heard he just awakened an A-grade fire ability. Fire? That's a killer against beast hordes. Can't believe we're in the same venue as him. Li Tianxing didn't so much as flinch. He'd long since grown numb to talk like this. Brotherly, what a coincidence. A man in a blue robe strolled over, lazily fanning himself with a folding fan, a faint smile on his face. Li Tianxing was slightly startled, then quickly composed himself. Small world. Since it's such a coincidence, want to team up for the early stages? The crowd around them erupted again. Who's this now? Jinling Province's #1 fighter, Lin Yifeng. No need, Li Tianxing said coldly. I'm fine on my own. Don't say that, Lin Yifeng said, gently waving his fan. You're fire, I'm wind. With me around, your flames will only burn hotter. Li Tianxing frowned, but said nothing. Lin Yifeng shifted gears. Brotherly, you know Brother Chu? Li Tianxing's brow tightened sharply. The man who'd bested him 3 years running. Not long ago, he'd awakened the legendary SS-grade ability and been fought over by all 4 top schools, except Chuanyu Esper University, which had held back because they'd already taken the local S-grade prodigy. One prestigious school couldn't afford to support 2 peerless geniuses. He's here too, Li Tianxing said coldly. Snap. The fan closed. No. Brother Chu got a direct admission. He doesn't need to test. A shame. That's not all I came to say, Lin Yifeng smiled. Yesterday, Brother Chu told me the school he'd chosen, Capital Esper University. What does that have to do with me? Everything, of course. Brother Chu asked me to do him a favor, convince you to join Capital Esper University. Li Tianxing blinked. He's inviting me? After all, you'd love to go head-to-head with him again, wouldn't you? Li Tianxing waved him off. We'll talk later. Lin Yifeng wasn't bothered. He just smiled. He'd long since figured out this man's temperament. Scree! A shrill, piercing eagle cry tore across the sky. Every gaze snapped upward. A giant eagle spiraled down. Its feathers were like blades, its coloring a brownish gray, its wingspan vast enough to blot out the sun. Its eyes were so sharp they seemed to see through everything. Someone recognized it. A razor-wing eagle, whose young master has arrived. Sharp intakes of breath rippled through the crowd. Even Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng changed expression. The razor-wing eagle was a proud species. Ordinary people couldn't form a contract with one at all. Whoever could ride it to the exam came from no ordinary background. Tisk, brotherly, Lin Yifeng said, tucking away his fan, his expression turning grave. Looks like a big shot's joined our venue. I sat astride the razor-wing eagle's back, looking down over the entire field. It circled once, then locked onto a spot ahead, where a few people stood, with a large clearing left open behind them for the landing. Days earlier, Chen Ming had given Wang Jiu a heads up that I'd be coming to test, and had even borrowed a razor-wing eagle to get me there. Wang Jiu had prepared the space in advance. The giant eagle descended slowly, its wings beating, whipping up a fierce wind out of nowhere that sent the robes of the 3 teachers below snapping and flapping. Its talons touched down, and it folded its wings. Ha! Wang Jiu. Thank you. Chen Ming leapt down. I landed right after him. Wang Jiu stepped forward, his smile warm as a spring breeze. "Welcome, both of you, to North City Military Academy." He looked me over. "You've changed." I was clad head to toe in black, my knuckles wrapped in black fingerless gloves, a weapon, their edges bared, as if a single touch would draw blood. "Teacher Wong, long time no see." I extended my hand. He shook it. "I didn't expect you to choose to come test. You only live once. Might as well leave no regrets." "Well said." He nodded. "But I should warn you, the venues are randomly shuffled. Not a single person from your school got assigned here. This time, you're on your own. If you want to find people to team up with, that's up to you." I waved him off. "No need. I'm an army of one." Wang Jiu paused, then chuckled. "Confidence is a good thing. When it's time, I'll take you all in." On the field ahead, the candidates were still buzzing. Who is this guy? A razor-wing eagle for a ride, and the academy teachers greeting him in person. Could he be a teacher? This young, and wearing a battle robe? He's obviously here to test. Same venue as Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng was bad enough. Now there's some mysterious young master too. I'm doomed. Brotherly. Our competition this time is a little strong. Lin Yifeng smiled. Li Tianxing gave a low grunt, his gaze fixed on me the entire time. Wang Jiu checked his watch, then nodded at a man beside him. The man stepped forward and roared. Silence. The sound wave exploded across the field, and the whole crowd fell instantly quiet. A single look from him was enough to leave people struggling to breathe. It was about to begin. "I am the invigilator for this session of the Wu City District Martial Examination. Let me restate the rules. The exam lasts 24 hours, from 9 a.m. today to 9 a.m. tomorrow. You know the exam zone. Do not leave the designated area, and do not deliberately attack or kill other candidates. We are monitoring the entire time. Anyone caught will be disqualified, and depending on severity, face additional penalties." I understood that rule. In past sessions, some candidates had indeed resorted to murder to plunder resources. With a mighty enemy at the gates and countless races surrounding us, the moment our own kind turn on each other is the most dangerous of all. Yet even so, there will always be those willing to be lackeys of demons. Those people are called beggars. Also, the beast ruins have no distinction between inner and outer rings. A savage beast could burst out from any corner. If you run into something you can't handle, activate your safety necklace immediately and wait right where you are for rescue. Is everyone clear? Clear. Good. Collect your equipment. I didn't have to line up. Wang Jiu had already handed me a pitch-black tactical backpack, warning me. Maybe this goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Be careful with everything. I nodded firmly. "Take a look at the equipment inside," he smiled. "Remember, always wear it properly." I unzipped the backpack and lowered my head to inspect the contents. There were 3 items in the tactical backpack. I picked up the first, a pair of silver-white tactical glasses, sleek and futuristic. They could read a beast's realm and status, had a built-in map and positioning system, and even a camera for real-time recording. In other words, every candidate's brilliant battle would be recorded. And, of course, so would every embarrassing moment. The second item was a pitch-black necklace, meant to save your life. When actively triggered, or passively triggered when you were deemed unable to resist a deadly threat, it would instantly shatter, throwing up a black barrier strong enough to withstand an Origin Energy Realm attack, while broadcasting a distress signal to the invigilators and nearby candidates. Once the necklace shattered, that candidate was out. The third item was a black meal box containing compressed beast meat. But the exam lasted a full 24 hours. This little bit wouldn't last long. If you wanted to eat your fill, you had to hunt and cook for yourself. The rule was simple. If you wanted to live comfortably, you needed the skills first. Put it on first. Let me check. Wang Jiu stood to the side. I nodded, propped the glasses on my nose, hung the necklace around my neck, and shouldered the backpack. Wang Jiu and Chun Meng closed in on either side of me, looking me over from every angle like parents seeing their kid off on a long journey. Only after confirming everything was in order did they finally let go. Seeing that all the candidates had their gear, the invigilator barked. "Everyone's got their equipment, right? If you're missing something, come up and get a replacement now." I'll say it again, don't even think about grabbing an extra set. Catch one, disqualify one. No one made a sound. Only then did the invigilator step back, cupping his hands toward Wang Jiu. "Senior Wang, everything's ready." Wang Jiu glanced at the time and gave a slight nod. "Then let's set out." As his voice fell, he gave a whistle. The instant the whistle scattered into the air, a patch of the distant sky suddenly went dark, as if someone had taken a bite out of the sun. Cries of alarm rose across the field. What is that? Can't tell. It's too fast. I stood behind Wang Jiao, staring at that shadow streaking through the air. Swoosh! A crisp, resounding bird cry plunged down from the clouds, clear and melodious. In that moment, everyone saw it clearly. Lin Yifeng's eyes went wide. A wind rock. The wind rock, a flying beast renowned for its speed. Its body could grow or shrink at will. It was born to ride the wind, and its combat power was ferocious. It's actually a wind rock. The great bird swept over everyone's heads on a gust of clear wind, circled once, then flew off ahead. The candidates were stunned. It wasn't here to pick us up? Just as everyone slumped in disappointment, Wang Jiao's gentle voice carried across the entire field. Not loud, yet every word landed clearly. Students, head to the beast-taming college plaza and board the wind rock to enter. The crowd erupted instantly. I've ridden a wind rock. Ha ha ha. From now on, I'm a man who's ridden a wind rock. Excited as they were, the line stayed orderly. I moved along with the crowd toward the plaza, doing nothing special. At the plaza, the wind rock had already grown its body to an enormous size, large enough to carry everyone. Wang Jiao and the two invigilators boarded first, and the candidates followed one after another. Before takeoff, I glanced back at Chen Ming. He grinned and gave me a thumbs up. I smiled too, raised my left hand, and returned the gesture. Chen Ming's mouth curved upward, and he muttered under his breath, "Little punk." The wind rock truly lived up to its name. Amid surging winds and rolling clouds, it had already carried us above the exam grounds. It scanned the area once, then landed in an abandoned plaza. As it folded its wings, a fierce gale kicked up the dust and ash covering the ground, sending it scattering in all directions. Students, Wang Jiao began, you've now entered the exam grounds. The test has begun. The remaining time is yours. Everyone jumped down one by one. When it was my turn, Wang Jiao reminded me again, stay safe. I know. I leapt down. Once everyone had landed, the wind rock beat its wings and shot into the sky, carrying Wang Jiao and the others away. On the vast, derelict field, only we candidates remained. Has it started now? Obviously, the invigilator already said it. It's begun. The words had barely faded before recruitment calls rang out from all sides. Anyone want to team up? I'm C-grade fire. Someone who can fight. Come over. I awakened a support ability. That's right, the martial exam allowed cooperation. It was just that the points from hunting beasts would be split by contribution value. The tactical glasses tallied the scores automatically. Whoever put in more work got more points, and even a support type's healing and recovery counted. That way, there was no more monster stealing, fair and square. So every year, a large number of candidates chose to team up. Both high scores and survival odds were better that way. In the crowd, Lin Yifeng walked over to Li Tianqing. So, brotherly, team up? This time, Li Tianqing didn't refuse right away. Instead, he hesitated. Lin Yifeng pressed his advantage. Our abilities complement each other perfectly, definitely stronger than going solo. Besides, this venue. He shot me a meaningful glance. My entrance had been too eye-catching. So eye-catching that any fool could tell. This guy was no ordinary player. Li Tianqing's gaze was drawn my way too. Look at that battle robe of his. Lin Yifeng lowered his voice. C-grade. You and I saved 3 years of scholarship money and could barely afford D-grade. Get my point. Li Tianqing was silent for a moment. Fine. He finally nodded. Lin Yifeng extended his right hand, a smile rising to his face. Here's to a great partnership. Li Tianqing shook it with a blank expression, saying nothing. Meanwhile, outside the exam grounds, the live stream had already begun. The cameras were, of course, every candidate's tactical glasses. The authorities patched in all the feeds and broadcast them live across the entire internet. This let outsiders see the candidates' real-time performance, while effectively preventing anyone from harming their own kind or cheating. Parents and school administrators scrambled to find their students' live stream rooms. Spectators looking for a good show flocked to the popular contenders from their provinces. Nearly all the viewers from Qilu province had clicked into the same person, Li Tianqing. Come watch our province's #1 fighter. He's almost certainly the provincial champion. Just don't know who'll take the national title. Whoa, is that Lin Yifeng, the #1 from the neighboring province, next to him? Did those two team up? They're off. A powerhouse alliance. This venue's a lock. Inside the grounds, candidates were forming teams and heading out one after another. Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng left too. The exam judged only one thing: points from killing beasts. The more, the better. A perfect score was 5,000, but to this day, those who'd hit it could be counted on one hand. The place had nearly emptied out, and I couldn't be bothered to wait any longer. A flicker of thought, and data surfaced in my glasses. Candidate: Ji Churan. School: Rongqing number 3 High School. Score 0. Rank: none yet. Another flicker, and the display switched. Venue 47 rankings. First, Li Tianxing, score 11. Second, Lin Yifeng, score 9. Third, I blinked. Scores already? They started fighting the moment they stepped out. In that case, I couldn't fall behind either. Actually, someone had come to invite me to team up before the exam started. After I turned them down, no one came again. People know themselves well. They'd all seen it. I was a big thigh to cling to, and one that intended to fly solo. And it was precisely this attitude of mine that gave Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng a sense of urgency. Otherwise, those two might never have joined forces. As I walked slowly toward the exit, I pulled up the map. A shift in thought, and a 3D virtual map unfolded across my lenses. I located myself first, then checked the surroundings. White dots were candidates, red dots were beasts. Near every white, there were a few red dots. The tactical glasses really were impressive. No wonder. An ordinary person only ever got this one chance in their life to wear them for the college entrance exam. Once you finished, they were all collected back. I zoomed in on the map, locked onto an area with no white dots, only red ones, and got my bearings. A couple of quick strides, and sparks crackled beneath my feet. My right foot pushed off. A burst of lightning exploded from my soul, and I shot forward like an arrow off the string. With every step I took, a scar of lightning burst behind me. I was blazingly fast, covering a dozen meters in a single stride, crackling underfoot and leaving a trail of electric light in my wake. ZZT, ZZT. A dozen steps, several hundred meters. ZZT, ZZT. I streaked past candidates on the move, leaving nothing but streaks of lightning behind. A candidate walking alongside his teammates suddenly heard a noise behind him and whipped his head around. Whoosh! A gale slammed into his face, his robe flapping wildly, as a lightning-like figure grazed past him. He froze on the spot in shock. What just flew by? I didn't catch it either. The same scene played out right in front of Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng. The two had just slain a beast and were rushing toward the next red when a white that suddenly popped up on the map, charging straight at them. So fast. Who is that? Lin Yifeng exclaimed. The next instant, a hurricane's roar poured into his ears. A bolt of lightning streaked past before his eyes, the trailing wind wrapping a sky's worth of dust straight at the two of them. Their robes were instantly whipped into a flapping frenzy. Cough, cough. Lin Yifeng hurriedly channeled his ability. A transparent blade of wind surged out from within him, sweeping the dust entirely away. When the dust settled, the figure was long gone. Brotherly, that just now. Lin Yifeng's heart trembled slightly, his expression grave. Lightning type, Li Tianxing frowned. And a strong one. But he's using his ability just to travel? Isn't he afraid of burning out? Lin Yifeng was baffled. Lightning-type abilities drained fast. Newly awakened rookies like them had to ration it carefully, terrified that one careless move would leave them tapped out and turned into a sitting duck. But that guy, he had no reservations at all. The lightning type was the most draining of all, and yet he was using it just to get around. Wasn't he afraid of exhausting himself and losing all his combat power? They weren't the only ones with that question. In the live stream rooms, the Damaka comments exploded too. And here I thought Lu Fengxian was already unmatched under heaven. Now whose subordinate is this? You can play lightning type like this? Using your ability to travel. Really not afraid of burning out. Anyone know his stream? I want to check it out. Rongqing number 3 High, Ji Churan. Just search it. Friendly tip. Go in with your eyes closed, switch to third-person view, then open them. A flood of viewers rushed to my stream. Since it defaulted to first-person view, they were all left dizzy. The picture kept blurring in and out, wind howling, the crackling never stopping. I almost puked the second I got in. Good thing I switched to third person. So this is what lightning-type traveling looks like. Way too cool. Look at the map in the top left. This kid covers a dozen meters a step. No wonder the lightning type is famed for both speed and slaughter. Savage. But why hasn't he burned out yet? Mom, I saw a genius today. The comments multiplied at a frenzied pace. Chen Ming sat in Wang Jiu's office, watching the text scroll across the full screen, grinning from ear to ear. That's my guy, you little freak. Going all out from the very first move. This was a student from his academy. Who wouldn't be envious? Of course, he saw the doubters too, all singing the same tune, saying I'd burn out sooner or later at this rate, that I couldn't keep it up. To that, Chen Ming only sneered. Any other lightning-type rookie, sure, he'd buy it. But me? Sorry, that's pure nonsense. This kid had fired off dozens of starfall storms without a hint of burning out, and he'd run dry just from traveling? Give me a break. For me, the limits of my ability were far less real a concern than my physical stamina. Others had to scrimp and save. I didn't need to. Using my ability to travel was, for me, no more than a casual jog. Would a normal person collapse after a few dozen steps of full-out sprinting? They'd have to be in truly pathetic shape. So those he'll burn out eventually comments. Chen Ming couldn't even be bothered to read them. Just wait. Before long, this kid would show them all what a genius's world really looks like. Almost there. As I sprinted, I stared at the red drawing closer on my tactical glasses, my heartbeat quickening beyond my control. Finally, it was time to fight. Anyone else who ran into a beast would only flee for their life, terrified it might lash out. But I was different. I wasn't afraid of it lashing out. I was only afraid it would run. Moments later, I stopped at the spot marked by the red dot, an abandoned basketball court. The old buildings around it leaned precariously, as if the lightest touch would crumble them to dust. I didn't spare them a second glance. My gaze went straight to the center of the court. There, sprawled out, lay a giant tiger about 5 meters tall, its body a deep, dark purple. Its massive frame rose and fell rhythmically with its breathing, its breaths long and even, fast asleep. The tactical glasses popped up the data. Night Prowl Tiger, Upper Spirit Sense Realm. The corner of my mouth curled up. Not bad luck at all. Night Prowl tigers were nocturnal, sluggish by day to begin with, and this one was sleeping like the dead, completely oblivious to the danger. Perfect. Saves you the trouble of fighting back. So what if it's Upper Spirit Sense Realm? I clench my fist. With my C-grade weapon, the black gold gloves, backing me up, I was confident I could smash it apart with a single punch. That's right. I hadn't picked the popular sword or spear. I'd deliberately gone for the unpopular gloves. Swords and spears were satisfying, sure, but the way I saw it, a heavy blow up close was the true way. My eyes narrowed, and a flash of lightning streaked across them. ZZZT, ZZZT. Fine arcs of electricity crawled and leaped across my body, coiling tighter and tighter, like a machine charging up. Dust drifted upward through the air. Everything went dead silent, the kind of stillness that comes right before a storm. And the storm's prey was still fast asleep. I moved. Blue lightning exploded beneath my feet, and I shot forward as a bolt of pure electricity. With a crack that tore the air apart, I was on the tiger in the blink of an eye. My right fist, wrapped in thunder, came smashing down toward its skull. Boom. ZZZT. Thunder burst against its forehead like fireworks. The night tiger didn't even get to howl before its massive body went flying backward. Crash, crash, crash. It plowed through several abandoned buildings, brick and stone collapsing, debris flying everywhere, kicking up a wall of dust. Basically, a one-tiger demolition crew. When the dust cleared, I got a good look at it. Right in the center of its forehead was a fist-sized crater, its edges still flickering with residual lightning, a burnt stench spreading through the air. One punch. Dead. Livestream now. The bullet comments went silent for 2.5 seconds, then completely lost it. That punch was insane. Whoever said his powers were burned out, step up and apologize right now. This is a test taker? Tell me he can summon lightning from the heavens, and I'll believe you. Mom, I just saw Superman. In every martial arts college entrance exam in history, there had never been a candidate like this. While everyone else was still teaming up to gang up on lower spirit sense beasts, he'd already started soloing the upper tier and one-shotting them, no less. The trending charts instantly caught fire. Top contender for national champion cracks a tiger's skull with one punch. Strongest beast ever appears at martial exam. One punch shatters the Tiger King's dream. Inside the exam zone, I had no idea what kind of storm was brewing out in the world. Right now, I was worried about exactly one thing. How the heck was I supposed to cook this tiger leg? I patted the night tiger's hind leg, all packed with lean, sinewy muscle, and my eyes almost watered. Wasting ingredients this good would be a straight-up crime against nature. Too bad I'm a lightning type, I muttered. Lightning-type barbecue comes out charred like a rusty hunk of iron, so bad it challenges the outer limits of human taste buds. Anyone who's tried it knows. After thinking it over, I decided to cut off a hind leg and take it as backup rations. Once I found a candidate who could cook, I'd ask them to handle it, and in return, I'd slay a beast for them to bump their score. The rules split points by contribution anyway, and whoever landed the finishing blow got the bigger share. No time like the present. My right palm suddenly lit up with lightning, like an electric blade. Swish. One clean slice, and the tiger leg dropped neatly to the ground, the cut still crackling faintly with leftover current. Should have brought a knife, I said, shaking my head at the charred cross-section. Can't even cut meat without scorching it. This part's inedible now. Honestly, I could have cried. I hoisted the hind leg, nearly as big as I was, over my shoulder and rode the lightning again, flashing forward with every step. The map showed the nearest candidate was 6 kilometers out. My tactical glasses maxed out at 10 kilometers of detection range. Anything past that was a blind spot. The exam only handed out the first-gen models, the ones with the most basic features. 6 kilometers, gotta pick up the pace. Lightning split the sky. In the abandoned Happy Valley theme park, 3 candidates were locked in a desperate standoff with an iron armor bull. Can our luck really be this bad? The brown-robed guy roared through gritted teeth. His E-class combat suit was in tatters, the lining showing through, and the long sword in his hands trembled nonstop, like he'd hacked at a steel plate a few dozen times. How was I supposed to know that red dot on the map was an iron armor bull? The black-robed guy shouted back, looking just as wrecked. Stop arguing. It's coming again, the pink-robed girl screamed, faint blue light flickering around her hands. The bull's eyes were blood red, its horns thrusting toward the sky, its whole body a silvery white that gleamed like sheet steel. Mid-tier spirit sense. Hide as tough as iron. It slowly swung its head and scraped a hind hoof against the ground. Moo! The earth suddenly shook, sand and dust flew everywhere, and the iron armor bull charged. The 3 scattered. Not because they were cowards. They tried to fight it head-on and nearly gotten themselves killed. C-class powers struggled just against lower-tier spirit sense beasts. Against a mid-tier, they had zero ability to fight back. They'd been hoping to find some easy pickings. Instead, they'd grabbed a slab of solid iron. Boom! The bull slammed into the spot where they'd just been standing, the ground quaking, rubble spraying. We can't outrun it. Send the distress signal, the black-robed guy screamed hoarsely. The 3 of them triggered it almost simultaneously. In that instant, within a 10-kilometer radius, every candidate looking at their map saw this red distress marker light up before their eyes. Most candidates' first instinct upon seeing the signal was to rush over and help. But when the situation details popped up, an enraged iron armor bull, they quietly killed the thought. Not strong enough. Can't save them. Just get yourself killed too. But 2 people were exceptions, Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng. The 2 exchanged a glance and reached the same answer without saying a word. Save them. Not only save them, slay it too. Because the scoreboard had changed. Exam zone number 47 rankings. First, Ji Churin, 200 points. Second, Li Tianxing, 32 points. Third, Lin Yifeng, 28 points. Most people didn't care who came in first. But these 2 were different. The glory of being their province's number 1 had bred an instinct to win in them. When some unknown name shot straight to the top in one move, the pressure came crashing down like a tide. On my way over, I saw the distress signal, and the ones sending it were exactly the people I was looking for. I glanced at the situation info and accelerated toward them. An iron armor bull. Huh. Wonder if it can take 1 elbow from me. I muttered under my breath. But no matter how quiet, nothing escaped the live stream. Take 1 punch from you? You think its organs are made of iron. Night Tiger. Iron bro, come follow in my footsteps. 1 punch to shatter the Tiger King's dream wasn't enough. Now you're going for the Bull King's dream too. Huh. Every other stream was fretting over the candidates. Mine was the only one where the audience was worried about the beasts. World turned upside down. Is nobody really gonna come save us? The brown-robed guy roared, spraying blood as he narrowly dodged another charge. Just accept it. It's an iron armor bull. Who'd dare come? The black-robed guy said, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm out of power, the pink-robed girl gasped, bent over, face covered in dust, completely drained. Looks like this is where our exam ends. The brown-robed guy actually laughed. We won't die, though. If I don't get in, I'll go home and take over my family's little restaurant. Life goes on. You still hiring over there? I'll come work for you. The black-robed guy laughed too. Deal, bro. Life and death on the line. And these two were chatting like they were back in their dorm. The pink-robed girl sighed helplessly. Turns out, only when you're cornered do you realize that being able to face it with a smile was never about luck, but about heart. Just as the three of them reached for their life-saving pendants. Kaboom! A bolt of thunder tore across the sky. I'd arrived. I descended like a god of war, flashing to a stop in front of the three of them, electric arcs crackling all over my body, that charred tiger leg on my back especially eye-catching. The iron armor bull stopped in its tracks, wariness surfacing in its eyes for the first time. Moo! It let out a long bellow, like it was warning me to leave. I couldn't be bothered with it. I set down the tiger leg and just sighed. Side-charted after all. You. The brown-robed guy's pupils shook violently. It took him a while to squeeze out a sentence. You're that young master? Huh. I blinked. Since when was I a young master? The black-robed guy quickly nudged him. The brown-robed guy snapped out of it and waved his hands frantically. Sorry, I misspoke. It's fine. I waved him off and turned to stare at the iron armor bull. Let's deal with this thing first. Right? Boss, we'll help you. The black-robed guy hefted his blade and got into stance. They'd thought their road through this exam ended here. But now, it seemed, it wasn't over. They could still fight. No need. I reached out and gently pressed the black-robed guy's blade down, smiling. Leave this one to me. Huh. He froze, his voice a little shaky. Boss, you by yourself, you sure? If I couldn't handle it alone, would they even call me boss? I raised a hand and pointed at that charred hunk of meat on the ground. This is the hind leg of a night tiger. Get it? What? The three of them cried out in unison, disbelief written all over their faces. The night tiger, an upper-tier spirit-sense beast. The kind of opponent they'd had to risk their lives just to call for help against. And I'd killed it and carved off the meat. Except, could this thoroughly charred thing actually be eaten? The three of them stared at the blackened lump, falling silent for a moment. I ignored their expressions and turned to face the iron armor bull. It snorted, a thick cloud of mist billowing from its nostrils. Its blood-red eyes were locked on me, its massive body slightly lowered, wary to the extreme. Moo! Another long bellow. Still warning me. Looking at it like that, I smiled. Didn't expect this dumb bull to have a bit of a red on the situation. Just not much. I slowly clenched my fist. Countless bolts of thunder rose from nowhere, gathering, coiling, and crackling around my right hand. Ever since I'd awakened, the little figure in my mind had never stopped cultivating. By now, I'd already stepped into the mid-tier spirit sense realm, but in an actual fight, I wouldn't even fear a Glimmer Realm expert. That armor of steel, can it take this one punch of mine? The thought landed, and I turned into a bolt of lightning, vanishing in an instant. The iron armor bull panicked, whipping its head left and right, a flash of alarm crossing its eyes. Were you looking? The voice cracked out from right behind it. Before it could even turn, I threw my punch. A heavy fist wrapped in thousands of thunderbolts slammed into its body of steel. Lightning sprayed everywhere. Searing pain shot through its entire frame, and its massive body instantly lost control. Moo! One agonized bellow, and it crashed to the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, dust filling the air. When the three of them focused their eyes, they saw that the iron armor bull's body had been smashed into a deep crater. He with one punch. The black-robed guy's voice was trembling. Killed the iron armor bull. The brown-robed guy swallowed hard, his face frozen. The pink-robed girl's mouth fell slightly open, and there was something hard to name in the way she looked at me now. As for me, I was standing there in a daze. Because right at that moment, my template system had changed. Template progress, 6.1%, up by 1%. Before, it had taken studying and the little figure's cultivation in my mind to grind the progress up to 5.1%. But just killing two beasts had jumped it a full percentage point. So progress didn't come only from bitter cultivation. Hunting was a way forward too. Some roads can't be finished behind closed doors. You have to step out and measure them with the edge of a blade. The thought sent a rush of heat through my chest. Still, the most pressing matter right now was eating. The rations in my tactical pack wouldn't last a day, and I had no interest in hunting beasts on an empty stomach. I stopped looking at the dead bull and walked over to the three candidates. The three immediately got excited, especially the black-robed guy. He slammed his sword back into its sheath, eyes lighting up. "Boss, you're unreal." One punch, and the iron armor bull's down. The brown-robed guy's face flushed red, clearly just as excited, but he held it in and didn't dare speak. You could tell he was the type who talked a lot around people he knew, but clammed up around strangers. Everyone likes praise, and I'm no exception. I smiled and asked, "Any of you know how to cook?" The three froze. The black-robed guy and the pink-robed girl turned at the same time to look at the brown-robed guy. My gaze landed on him too. "You can cook." He nodded, face reddening. "Yeah, my family. We've run restaurants for generations." My eyes flashed. My luck really was good. First thing I ask, and I hit someone who can cook. "Then can you handle this night tiger hind leg?" "Let me take a look first." He seemed to sense I wasn't hard to deal with, and his tone loosened up. He crouched by the charred meat, turning it over with both hands. "Not looking good." No, not a single part of it was good. The meat had been dark to begin with, and now it was charred enough to crumble. He pulled a short knife from his pack, sliced open the outer layer, and peeled it back to check. Seeing that the meat inside hadn't been cooked through, he let out a relieved breath. "I can handle it, but it'll take some time." "How long?" He thought about it. "Conservatively, 3 hours. Without fire, I can only shave off the electrocuted layer bit by bit." 3 hours. I frowned. What if there was fire? "With fire, 20 minutes is plenty," the brown-robed guy nodded. "Then wait for me a moment." I stood up, about to go find a fire type. A voice came from behind. "Already handled?" The four of us turned at once and saw two figures, one in white, one in green, come running out. The moment the two arrived, the first thing they saw was the iron armor bull collapsed on the ground, that deep fist crater and the charred hide. Shock was written all over their faces. To smash an iron armor bull into a crater, the sheer force behind that punch was unimaginable. Their eyes shifted to the four of us. "It's him," the green-robed man said, his expression grave. "Brotherly. Looks like we underestimated him." Battle lust flashed in the white-robed man's eyes, his sword hand trembling faintly. The three candidates got a clear look at the newcomers, and shock crossed their faces again. So these two had come too, drawn by the distress signal. I didn't know them and figured they were just ordinary candidates, so I waved and called out, "Hey, you two. Either of you got fire?" The green-robed man was taken aback. Maybe in his imagination, someone who'd made an entrance like mine should have been an arrogant, look down on everyone rich kid. My down-to-earth vibe clearly wasn't what he'd expected. People tend to believe their own imagination first, then look at who the other person actually is. Prejudice always walks ahead of understanding. "Fire," he answered anyway. "You mean fire-type powers?" My eyes lit up. I turned into thunder and flashed in front of the two of them in an instant. Both of them jolted and immediately went on the defensive. The white-robed man even drew his sword, slashing straight down. Clang. Sharp energy split the air, white light trailing behind it, unbelievably keen. Snap. A crisp sound, and the blade jerked to a stop midair. All its cutting force scattered into nothing. I'd caught his sword between two fingers. Exasperated, I said, Whoa, whoa, what's the deal, man? I'm not gonna hurt you." Forget candidates aren't allowed to just attack each other. His eyes flickered, and he quickly withdrew the sword. "Sorry." Reflex. He stared hard at me, clearly reeling inside. That strike had been pure instinct, with nothing held back, and I'd caught it between two fingers. Strong. Very strong. Incredibly strong. Those 3 words were written all over his face. I waved it off. "It's fine. So, which of you is the fire type?" "What do you need a fire type for?" the white-robed man said, steadying himself. I pointed at the charred hind leg. "Need someone to help cook this night tiger meat." "Got the cook, just missing a fire type to help out." "A night tiger?" the green-robed man cried out. That was an upper-tier spirit sense beast. Even the two of them together wouldn't dare face one head-on. "Yeah." I nodded. This tiger wasn't tough. Didn't even survive one punch. "What?" he cried out again, eyes full of shock. The white-robed man's eyelid twitched, like he was calculating something. "So, anyone here fire type?" I asked again. In just a few moments, These two had gone completely stunned, not composed at all. Yes, the white-robed man finally said. That's me. My eyes lit up. I grabbed his hand and turned to leave. Perfect. Do me a favor. He didn't refuse and let me pull him along. The green-robed man froze for a second, then called out, "Wait for me," and followed. The three of us reached the charred meat. The black-robed guy was already beside himself with excitement, while the brown-robed guy got nervous all over again. I noticed and clapped him on the shoulder. Relax, we're all friends here. From here on, you call the shots. Then I turned to the white-robed man. Bro, do me a favor. Once it's done, I'll catch a beast for you two to slay as score compensation. Sound good? No need. He actually turned it down, pointing at the hind leg on the ground. No need to catch any beast. Once it's done, just give me a bit of the night tiger meat. The moment those words left his mouth, before I could even react, the live stream exploded first. Damn, no wonder he's ranked #1 in combat scores in Chilu. His mind moves fast. Oh, why though? Isn't it better to just kill a beast for points? One look and I can tell you never paid attention in class. Didn't the teacher say? Nocturnal beast meat is the best for restoring powers. It's the ideal ingredient for recovering after a big fight. Indeed, in this world, the flesh of nocturnal beasts held enormous amounts of power. Eating it let you rapidly recover what you'd spent. A lot of power users carried rations made from it. Even the meal packs and the tactical backpacks were made from this kind of meat. But I only wanted this meat to fill my stomach. Whether it restored my powers or not made no difference to me. So I agreed. Sure, once it's done you can take some. Oh, and this tiger's corpse. I could only carry off the hind leg. I'll tell you where the rest is. You can go get it yourselves. His expression changed. You'd really tell me? Would I lie about that? I said, 34 by the top, 88 by the middle, 599 down below. Mark it and go grab it later. He looked genuinely baffled. He was probably thinking, hand the corpse to me. And wasn't I worried I'd quickly refill my powers and snatch first place? But since I'd already offered, he had no reason to keep refusing. He turned to the brown-robed guy. What do you need me to do? The brown-robed guy started, then haltingly listed what he needed. Once the two of them got to work, I stopped bothering them, walked over to the iron armor bull's corpse, and hopped up to sit steadily on its back. Poor bull. Even dead, it had to serve as my stool. The green-robed man had a thought, and an unseen gust of wind lifted him up onto the bull's back. Once he'd settled, he cupped his hands. The name's Linny Feng. May I ask? Ji Churin, I said. Just call me Brother G. The corner of his mouth twitched. He was more and more convinced I was no ordinary guy. Probably his first time meeting a young master like this. All right then. Linny Feng sat down beside me. Where are you from, Brother G? Chuanyu. Sichuan Chongqing. You mean the Chuanyu of get out of my way? This mountain's mine? Cough. My mouth twitched. Is that seriously the only thing Chuanyu makes you think of? There's more, he said, pulling a folding fan out of nowhere and flicking it open with a light snap. Breeding ground for savage dragons, too. I know. My whole body jolted, and I felt a wave of embarrassment. This kid looks all clean-cut and refined. How's his mouth this savage? While the two of us were chatting, the live stream boiled over again. Oh no, you didn't. His name's Linny Feng, right? How dare he trash-talk our sweet Chuanyu girls? What do you mean breeding ground for savage dragons? If I catch him, I'll show him exactly why the flowers bloom so red. You all really think you can beat Linny Feng? The guy's #1 in combat scores in Jinling. Look at what school the last commenter's from. Chuanyu University of Superpowers. Oof. Sorry, ladies. That was out of line, my bad. Blame Linny Feng. About 10-odd minutes later, Linny Feng, the black-robed guy, the pink-robed girl, and I were sitting on the bull's back, chatting. The two injured candidates had rested a bit. Their wounds weren't serious, and they'd recovered. Meanwhile, the brown-robed guy and the white-robed man, Li Tianxing, were working together on the hind leg. As we talked, I learned that Linny Feng was actually the top combat scorer in Jinling, a hot seed to be this exam's champion. At first, I'd just taken him for an ordinary candidate. So you're saying you're a top contender for champion? I was a little surprised. Haha, I wouldn't say that. He waved his fan gently, tone humble. Your strength speaks for itself, Brother G. He paused, then added, But Brother G, I've got a question. Ask. Your lightning powers, what class are they? The moment the words left his mouth, the black-robed guy and the pink-robed girl perked up and turned to look at me in unison. They were curious too. Thunder like that didn't look like anything a B class or A class could unleash. Because even the strongest A class lightning type, right after awakening, could only produce a single thin bolt, nothing like my whole body wreathed in thousands of thunderbolts. The live stream erupted just the same. Lenny Feng's question hits the mark. I want to know too. My guess is Ji Churin's already stepped into the spirit sense realm, entering that realm not long after awakening. With that kind of talent, his power class has got to be sky high. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I was about to just openly admit it. It's done, Li Tianxing's voice came. My attention was instantly pulled over. Behind him, the brown-robed guy was holding up a hind leg, steam rising, aroma wafting out, already fully prepared. The meat was ready. I leapt down from the iron armor bull's back and landed in front of the brown-robed guy. Probably afraid I'd misunderstand, he quickly held up the hind leg. Limited conditions, no seasoning, so I could only cook it plain. It'll probably taste like nothing. I smiled. On a battlefield, filling your stomach is enough? Who cares about flavor? I took the hind leg and hefted it. This one thing was nearly as big as half my body. It's fine, my standards aren't high. Since it's ready, let's divide it up. Divide it. Several of them said at once, none expecting me to offer up the meat on my own. Lin Yifeng stepped quickly to my side, face full of surprise. Brother G, I didn't lift a finger. I can't take this meat. The black-robed guy and pink-robed girl waved their hands too. Right? Brother G, we didn't do anything. We couldn't possibly take it. I shoved the meat into the brown-robed guy's hands. Why all the talk? A leg this big. I couldn't carry it all anyway. Everyone fell silent. Did they really not want it? They did. Nocturnal beast meat was too important to power users. Recovering after a fight depended entirely on it. Saying they didn't want it was just because they hadn't helped and couldn't get over the awkwardness. Cultivators fight for the heavens, fight for the earth, fight for the very air they breathe, I said, pushing the meat over. So how'd you all learn to be so modest? Prep it and split it up. It's getting late, and everyone's still got an exam to finish. I don't know what ripples that line sent through Li Tianxing's heart. He froze for a moment, and his eyes changed. Cultivators fight for the heavens, fight for the earth, fight for the very air. Everything, you have to fight for it yourself. In the end, the brown-robed guy couldn't argue with me and crouched down to start dividing the tiger leg. Living up to his family's inherited craft, in just a few minutes he'd carved that massive hind leg apart cleanly, fast enough to make your head spin. The logic was simple, really. The more power you burn, the more beast meat you need to eat. But I was different. I just needed to fill my stomach. A leg this size, I couldn't finish alone. Better to share it than waste it, and it earned me some goodwill besides. The exam was never just about fighting and killing. It was also about people and relationships. I wrapped my share in a piece of the iron armor bull's hide and hooked it at my waist. Good luck on the exam, everyone. I'm heading out. I gave a wave, and threads of electricity crackled to life all over my body. The next instant, I turned into a bolt of thunder and vanished from before their eyes. Behind me, I faintly heard an awestruck cry. Traveling with lightning powers, that's a boss for you. I didn't look back. In this world, invaders watched hungrily from all sides, and those who carried others' hopes rarely had the chance to talk romance. And me, I was exactly that kind of person. The next few hours passed without a ripple, calm and quiet. Calm for everyone else. Not for me. See it, kill it. Lower, mid, or upper spirit sense. As long as it wandered into my sight, there was only one ending. One punch, dead. I had no idea that at this very moment, behind countless unseen screens, the audience had gone from calling me boss to big bro. After some kid typed big bro's a beast into the comments, the whole thing took on a different flavor. I was completely clueless about the nickname. All I knew was that another iron armor bull had fallen under my fist. I finally stopped, plopped down on the bull's corpse, and caught my breath. It wasn't that my powers were drained. I was just tired from running. I sat on the iron-armored bull's back to catch my breath, casually pulling up the scoreboard. Exam Zone 47. First place, Ji Churin, score, 2,535. Second place, Li Tianxing, score, 987. Third place, Lin Yifeng, score, 966. The exam had only been going for a few hours. The top scores in other zones barely cracked 800. Even Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng couldn't catch up. The two of them were only racking up points this fast because I was pushing them into a non-stop grind. But no matter how hard they grinded, it didn't matter. They had to stop and replenish their abilities. I didn't. All I did was kill, kill, kill. The second reward was hidden inside me. Template progress, 7.9%. I could feel it clearly. With every 1% increase, my lightning ability grew stronger, like seals being peeled away one layer at a time. If it was this insane at S rank, what would I look like once I unlocked SSS rank? I couldn't help but smile. It was right around mealtime. I pulled the chunk of tiger leg meat from my waist and took a big bite. Just plain cooked meat. No, there was a hint of burnt in there too. The taste was weird. Frowning, I forced down 3 bites and set it aside. As I chewed, I sank into thought. Meat that had been electrocuted and then roasted. It'd be a miracle if it tasted good. High above the exam zone, a 10-meter-long windrock bird was circling. Examiner Wang Jiu sat on its back, a laptop propped on his knees, the screen displaying the entire map of the exam zone, dense with white dots and red dots. Suddenly, an alarm blared. A massive swarm of red dots surged up on the eastern side of the map, so thick and dense it was terrifying. Scattered white dots flickered within the red tide, one large and one small, blinking on and off. That meant examinees had pressed their emergency distress necklaces. Wang Jiu shot to his feet, snatched up the black communicator, pressed it to his lips, and shouted hoarsely, "Everyone stay alert. A beast tide has appeared. A beast tide." Great masses of mutant beasts merging into a tide, triggering a large-scale riot. This kind of thing usually only happened deep within the mutant beast forest and was almost always led by a high-level beast. Spontaneous ones were extremely rare. And it just so happened to hit my college entrance exam. Was I lucky or unlucky? On the map, countless red dots surged northward in a violent charge. Something like this, it actually happens to me? I didn't have time to dwell on it. Lightning wrapped my whole body as I shot toward the red tide. At the same time, a thought moved through me. I sent out a distress signal. The moment the signal went out, my location lit up and flashed on every examinee's map simultaneously. Linny Feng, running elsewhere, saw through it instantly. There are no red dots around it, but there's a distress signal. He pulled up the info. It's Brother G for sure. He turned and shouted to Li Tianxing. Brother G is issuing a rally command. Head to his position. Li Tianxing said nothing. He turned and changed course. And it wasn't just them. Examinees scattered all over understood my intent at nearly the same moment, and they all began converging on me. A distress signal. I'd turn it into a rally cry. One person couldn't stop a beast tide, so I'd bind everyone together into a single rope. A true powerhouse isn't someone who charges in alone. It's someone who knows how to fuse the strength around him into a raging flood. Meanwhile, in Wang Jiu's now empty office, the beast tide alarm felt like something happening in another world. Chun Meng had his legs crossed, using Wang Jiu's cup, brewing Wang Jiu's finest tea, pouring himself a full cup, his eyes narrowing in contentment. Just a spirit perception realm beast tide. For another examinee, maybe it'd be tricky. But the one out there right now was Ji Churin. Not to mention, that move I taught him, he hadn't even used it yet. Beast tide? Perfect. Something to help this kid put on a show. Chun Ming gently blew the steam off the surface of his tea. The thought of Wang Jiu still up in the sky, sweating himself ragged saving people, totally unaware that someone had commandeered his office, made him want to laugh. Just as he was about to take a sip, Meng! Slap! Chun Meng's whole body jolted, and he scrambled to steady the teacup. A hair's breadth more, and the full cup would have spilled everywhere. His face darkened as he turned. The door had been kicked open, and in walked a man draped in a blue battle robe, his face full of grins. Whoa, old Wang's office is pretty swanky. The man looked around, then strolled straight over to Chun Meng's side, catching sight of the freshly opened tea on the desk. Hey, Da Hong Pao. Old Wang's living pretty well. He naturally picked up a teacup and held it out. Meng, pour me a cup. Chun Meng's face went even darker, but he still filled it up. Haha. The man raised it and drank, looking blissful. Refreshing. He casually dragged over a stool and sat down. So what's the situation? How are the scores? Chun Meng kept his eyes closed, playing the part of a master, tea in his right hand, his left hand pointing at the screen. See for yourself. The man turned. The next instant, he took in that dense mass of red dots surging northward on the map. Huh? A beast tide? He blurted. You sure this is the Marshall College entrance exam? Yep. Ming nodded. Once in a century, and we gotta catch it. So what do we do? Can he survive? Screw you, old Xiao. Ming snapped, unable to hold back. What do you mean, can he survive? I'm telling you, this little freak won't just survive. He'll break this beast tied apart for me. You believe it or not? I believe it. Oomph. Knew you wouldn't, Belly. One look at you, and I can tell you're short sight. Ming stopped dead mid-sentence. Huh? You believe it? You believe it? Ming's eyes went wide. Obviously, Xiao shot him a disdainful glance. He's S rank. Nothing he does would surprise me. Besides, if it's something even you'd bet on, then it's a sure thing. All right, old Xiao, you're really something. Ming gave a grudging thumbs up, dripping with sarcasm. I know. Don't need you to tell me. Xiao admitted it without a hint of shame. Ming was left speechless. In the exam zone, I stared at the map, gauged the direction the beast tide was advancing, then chose a high rise on its flank to set up. This had once been a bustling city. Now it was abandoned, but a few small high rises still stood stubbornly, perfect as my stronghold against the beast tide. My distress signal kept transmitting, flashing on every examinee's map. A beast tide, also called a beast riot. Since it was a riot, there was no pattern to it. Though this swarm was heading north, a small splinter could peel off towards somewhere else at any moment, or it could suddenly change course mid-charge. Too many uncertainties. If I wanted a 100% chance of survival, there was only one way. Wipe them all out, solve it at the root. If you can't solve the problem, tear the problem itself to shreds. The white dots on the map winked out one after another. That meant wave after wave of examinees had already fallen to the beast tide. At the same time, countless white dots were surging toward me, as if they'd heard the call. I tugged at my gloves and looked into the distance. Battle lust churned in my eyes. In this moment, I would hide nothing. My edge, fully bared. Brother G. Lin Yifeng rode the gale down from the air with Li Tianxing, landing steadily at my side. Then his legs gave out, and he dropped straight to the ground. His face was pale, and he gasped for breath. Finally made it. That nearly killed me. Li Tianxing stood firm, immediately shrugging off his tactical pack, pulling out a black meal box, and handing the food to Lin Yifeng. Lin Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony. He took it and started chowing down. The food handed out before the exam had mutant nocturnal beast meat mixed in, fairly high grade. At a time like this, eating it was the fastest way to recover. You should top off too, I said to Li Tianxing. He shook his head, tone calm. I haven't used much. He carried me here on the wind the whole way. Big guy. The words had barely left when 4 figures appeared below. Li Tianxing and I leaned over to look. It was that group I'd run into before. The black-robed guy at the front had a face caked with grime, but his grin was dazzling. In a few quick movements, he scaled the rooftop and came to stand beside us. The brown-robed guy, the pink-robed girl, and an unfamiliar blue-robed girl all took running starts up the wall and reached the top one after another. Climbing and scaling was a required course in combat class. This little bit of height was nothing for exam takers. Big guy, I saw your rally signal, the black-robed guy said with a grin. You made good time. I smiled too, then noticed his battle robe had somehow been repaired good as new. Your robe, how'd it get fixed? He stepped aside, ushering the blue-robed girl forward. All thanks to her. Little Ling, met her on the way. Special ability, repair. She can fix both weapons and armor. I was slightly taken aback. Such a rare ability, and it happened to be in my exam zone, and he'd stumbled right into it. Hello, Big G. My name's Ling Lin, but you can just call me Little Ling. The blue-robed girl smiled sweetly and held out her hand. Hello, Ji Churin. I gave her hand a light shake. The black-robed guy hurried to introduce himself. Big guy, I'm Zhou Zimo. C rank, nature type, what attribute? Ability, entangle. Control type. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, control type. A certain someone's face surfaced in my mind at the worst possible time. I quickly stamped out the thought and looked back at the map. The huge mass of red dots had begun to split, with a small splinter breaking off towards somewhere else. Thankfully, it wasn't heading our way, buying us a little more time to rally. About 3 minutes later, examinees came stumbling in one after another, every one of them pale-faced, big beads of cold sweat rolling down. Clearly all of them had burned through their abilities at full throttle to make it here. I scanned the surroundings, then looked at the map again. Aside from the patch of ground beneath us, there wasn't a single white dot within miles. With me at the center, there were no other examinees within 10 kilometers. Everyone still alive was right here. Never thought we'd be the only ones left within 10 kilometers. Zimo looked around, deeply moved. He wasn't wrong. Counting me, there were barely a dozen people gathered here. What about the teammates who came with you? Lin Yifeng asked. A flash of fear crossed the eyes of the recovering examinees. A guy whose right hand was covered in blood said in a trembling voice. They all failed, every one of them died in the beast tide. My brow furrowed even deeper as I looked toward the dust swirling ahead. This was a beast tide. Even ability users, no one dared claim they could walk out of it unscathed. From just the first wave of impact, the examinees within a 10-kilometer radius had been reduced to a dozen or so. A wave of despair spread through everyone's hearts. Pull yourselves together, I suddenly said. I know the beast tide is dangerous, but what I'm about to say will put you in even more danger. I gazed straight ahead, my voice deliberate, word by word. I'm going to break this beast tide. Everyone's pupils shrank. Do you know what you're saying? Someone asked in disbelief. Of course I do, I said calmly. And I didn't gather you all here for passive defense. It's for an active offensive. That line sent chills prickling across everyone's scalp. The later arrivals were nearly convinced I'd lost my mind. My grand entrance certainly proved I was no ordinary figure. But no matter how extraordinary the status, it was still just status. We were all freshly awakened rookies. How could we possibly fight a riot this massive? I'm putting the choice in your hands, I said. Those willing to come with me, move out. Those who aren't, stay here and wait. That's fine too. Big guy, I'm with you. To everyone's surprise, Zimo didn't hesitate for a second. Seeing everyone look his way, he grinned. If it weren't for the big guy, I'd have been eliminated already this time. My mom taught me from a young age, when someone gives you a drop of kindness, repay it with a gushing spring. So I'm sticking with you. Something stirred in my chest. This kid was interesting. Phew. The brown-robed guy wiped the mud of mixed blood and ash from his face. I'm in too. Me too. The pink-robed girl didn't hesitate. Seeing that even the girl was in, the surrounding examinees gritted their teeth and roared. A man's got to be brave at least once in his life. I'm in. Even the girls are going. Am I going to shrink back behind them? Screw it. I'm going all in today. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianxing exchanged a glance, and in the end they both nodded too. Everyone was in. The corner of my mouth curled up in a smile. Just as I was about to speak, Lin Yifeng suddenly cut in. Brother G, 2 small beast tides are heading for us. I immediately pulled up the map. Everyone else checked too. On the map, 2 patches of red dots were surging in from the left and right, faintly forming a pincer. No rush, I said. Clear these 2 first. Now, tell me your abilities. Li Tianxing reported first. A-rank fire type, incinerating blaze. Lin Yifeng followed. A-rank wind type, sweeping gale. Ling Lin. Special type, repair. Zimo. C-rank wood type, entangle. C-rank fire type, great fire. C-rank water type, gentle water. B-rank special type, assembly. B-rank enhancement type, force multiplier. B-rank special type, sound wave. As they reported down the line, a plan had already taken shape in my mind. Assembly. I looked at that examinee. Can you assemble some kind of vehicle? He looked around, spotting a pile of scrapped cars in an open-air parking lot not far off, and immediately answered, I can, but it'll take some time. Good. You go assemble it. Force multiplier and repair go with you. Great fire too. I turned to Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng. You too. Your abilities complement each other, right? They both nodded. Then take gentle water and go left. You don't need to kill them. Just tangle them up and lure them over to me. Will it really work? Lin Yifeng hesitated. Trust me. I looked at him. And besides, questioning your commander on the battlefield is a bad habit. Lin Yifeng gave an awkward smile. Soundwave, you come with me to the right, I said. Your sound waves are the best at drawing beasts away. I'll need you to lead them over to my side. I know the pressure's on you, but for this, it has to be you. That examinee's expression turned solemn, and he nodded hard. Last, I turned to Zimo. I need you to bind me up. He froze for a moment, but in the end he clenched his teeth and didn't ask. Right now, all he could do was trust me. With everything arranged, I gave one more reminder. Once you've lured the beasts to me, get away immediately, as far as you can. Good luck with your missions. Everyone shouted in unison. Mission success. Deployment complete. Everyone scattered to their positions. I took Zhou Zimo and Little Li, the Soundwave guy, and moved to the right, choosing a patch of ruins where only broken walls remained as the final battlefield. Big guy, should I start? Zhou Zimo asked. I nodded. Find me. Wrap me a few extra times. Once you're done, go help Little Li lure the beasts. Got it. He spread his hands, jade green lights swirling in his palms. The next moment, tough green vines burst up from the ground, coiling around my body loop by loop, yet without hindering my movement at all. Thoughtful, I said with a slight smile. He scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Then, big guy, we'll head out first. Go. Stay safe. The two pulled up the map and turned to leave. They had to pick their luring positions based on the beast tide's direction. No point standing dumbly right in front of the beasts. That'd just make them living targets. On the other side, Li Tianxing, Lin Yifeng, and the gentle water girl had found their spot. If my estimate's right, this small beast tide will pass through here. Lin Yifeng stood atop a small rock garden. Good. Li Tianxing adjusted his longsword, battle lust surging. The gentle water girl was named Little Yu. Right now her body was still rigid, her expression tense. Her ability was only C rank, useless for dealing any damage to a beast tide. She couldn't even figure out why she'd been sent here. The two beside her, one A rank fire, one A rank wind, could even complement each other, while she, a C rank water type at odds with fire, what could she possibly contribute? Lin Yifeng noticed her unease and comforted her with a smile. Don't overthink it. Since Brother G put you here, he's definitely got his reasons. Just relax. Little Yu's face flushed, and she murmured in a voice thin as a mosquito's, Thank you. Here they come, Li Tianxing said gravely. That fast. Lin Yifeng turned. Boom, boom, boom. Dense, heavy footsteps rolled in, the earth trembling with them. Dust billowed into the sky, and one massive body after another appeared before them, like a marching army. Lin Yifeng's pupils shrank. Iron-armored bulls, bare-backed wolves, sharp-clawed lions, silver-horned rhinos. Insane, this is absolutely insane. He'd never imagined that this small splinter would be composed entirely of terrifying beasts at mid-spirit perception realm or above. Brotherly, this time we really have to put it all on the line. The footsteps were so loud he had to shout. I know. Li Tianxing gave a rare, full-throated cry, drawing his sword, his gaze blazing. I made my resolve long ago. Ignite. Flames spread across his palm. In an instant, boiling fire surged along the long sword, turning it into a blade of flame. Good. Brotherly, today you and I fight side by side. Lin Yifeng flicked his wrist, and the folding fan snapped open with a pack. Step back a bit. Little Yu nodded and retreated behind them. She knew that right now, there was nothing she could do. Boom, 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 boom. The small beast tide bulldozed forward. Li Tianxing stood on the flank, eyes burning. The instant they charged out from the side, he roared. Incinerate. A mighty column of flame shot out from the fireblade, condensing in midair into a slash of sword energy. Wind rise. Lin Yifeng channeled his ability, sweeping the fan hard at the fire slash. Invisible gale poured into the flames, blowing them thicker and fiercer. The slash that was about to fizzle out instantly roared back to full strength, stretching 100 meters and landing in the beast tide. Several shrill howls rang out as flames erupted on several beasts. Li Tianxing sheathed his sword, pointed his right hand at the beast pack, and shouted sharply, Flame continuation. Both palms suddenly blazed with roaring fire, his internal ability draining fast. Cold sweat dripped down his face, splashing onto the trembling ground. On the strength of his outstanding combat scores, the school had specially outfitted him with several fire-type battle techniques. Flame continuation was his choice. Enemies who caught fire would keep burning, and the flames would spread. Anything that touched a burning target would ignite as well. It was a wide area, sustained death. A perfect match for his fire-type ability. Now, within the small beast tide, the fire spread like flames through a forest. As long as one tree caught, the blaze would leap to the next, endless. Let me add some fuel. Wind rose beneath Lin Yifeng's feet as he darted to within 50 meters of the beast tide and let out a long howl. Hurricane art. As the words fell, his internal abilities surged wildly, draining 2/3 in an instant, his face going pale at a visible speed. But all of it, worth it. A 6-meter-tall tornado was summoned forth by Lin Yifeng. Wild wind tore at his robes, snapping loudly. The rubble on the ground, the dust in the sky, all of it was sucked toward the eye of the storm. In mere seconds, the tornado turned into a savage sandstorm. Lin Yifeng's face was covered in grime. Gritting his teeth, he drove his ability and roared. Now go! The sandstorm crashed into the beast pack with a thunderous roar. He forced himself back to Li Tianxing's side, and Li Tianxing was in equally rough shape. The prolonged flame continuation had nearly wrung his internal ability dry. He had no choice but to stop. The moment he did, his vision went black and his body crumpled. Lin Yifeng caught him just in time to keep him from collapsing. Gru, Mu, Ruhar. Screams burst out from the beast pack. Nearly the entire small beast tide had been set aflame, and the fire, whipped up by the sandstorm, burned hotter and hotter like a flowing hellscape. Can we burn them to death? Lin Yifeng asked weakly. No. Li Tianxing was completely drained. Not hot enough. And besides, we screwed up. The beasts, they've gone berserk. Lin Yifeng looked up and saw the flame-covered beasts crashing and rolling around like they'd gone mad, no longer responding to any lure at all. As long as the fire didn't go out, they'd never turn back. Fire, putting out fire. In that instant, Little Yu's mind gave a violent jolt. Her voice trembled. Could it be, could it be? She clenched her fists, her eyes full of struggle. But the next moment, she forced that flicker of hesitation back down. She walked up to the two of them and said, word by word, I know why Brother Churin put me here. Because the one who can truly draw the beasts in is me. What? Lin Yifeng was stunned. Then, as if it all suddenly clicked, he murmured in disbelief. Is it really so? If it were true, how heavy a burden was being placed on Little Yu's shoulders. Whether it is or not, I have to try. Little Yu's eyes blazed. Brother Lin, Brother Li, you two get far away first. The words weren't even finished before she was already sprinting into the distance. Lin Yifeng stared at that slender figure, his throat bobbing, and in the end, all he could do was grit his teeth, hoist Li Tianxing up, and retreat towards safety. The earth quaked, and Little Yu raced across the trembling ground, not a trace of tension left on her face, only resolve. I will complete the mission, no matter what. She raised her right hand, a thought moving through her. Gentle water vapor gathered in her palm, coalescing into a ball of clear water that slowly floated up and swelled, until it was as big as two of her heads. Only then did she cast it out, letting it hover at her side. 1 ball, 2, 4, 5, orbiting all around her. The instant the water balls appeared, the beast pack locked onto her. Their bodies were covered in flame. Only water could save them. And in these ruins, the only water was in Little Yu's hands. Roar! The beasts roared in unison, wheeling around to chase her wildly. The earth shook again, like an earthquake tearing the world apart. Deprived of its ability boost, Lin Yifeng's sandstorm dissipated soundlessly. His power was too weak, nowhere near enough to sweep up these giant beasts. As the beast pack receded, Lin Yifeng supported Li Tianxing into an abandoned open-air restaurant, gently set him down, then looked up into the distance, his eyes flickering. Have faith in her, Li Tianxing said, his voice a mere thread. Lin Yifeng's lips moved. 1,000 words, but in the end, all he said was, let's hope. Brother G's plan works. On the wasteland plain, another team was already in position. Zhou Zimo and Little Li climbed a small hill. This had once been an undeveloped development zone, buildings sparse, the half-finished ones mostly collapsed, but thankfully there were still a few high spots to observe from. How do you plan to do this? Tell me, and I'll follow your lead, Zhou Zimo said, eyeing the red dots on the map. They'll be here in 3 minutes. I don't have a plan, Little Li said, licking his cracked lips. Huh. Zhou Zimo's pupils shrank, his head buzzing. Then how do we lure the beasts? How? Little Li shot him a glance and dropped a bombshell. Brute force. I'll use my ability to hook the beast pack over, then lead them and run to Brother G. Just run. Zhou Zimo was dumbfounded. Even if the distance isn't far, a person can outrun a beast pack. You couldn't even outrun a T-boar when it first awakened. That's why I've got you. Little Li smiled. When you see a beast getting close to me, hit it with entangle to slow it down. You're a control type, after all. Me? Zhou Zimo pointed at his own nose. You want me to use a C-rank ability to entangle an entire beast pack? You think I'm S-rank? He was completely floored. For the first time in his life, Someone was treating his C rank ability like it was S rank. Sigh. Little Lee let out a helpless breath. Can't be helped. It's the simplest, most direct way right now. If you can't do it, just get far away and I'll handle it alone. Screw it. Joe Zimo stiffened his neck. Who says I can't? I can't. Haha. Little Lee instantly broke into a grin and clapped him on the shoulder. Then I'm counting on you, Brother Joe. Joe Zimo's expression froze, and he stood there in a daze. Why did it feel like he'd just been played? Before he could think it through, a thunderous pounding of feet came rolling in from the distance. The ground shook violently, like an earthquake was breaking loose. They're here. Little Lee's face snapped taut. He licked his lips again, his body trembling faintly. Adrenaline detonated through his veins. Good luck, Joe. He tossed out the words, then bolted, body already in motion, charging down the slope. Joe Zimo reached out to stop him, but the words died in his throat. Damn it. I got played. He dropped his hand, gritting his teeth hard. Forget it. Let's do this. I'll settle the score later. He shot down the slope too, hugging Little Lee's flank. The instant a beast caught up, he'd hit it with entangle. Boom, boom, boom. The beast horde came terrifyingly fast, closing the distance in a blink. But their target wasn't in Ji Churin's direction at all. Little Lee whipped his head around, channeling every ounce of his power into his throat, and roared at the horde. You pack of idiots. Your grandpa's right here. The sound wave slammed into the horde like a physical force. The beasts froze as one, then their eyes blazed with savagery. They wheeled around and lunged at him. Little Lee's face went dead white. Every scrap of potential in his body erupted in that instant, and he took off at a dead sprint. He'd braced himself for this, but with all that killing intent chasing him down, his legs still went weak. On the flank, Joe Zimo's composure shattered on the spot. So many of them. What the hell am I supposed to entangle? He cursed out loud, but his feet only pumped faster. His hands kept firing off his power, latching desperately onto the beast at the very front. The effect was almost negligible, but it bought Little Lee a sliver of time. Damn it, I really owe you for this. Joe Zimo's face was ashen, his power draining fast. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, roughly 100 meters apart, ran for their lives toward Ji Churin. Thankfully, this was only a small offshoot from the beast tide. Had it been the whole tide, this little stretch of ground would have become their grave. Here they come. I stood in the center of the clearing and quietly spat out the words, a cold light flashing in my eyes. The breeze lifted my battle suit, sending it fluttering. Boom, 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 thud, thud, thud. The pounding of feet came from both left and right at once, like 1,000 armies bearing down. Roar and low. Countless beast cries wove together into a wall of noise, grating and maddening. I turned my head and saw Xiaoyu, gritting her teeth, both hands sweeping left and right, sending the water orbs around her scattering out in all directions. The horde chasing her was wreathed in flames, driven mad by the burning, thinking of nothing but finding water to put it out, and her water orbs were their lifeline. She relied on this one trick to stay just ahead of the horde. When they got close, she flung out a water orb to make them lunge and miss. The orb burst the moment it hit the ground, never quenching the fire. Then she'd condense another, and the horde's eyes would lock onto it again. That's how she managed to lure the entire horde right in front of me. She looked at me through gritted teeth, a trace of hesitation still in her eyes, as if she were weighing something. I gave her a slight nod. She hesitated no longer. She whipped every water orb toward me and darted off to the flank. She remembered exactly what I'd told her. As the water orbs flew in, the horde chasing her let out 2 furious roars and came charging at me, eyes red. Flame-wreathed behemoths charged like demons out of hell. I watched calmly, then tilted my head. Little Lee had reached me too. Brother G, it's all on you now, he yelled, then spun around and bolted straight for Joe Zimo. The 2 hordes closed in from left and right, converging on me. The ground quaked, sand filled the sky. Huh. I grinned, arched my body slightly, and drove the power within me. ZZZT. Threads of azure lightning flickered out across my body, as if ready to explode at any moment. They drew closer and closer. I quietly spoke 4 words. Starfall. Storm. My palms shoved outward all at once. Countless violent bolts of lightning surged out from within me, converging into a 3-dimensional sphere of thunder with me at its heart. Crackle, crackle, boom. The thunder sphere expanded at breakneck speed, and every beast that came near was paralyzed on the spot. The azure electricity, carrying the force of annihilation, roared outward for dozens of meters in every direction. From far away, a massive sphere of countless azure lightning bolts rose out of thin air, radiating boundless might, spreading in all directions. Lin Yifeng, supporting Li Tianxing as they hurried along, suddenly felt the ground shudder. He looked up, right into that thunder sphere erupting from the earth. His mouth fell open, his mind blank. Li Tianxing's pupils shrank violently, his heart skipping a beat. This 10-meter thunder sphere was really unleashed by a kid taking the college entrance exam? You've got to be kidding me. Zhou Zimo and Little Li, being closest, felt it most directly. Forget the center. Half a beat slower, and they'd both have died in there. Holy crap. Now I finally get why the boss told us to stay far away. Zhou Zimo screamed. One hit like that could have wiped out our whole team. Little Li said nothing. He stood frozen, that enormous thunder sphere reflected in his eyes. Only a dazed murmur left in him. So terrifying. Xiaoyu, already 100 meters out, was stunned too. That sky-splitting force was unleashed by a fellow examinee taking the same test as her. This isn't something a little off? Outside, the live stream had already blown up. A lightning esper who just awakened, and this is his attack. Bro, why is your lightning nothing like my lightning? This is really an exam candidate. Which one of you here would dare take that head on? Imperial Capital Esper University. Jiao Xinyu stared at the live stream, mouth hanging wide open, unable to believe it. How is this possible? An attack like that? Is the gap between S-rank lightning and A-rank lightning really this huge? Beside her, a man watched the screen in silence, murmuring under his breath. Ji Chuan, huh? Zhongzhou University. Li Fei sat alone in his empty office, quietly watching the live stream. No one knew what he was thinking. Modi University. Guo Tianlu clenched his fists, brows knitted tight, his face full of regret. That's already on par with a primordial energy realm attack. Had he known, he never should have fought over that SS rank student. He'd missed the SS rank, then lost the S rank too, came away empty-handed. But then again, didn't Zhongzhou University end up the same? Only then did he claw back a shred of balance. Seconds later, the thunder sphere slowly dissipated, all the electricity fading away. From the distance came a series of dull thuds, and the ground shuddered again, as if heavy objects were crashing down one after another. I didn't need to look. I already knew the result. Xiaoyu snapped out of her daze and hurriedly checked her map. When she saw that only a field of white dots remained nearby, her heart lurched. They're wiped out. She clapped both hands over her mouth, her eyes instantly welling up. I did it. I really did it. She was crying and laughing at once. She really had pushed past her own limits. When Lin Yifeng and Li Tianxing gave out, she hadn't backed down. She'd picked up the banner and used her wits to draw the entire horde to the designated spot. Teammates in the other directions also received word that their hordes had been annihilated. Smiles spread across their faces in unison. They'd done it. They hadn't truly quelled the beast tide, but through sheer teamwork, they'd cut down over 100 beasts. For a group of newly awakened rookies, that was an incredible result. Once the excitement passed, they ran toward my direction. At that moment, I was staring blankly at the prompt in front of me. My template system had gone up. Template progress, 13.47%. Instinctively, I reached out to the power inside me. ZZT. The moment the thought stirred, lightning coiled around my body, wilder and fiercer than before. So this is evolution? I flicked my hand, and a bolt of lightning thick as my thumb shot out, striking the beast corpses ahead and a few charred, vine-like husks. Crack! The lightning exploded with a roar, residual sparks scattering with a hiss. Not only did the power go up, even the aftershock is more vicious. That confirmed it. Every stage the template advanced, my power grew a notch stronger. And as for how to advance it, I currently knew two ways: cultivation and killing beasts. Whether there were other paths, I'd have to figure out slowly. Some kinds of power never just fall from the sky. They're hidden in every single choice where you refuse to back down. Boss! Zhou Zimo's voice cut through my thoughts. I came back to myself and turned to see him sprinting over, face full of worship, yelling at the top of his lungs. Boss, you're way too incredible. Zhou Zimo, filthy and covered in dust, rushed up in front of me, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration. Too incredible, boss. That move just now, that was a combat skill, right? Yeah. I nodded. Whoa, you learned a combat skill this fast. A boss is a boss after all. He piled on the praise until even I felt a little awkward. I raised a hand to cover my mouth and coughed twice. Keep it low-key. Low-key. Brother G. Little Lee suddenly spoke up meekly, his face pale, hands not knowing where to go. Do you still have any food? The kind the examiner handed out at the start. I lost my backpack while I was running. I've got some, man. I've got some. As I spoke, I shrugged off my backpack. The moment I got it off, I froze. The whole tactical backpack was charred black, still giving off faint wisps of smoke. My mouth twitched. I unzipped it and fished out the black lunchbox. The air went silent in an instant. The lunchbox was charred black too, threads of smoke drifting up, the burnt smell spreading under my nose. Impossible to tell whether it was the beast corpses or my lunchbox. I lifted the lid. The food inside was burnt utterly black. It's a little burnt, but it's no big deal, I said, looking at Little Lee. Still want it? Little Lee put on his mask of agony. He wasn't a picky eater, but this thing, black enough to shine. Could he really put it in his mouth? Better not pass away the second he tried it. Just as he warred with himself, a figure came running over in the distance, a tactical backpack slung on their back. It was Xiaoyu. Little Lee grabbed onto her like a drowning man to driftwood, waving frantically. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu ran over to us, panting as she pulled food from her lunchbox to restore her strength. Little Lee sidled up. Sisyu. What is it? A faint flush rose on his pale face. Could you share some food with me? I lost my backpack. Sure. Xiaoyu held out her lunchbox. I ate a little. There are 3 pieces left. Thanks. Little Lee took the lunchbox, thrilled and about to dig in, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhou Zimo next to him. He paused, broke one of the pieces in half, and held out the half plus a whole piece. Eat up. I know you lost your backpack too. Zhou Zimo waved a hand and said politely, No need. I can still hold out. All right, then you don't get any. Little Lee pulled his hand back, quick and clean. Zhou Zimo was dumbfounded. Hold on. That's not how the script goes. Weren't you supposed to ask me again, and then I'd bashfully accept? Why'd you stop asking? His power was heavily drained to begin with. He'd only tossed out a polite refusal on reflex, and now the courtesy was gone. Ahem. Zhou Zimo changed his tune. Actually, I burned through a lot too. Eating a bit would be fine. So do you want it or not? Little Lee said, exasperated. I do. Zhou Zimo snatched it right out of his hand. I watched these two and shook my head helplessly. It was all a little absurd. Then something occurred to me, and I turned to ask, Xiaoyu, where are Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng? She told me everything that had happened. I see. I murmured under my breath. The next second, a massive wind-pung bird plunged down from the sky, diving straight at us. A gale kicked up, blowing away the layers of dust all around. On the bird's back, besides Wang Jiao, sat several people, Li Tianxing, Lin Yifeng, and the ones I'd sent off to build a means of transport. Ji Churin, get up here. Wang Jiao shouted. Something's changed. Leave now. Things had spun beyond anyone's expectations. I didn't hesitate. I pushed off with my right foot and leapt onto the bird's back. Zhou Zimo and the others scrambled up after me. Once everyone was aboard, Wang Jiao patted the wind-pung bird. Its giant wings spread, and we shot into the sky. Only mid-flight did I speak. Teacher Wang, what happened in the exam zone? Wang Jiao's expression was grave, fury banked in his eyes. Beggars. Beggars slipped into the exam zone, and they triggered the beast tide. What? Everyone cried out in shock. Beggars, traitors who betrayed the human race for power and defected to the demon beast myriad clans. They stopped at nothing. As long as it made them stronger, they'd slaughter innocents without a second thought. Utterly ruthless. Having betrayed humanity, they didn't dare show themselves in the open, forced to skulk in hiding. Rats in the gutter. And yet, rats like that had chosen the day of the college entrance exam to crawl out. My brows knotted. What are you thinking? Wang Jiao asked. I'm thinking, I said, what exactly is worth enough for these rats to crawl out of the dark at any cost? Your question is my question too. Wang Jiao let out a sigh. When the beast tide first appeared, I thought it was a coincidence. No one can pin down the odds of something like that. But during the rescue, I saw something that shouldn't have been here. Everyone pricked up their ears. Wang Jiao's gaze hardened, his voice dropping low. A hollowing rabbit. The moment the words fell, my mind buzzed. The hollowing rabbit, beast, is in its name, but it isn't a beast. It belongs to the demon beast kind. They feed on organs, able to scoop out the insides of a beast or a human completely clean, leaving behind a perfectly intact hide. And a demon beast can slip on that hide and disguise itself as anyone. The hollowing rabbit has no intelligence. It only acts on command. Its appearance meant one thing. Demon beasts had come. So this time, it's not just beggars. There are demon beasts too. Lin Yifeng couldn't believe it. Right. Wang Zhou nodded. We still don't know their objective. Maybe it's like Ji here said, they're after something. But it could also be to slip in among the exam candidates. I finished for him. Wang Zhou slowly closed his eyes. Demon beasts can wear human hides. I can't help but think that way. So right now, we need to run a full screening. Wang Zhou nodded, then looked into my eyes, more precisely, at my tactical glasses. Everyone can rest assured, we'll screen thoroughly. We will not let a single demon beast slip into our homeland. He paused. Also, we've discussed it. Any candidate from exam zone 47 who's dissatisfied with their score may apply for a makeup exam. I understood these words were meant for the outside world. I was just a little puzzled. Why was he saying them to my live stream? Could it be my live stream had a lot of viewers? Off camera, Chen Meng and old Xiao had long since been unable to sit still. Both rose and turned into two beams of light, streaking toward the centralized screening point. Damn it all. How could demon beasts slip into an exam zone? Chen Meng cursed. What the hell was that crew in charge of Zone 47 doing? They couldn't even catch this. Old Xiao's face was dark, a fire pressed down inside him. Thank God the demon beasts hadn't gone after that kid, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Looks like some people have gotten too lazy. They've forgotten the rules. Old Xiao's voice dropped to a frightening low. And it wasn't just them. Every teacher and team leader whose students were testing in Zone 47 rushed to the screening point. These were demon beasts. One misstep, and the price would be devastating. Back at the exam site, hearing that a makeup exam was possible, Zhou Zimo breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing there's a retake. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Looks like his road through the exam wasn't over yet. Uffed. Wang Zhou suddenly laughed, sweeping his gaze over the few of us. You lot, want to take a look at your scores now? Everyone paused, and with a stir of thought, pulled up the rankings. Exam Zone 47. First, Ji Churin, 5,000. Second, Li Tianxing, 4,465. Third, Lin Yifeng, 4,320. Fourth, Li Zi, 2,245. Fifth, Zhou Zimo, 1880. Sixth, everyone froze, especially Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng, for 1,000 points. And that 5,000. A perfect score. In this exam, breaking 1,000 points basically guaranteed you a spot at university. Breaking 2,000 earned you the right to knock on the doors of the top-tier institutions. And the average score of past national top scorers was only a little over 3,800. Last term's top scorer took 3,980, locking in first place the moment the exam ended. And now, another 5,000 had appeared for the first time in a century, dragging two 4,000s along with it. Off camera, the live stream completely erupted. Hey, that can't be right. 5,000. A perfect score. How is that possible? How is it not possible? Did you not see how many beasts Ji Churin wiped out with that one hit? If the max weren't 5,000, his score would have kept climbing. Over 100 beasts died under that single strike, including some in the higher spirit perception realm. Other people score 5,000 because they can score 5,000. Ji Churin scores 5,000 because the score is capped at 5,000. My God, humanity's about to gain another pillar, and I actually get to witness it with my own eyes. At the exam site, Wang Zhou explained to everyone why the scores were so high. The main reason was that one burst of mine, which flattened several hundred beasts all at once. As for everyone else's scores, take Li Tianxing and Lin Yifeng first. The tactical glasses scoring rule was this. Only after a beast dies is a candidate's damage to it tallied. In other words, every bit of their earlier chip damage in the beast tide got converted into real damage points the instant those beasts were flattened by me. The damage points for a single beast weren't much, but there were simply too many of them. A whole horde forcibly pushed the two of them up to 4,000. The same went for Little Li and Zhou Zimo. Little Li's soundwave power all landed on the horde, netting some attack points. Luring the beasts toward me added guidance points. Zhou Zimo relied on his entangle control to earn control points and rescue points. Xiaoyu, through her long stretch of guiding the beasts, racked up over 1,400. Everyone who took part in the plan got their fair share. But at the end of the day, it was all because I killed that horde. Otherwise, no amount of chipping or luring would have earned a single point. Everyone had clearly figured this out too. The looks they gave me turned grateful. Zhou Zimo and Little Li even sidled up beside me and started massaging my shoulders. Boss, it's gotta be you. You're a living immortal. Brother G, my worship for you is like water from the heavens. Endless and overflowing. I couldn't help but laugh. You two are really something. The two grinned and pressed harder on my shoulders. Xiaoyu, eyes brimming with tears, gave me a deep bow. Thank you, Brother Chorin. I waved a hand. Don't thank me. Thank yourself. If you hadn't lured them over, you wouldn't have gotten those points either. She nodded again and again, tears sliding down. She could go to university now. Lin Yifeng clasped his fists and said solemnly, Brother G, if you ever need anything, just call on me. Lin Yifeng may not have much, but I've got one thing, loyalty. All right. Li Tianxing said the same. Same here. Just say the word, and I'll answer. Great. The mood grew lively for a while. Some were joyful, some were glum. The ones I'd sent off to build the vehicle now looked at each other in dismay, eyes full of regret. Why hadn't they fought tooth and nail to join the plan back then? Missing out on billions. We're almost there. Wang Jiu gazed at the buildings gradually coming into view in the distance and pulled out a black walkie-talkie. You can cut the live stream now. The moment he finished, our live stream went dark. But the viewers didn't leave. They kept boiling over in front of the black screen. Whoa, terrifying. 2 4,000s and 1 5,000. The highest in any other live stream was only 1,600. There's no suspense left about the national top scorer. And the craziest part, the exam had only been going for a little over 6 hours. Not even half a day. This is really an exam candidate. He's basically a superhuman. Am I the only one curious about what rank Ji Churin's power actually is? Upstairs, you're not alone. The wind-pung bird slowly descended onto the sports field of a black-purple building. We jumped down. On the field, candidates who'd been eliminated earlier in the beast tide sat around in 2s and 3s, faces full of exhaustion, fear still lingering in their eyes. Clearly, they hadn't recovered from that nightmare yet. From here, follow the teacher's arrangements for screening. I need to head back to the exam zone, Wang Jiu said. He was going back to settle the beast tide and track down the beggars and demon beasts. We waved goodbye. The wind-pung bird spread its wings and rose, and only after it had vanished completely from sight did everyone pull their eyes away. I scanned the surroundings and didn't see any newly arrived candidates. So that means we were the last ones out of the exam zone? Probably. Lin Yifeng looked around and nodded. We were sizing up our surroundings, and the surroundings were sizing us up. 2 provincial number 1s, plus a mysterious young master of unknown origin, coming out last. Anyone would be curious about a combination like that. One candidate worked up the courage to speak. Hey, mind if I ask what your scores were? He seemed to be asking on behalf of the whole crowd. The moment the words were out, everyone else pricked up their ears. You can't check them yourselves? I was a little surprised. We can't. The guy gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Our tactical glasses pretty much all got smashed in the beast tide. And even if they hadn't, the glasses go dead the moment you leave the exam zone. I mulled it over. Dead the moment you leave the zone. That was probably to keep anyone from sneaking the glasses out. I tried reaching out to my own tactical glasses, and sure enough, no response at all. Behind every rule that sounds absurd, there's usually an equally absurd story hidden away. As for scores, I hadn't planned to hide mine anyway. How could you possibly hide college entrance exam results? I was just about to speak, when a familiar voice cracked across the sky. Little freak. It was Chen Ming. His shout came dropping from high above, seizing my attention in an instant. And I wasn't the only one seized. The whole field's eyes were caught by the 2 figures plunging down from the sky. One was a burly man with a face full of muscle and a body of solid brawn. The other was a man with short azure hair, lightning marks etched at the corners of his eyes. The 2 figures, wrapped in terrifying power, dropped straight down and slammed heavily to the ground beside me. Bam! Bam! Dust flew up. The next moment, a pair of big hands grabbed my shoulders. Little freak, are you okay? It was Chin Ming. He clutched me, turning me left and right, his face full of undisguised worry, as if terrified I might be missing a single hair. Old Chun, I'm fine. He'd spun me until I was dizzy, and I answered helplessly. He acted like he hadn't heard, still examining me all over. Old Xiao, beside him, finally couldn't stand it. He laid a hand on Chun Ming's shoulder. Ming, you're overreacting a bit. The hell do you know? Chen Ming didn't even turn his head. This is called caring. A dark line ran down old Xiao's forehead, and his left hand quietly curled into a fist. But recalling Chun Ming's defense-heavy power, he forced that fist back down. Swinging it would only hurt himself. The others on the field tactfully dispersed. The candidate who'd asked about scores gave a sheepish laugh and walked off. Lin Yifeng, Li Tianxing, and a few others found spots to sit and quietly waited for the screening. Having confirmed I was completely unharmed, Chen Ming finally let out a breath of relief. He released his grip and lightly thumped his right fist against my chest. Lucky you, kid. If that demon or beggar had set their sights on you, it would have been a real mess. He grinned. But honestly, you're a beast. Wiping out 2 whole beast squads with the move I taught you. That's got the flair I had back in the day. Ha ha ha. Like you. Old Xiao cut in mercilessly. Like the time an iron-armored bull pinned you to the ground and pounded you for half an hour? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have even passed the college entrance exam. Chen Ming didn't even flinch, standing his ground. So what? I could tank an iron-armored bull for half an hour. You telling me that's not strong? I'm an enhancement type. I don't need any bells and whistles. Old Xiao's mouth twitched violently, a few months apart. And how the hell had this guy's face gotten so thick? Old Chun, your college exam. I'd barely started. Ahem, that's not important. He cut me off with a wave. The real question is, how'd you score? You know, back in my day, I scored 3,000. 5,000, I said. 3,000 something. Wait, how much? 5,000. Chun Ming's eyes went wide as saucers, doubting his own ears. He knew I could score high, but even his highest expectation topped out at just over 4,000. And then I threw out a 5,000. Old Xiao wore an I knew it expression. Yep, 5,000. I curled my lips, flashing a mouthful of white teeth. You didn't see me wipe out those mutant beasts? Chen Ming froze, his brain seemingly short-circuiting. Of course he'd seen it. He'd just been too caught up in the excitement to remember the score. Now, thinking back, hundreds of mutant beasts, that had to be a perfect score. Besides, the real reason I scored 5,000 was that the max score was only 5,000. Damn, you freaking pervert. After holding it in for ages, that was all Chun Ming could squeeze out. I gave him a sidelong glance. Fine. No more little pervert. I'd been upgraded to freaking pervert. Just then, a teacher wearing the battle robe of North City Military Academy walked out of the building and called out loudly. Everyone, quiet down. If your name is called, follow me inside for testing. Those not called, stay on the field. Food and water will be brought out shortly. Help yourselves if you need it. He lowered his head and opened a white roster in his hands. Ji Churin. I froze. First one, huh? Oomph. Playing your cards well, I see. Chun Ming snorted, his expression sour, and gave me a shove. Go on, little pervert. Once you're done, I'll help you settle the score. Full of confusion, I still walked briskly toward the teacher. Seeing me approach, the teacher immediately broke into a smile. Student G, please follow me. He made a this-way gesture and led the way ahead. I fell in behind him. Once inside the building, it was a whole different world. There were countless rooms, each door seeping a faint glow, as if sealed by something. Noticing my gaze, the teacher smiled and asked, Curious, Student G? I nodded without hiding it. This is where our academy tests demons and detains beggars. Simply put, it's a prison. He explained. Every door has a special type ability cast on it. Lockdown. I nodded thoughtfully. So that faint glow was caused by an ability. Someone capable of casting large-scale spells to detain beggars was no ordinary figure. I followed him up to the 3rd floor. This place was completely different from the 1st floor. The floors and walls flowed with white light. We walked all the way to a door, and he stopped. I glanced up and saw the sign beside it. Conference room. Conference room? I was baffled. Wasn't I supposed to be getting tested? Yes, the conference room. The teacher pushed the door open and stepped aside. I don't know the details either. I only know someone wants to see you. I frowned. See me? For what? 1,000 questions churned in my mind. I even considered the worst possibility. Someone wanted to harm me. The teacher seemed to see through my worries. Relax, student G, we mean you no harm. If anything, we want to compensate you. What do you mean? You'll understand once you're inside. He shook his head. After a moment's internal struggle, I still stepped into the conference room. The door closed behind me, and the footsteps faded away. The teacher had left. The inside was completely different from what I'd imagined. No rows of seats, no room full of people. The entire room held just 2 chairs. One of them was already occupied. He had his back to me, the wide chair back obscuring his figure, making him impossible to read. You're here. A hoarse male voice came through, heavy and weighted. I didn't stand on ceremony, walking straight to the empty chair and sitting down. I'm here. What's up? The man fell silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting me to be so at ease. He soon laughed. Interesting. Truly worthy of a prodigy who awakened at S rank. The chair slowly turned around, revealing his appearance. Ordinary features, but eyes sharp as blades. A prominent scar at the corner of his eye added a touch of ferocity. Streaks of silver threaded through his short black hair. Let me introduce myself, he began. My name is Li Yi, Dean of the Special Type Department at North City Military Academy. I was even more puzzled. Wasn't I here to get tested? Li Yi saw my confusion. I know you have a lot of questions. Ask away, I'll answer. Why did you call for me? I asked. Not for testing. The corner of his mouth lifted. It is testing. The moment you stepped through that door, I'd already scanned you. To show his sincerity, he raised his hand. Streaks of something black as thick ink materialized in his palm. Let me introduce it again. A rank special type ability, Shadow Grasp. No demon can escape my inspection. The black shadows withdrew. He lowered his hand, a faint bitter smile surfacing on his face. As for why I called you, it's actually to compensate you. Compensate? I was completely lost. What had happened to me? Looks like that kid Chen Meng hasn't told you yet. Li Yi pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, then shook the pack. Want one? I shook my head. Sorry, I don't smoke. Is that so? He muttered, putting the pack away. What a shame. Taking a deep drag, he turned his head and exhaled the smoke off to the side. This time, the inspection of the exam site and personnel was handled by my subordinates, he said slowly. I trust the person in charge, but in the end, a mistake still slipped through. When a mistake happens, it has to be corrected. But before correcting it, I need to compensate you examinees first. Wrong is wrong. We don't run from it. He stood up and walked to the window, his gaze passing through the glass to land on the crowd on the field. Outside, the examinees from exam site number 47 were collecting food and water, waiting to be tested. I called you in alone, he said calmly, because your talent isn't on the same level as those people out there. He took another deep drag. Reality is cruel. Their ability rank already determines their ceiling. Even with abundant resources, they may not reach the level we need. He turned around, his sharp gaze pinning onto me. But you're different. You're S rank, and you possess something no lightning-type ability user has, an exceptionally powerful energy reserve. Those 2 things alone destine your future to be anything but ordinary. So, special cases call for special measures. Naturally, your compensation will be different from theirs. I can even promise you this. The final fate of the personnel responsible for exam site number 47 will be decided by you. I was momentarily at a loss for words. But thinking it over, cruel as it was, what he said was the truth. Resource allocation should be based on a person's talent ceiling. That's how you maximize returns. The same batch of supplies, poured into an S rank, could hold back an invasion on the battlefield of the myriad races. Poured into a C rank or B rank, it might only earn a few chances at sneak attacks on the battlefield's edge. That was the gap. Reality was cruel, but also fair. I silently recited in my mind. The only thing in this world that can rise above fairness is power itself. So what are you planning to compensate me with? I had no intention of dwelling on it. Cultivation was about competing to begin with. I couldn't just foolishly push the supplies to that crowd outside. All I can give you is a battle technique, Li Yi said. The academy doesn't have many resources, and the resources used to compensate them are nothing to you. So I'm willing to give you an A-rank battle technique. You choose the type. I sank into thought. Indeed, I wasn't short on resources. What I lacked was battle techniques. I could get the school's ability crystals anytime, but I planned to save them for when my cultivation was higher. Absorbing them now wouldn't do much. I started calculating. Attack type. I had plenty. The power of Meteor Storm was already vicious enough, and old Chun had said someone would specifically teach me an attack technique suited to lightning type, probably the blue-haired man beside him. Defense type, old Chun's abilities leaned toward defense, so I could just learn from him. Control type, as a lightning type, I had no immediate use for it. Only mental type was my current weak spot. I want a mental type battle technique, I said. Li Yi was slightly stunned, clearly not expecting it. Surprising. I thought you'd pick attack or speed type. My thinking's always been a bit off the beaten path. I spread my hands. Got any mental type ones? I do. He stubbed the cigarette into the ashtray. There is indeed an A-rank mental technique, but it might not suit you well. As long as it's not the kind where you have to castrate yourself or go bald after learning it, I'm fine. I touched my hair, glanced down at myself, and joked. You're a funny kid. Li Yi rarely smiled, but he did now, raising his hand and waving it. I thought he was about to demonstrate a technique and focus my eyes. But 2 seconds passed with no movement in the room whatsoever. Was there a mosquito just now? I asked, puzzled. Li Yi, who'd been striking a pose, stumbled, his mouth twitching violently. A mosquito, my ass. He dropped the act. Look behind you. I turned my head. Half a meter away stood a humanoid figure formed from thick black liquid. This is what I'm giving you. The A-rank mental technique, energy reconstruction. Li Yi walked over to the black shadow. The effect is creating one or more clones formed from your own ability. The clone's strength depends on the caster's mental power, their own strength, and their ability intensity. The stronger all three, the stronger and more numerous the clones. The weaker the clones. They might even be incomplete or deformed. This technique trains both mental power and hones your strength. It's an excellent method of cultivation. He reached out and pulled a faintly red-glowing, antique-looking battle technique from within the black shadow, handing it to me. Mental power is an intangible thing you can't see or touch, but it's a fundamental every ability user must cultivate. He clasped his hands behind his back, adopting the tone of a seasoned elder. If you want to grow stronger, it's indispensable. Those with stronger mental power often outclass their peers by a wide margin. Seeing me take the technique and begin flipping through it, he continued slowly. Don't be in a rush. Mental type is the hardest of the 5 types to get started with. It's perfectly normal to still not grasp the basics after a month of practice. Back when I obtained this technique in the elemental energy realm, it took me a full 3 months to. Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a crackling zzz and instinctively turned to look at me, and that one look nearly bowled him over. Beside me, out of thin air, stood a thunderous figure formed from arcs of electricity. It matched my build, with the only difference being that it was missing 2 arms. That's right, no arms. But so what? I'd only just finished reading the technique and could already summon a full-sized thunder clone. Armless or not, it was still a thunder clone. Whereas Li Yi himself, back in the day, had practiced for a month before summoning a shrunken, incomplete little figure, and 3 months before barely producing a full-sized but still incomplete clone. He'd thought getting the hang of it in 3 months already meant extraordinary talent. And here I was, getting it the moment I finished reading. But I was completely oblivious to the fact that he was questioning his entire existence. At that moment, I was pouring all my focus into constructing the thunder clone in my mind. That little figure in my head was also relentlessly practicing this technique. Not only that, it was simultaneously training Meteor Storm as well, alternating between the 2 techniques, something even I found incredible. Just moments ago, the instant I finished reading the technique, that little figure, originally buried in practicing Meteor Storm, suddenly stopped and switched to rehearsing energy reconstruction. It ran through the whole thing once, and I felt like something clicked. I casually channeled my mental power and sketched out the thunder clone in my mind. And then it really did get summoned. It was just a bit incomplete, which left me slightly disappointed. I mean, my mental power should be far stronger than others, so why was the clone still incomplete? Not satisfied. Not satisfied at all. Watching me wear a dissatisfied expression, Li Yi felt like the sky was falling. Got it the moment you finished reading, and you're still not satisfied? What the hell is going on inside your head? This was the very definition of drought here. Flood there, feast or famine. His face flushed red, like a boiling kettle, and he kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm himself. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. So what if he got it the moment he finished reading? So what if he got it the moment he finished reading? In the end, He couldn't hold it together. He slumped back into his chair, tremblingly fished out his cigarette pack, and stuck a cigarette in his mouth. Click, click. 2 flicks of the lighter before it lit. He took a fierce drag, pinched the cigarette between 2 fingers and removed it, lowering his head into deep thought. He was shattered. ZZZT. Meanwhile, I withdrew the thunder clone. The electric arcs dispersed into the air as if it had never appeared. Recalling the clone, I roughly figured out the purpose of that little figure in my head, endlessly practicing techniques. Even with several techniques at once, it would train each one in turn. Truly a heaven-sent workaholic. This meant my speed at learning techniques would far surpass ordinary people. While others slept, it practiced. While others worked, it practiced. Even while others were tangled up on a date, it was still practicing. What do you call this? This is called hard work. I'd put in 100, 1,000 times the effort of others, so my success was only natural. Seems I really am a diligent person. The little figure counts as a person too, right? After a bit of self-consolation, I finally snapped out of it. Looking up, I saw Li Yi with his head down, sitting alone in his chair, smoking. I scratched my head. Teacher Li, what's wrong? The moment I spoke, Li Yi's body couldn't help but shudder. He froze for a bit before lifting his head. You got the hang of it. I nodded, my tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Not really yet. The thunder clone's still incomplete. How can an incomplete clone count as getting the hang of it? Click. In the silent room, it was as if the sound of a heart breaking rang out. Li Yi pressed a hand to his chest, feeling like he'd lived the first half of his life like a dog. Ahem. He cleared his throat and corrected me. Shurin, being able to summon a full-sized clone already counts as getting the hang of it. A complete clone only comes with practice. Huh, I said. You mean I've already got the hang of it? He nodded helplessly, and before I could say anything more, he waved his hand to cut me off. Enough, don't say another word. Get out of here, go back and find your teacher. As for the inspection personnel of exam site number 47, once they're identified, their fate is yours to decide. I thought for a moment. Can I decide right now? Right now. He flicked the ash off his cigarette. What if they have their reasons? Wrong is wrong, I said bluntly. This kind of mistake can't be explained away by having reasons. It's a matter of principle. No matter how great the reasons, they're no excuse for slacking off, or even deliberately letting a demon through. People can have their hardships, but they can't use those hardships as an excuse to abandon their bottom line. A flash of satisfaction crossed Li Ye's eyes. He took another drag and pointed at me. Well said. All right, go on. Once you're out, you don't need to keep the matters here a secret. I nodded, cupped my hands in a salute, and said goodbye, then turned and left. The vast room was once again left with only Li Yi. He turned his chair slightly, lifted his head to gaze out the window, and took a deep drag of his cigarette. In his eyes lay a trace of anticipation for the future. The new generation, huh? He sighed. Meng, what do you think the academy will give Run as compensation? Old Xiao stood beside Chen Meng, brimming with curiosity. Humph. Chen Meng crossed his arms, his beefy face full of displeasure. Whatever the compensation is, if it doesn't satisfy me, I'll go demand an explanation myself. If they think handing over some attack type or defense type technique is enough to fob off the little pervert, I'll absolutely march right up there and get to the bottom of it. Whoa. Old Xiao clapped him hard on the shoulder, laughing. Attaboy, I'll come with you when the time comes. Chen Meng gave a cold snort, a dangerous aura constantly leaking out. The nearby examinees felt their breath catch and scattered, moving away to ease that pressure a little. Old Xiao noticed and patted him again. Meng, rein it in. Chen Meng looked around, realized it was out of line, and pulled his aura back in. Thud, thud, thud. He'd just reined it in when a figure walked out of the building. It was me. The moment he saw me, Chen Meng immediately deployed the specialty of the Sichuan-Chongqing region, face-changing. The cold expression that had filled his face just moments ago instantly bloomed into a flower the instant he saw me. He smiled and rushed over in a few strides. Little pervert. You okay? Old Xiao followed, his expression full of confusion at Chen Meng's reaction. What could possibly go wrong just going in to collect compensation? What kind of question was that? I'm fine. I smiled and shook my head. Just a little confused, that's all. And why wouldn't I be? I went in and got a freebie. Got compensated with an A-rank mental technique. As for why I was compensated, I didn't know and didn't dare ask. Chen Ming's expression suddenly changed, his smile instantly vanishing. He turned serious. Little pervert, tell me everything that happened to you in there. Every single word. Don't leave anything out. You really want every single word? I can't remember it all. That was just a figure of speech. So you only got a single A-rank battle technique. Chen Ming stared at me strangely. I nodded. He blew up on the spot. They fobbed you off with just one A-rank technique? I'm going to. A mental type 1, I added. I'm going to head home. I'd truly witnessed the Sichuan Chongqing face-changing art. Furious 1 second, serene the next. But he quickly turned his head again, glaring at me irritably. Kid, can you finish a whole sentence in one go next time? I spread my hands. You're the one who interrupted me. His face flushed red. He couldn't come up with a rebuttal for a long while, and finally could only sigh. Brat. But there aren't many ability users who know mental type techniques. Who gave you the compensation? Old Xiao, standing to the side, was intrigued too. People who knew mental type techniques were exceedingly rare. Even he himself had never gotten the hang of one. It wasn't for lack of opportunity, but rather, he just couldn't learn it. Mental type techniques were the hardest of all to master. Ordinary people couldn't even find the door, let alone achieve mastery. He said his name was Li Yi. I answered truthfully. After all, he hadn't asked me to keep it a secret. What's his name? Chen Ming suddenly grabbed both my shoulders, eyes bulging wide. I'd long since grown immune to that fierce, ferocious face, so I answered calmly. Are your ears clogged? I said his name is Li Yi. Damn, why is he back? Chen Ming let go and started pacing back and forth, his expression carrying a hint of panic. Old Xiao wore a mischievous grin, clearly not one to worry about making a scene bigger, and patted Chen Ming's back. Ming, weren't you going to demand justice? Come on. One A-rank mental technique and you're satisfied? Is your appetite really that small? If it were me, I'd charge right up there and point at Li Ye's nose to interrogate him. You've got the guts, you go do it. Chen Ming turned and cursed. Old Xiao spread his hands, looking indifferent. I don't have the guts. You're the tough one, Ming. Damn. Chen Ming cursed, tilted his head back, and puckered his lips, trying to whistle. Too flustered, and way too out of practice. The sound was so weird it didn't sound like a whistle at all. He hurriedly covered his mouth, his face frozen with embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Old Xiao laughed so hard, he could barely stand up, pointing at him. Whose whistle goes do? Shut up. Chen Ming's face burned crimson. He slapped his cheeks, gathered himself again, took a deep breath, and finally blew out a clear, crisp whistle. Who? Moments later, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. It was the sharp-winged eagle that had carried us earlier. It circled on beating wings and slowly descended before us. The instant it landed, Chen Ming leaped onto its back and waved frantically at me. Little pervert, hurry up. I didn't understand why hearing Li Yi made him react so strongly, but I didn't dawdle and jumped onto the eagle's back in one leap. Old Xiao shook his head with a smile and hopped up after me with a light bound. Seeing everyone was aboard, Chen Ming immediately smacked the eagle's back, urging repeatedly. Go. Hurry up. Stupid bird, fly already. The sharp-winged eagle seemed to catch his anxiety too, its wings beating rapidly. In 1 second it soared into the air, shooting straight for the clouds. The other examinees on the field could only watch us leave, a trace of envy in their eyes. Lin Yifeng and Li Tianxing also looked up at the figure gradually fading into the distance. Brotherly, do you think we'll cross paths with him again someday? Lin Yifeng smiled with anticipation. We will definitely. Li Tianxing's expression was solemn, fighting spirit surging in his eyes. On the eagle's back, Chen Ming kept glancing back, as if afraid someone might be chasing us. I finally couldn't hold it in. Old Chen, what on earth is wrong with you? He didn't answer, but Old Xiao burst out laughing beside me. Ha ha, little run, this you don't know. When Ming was young, Li Yi chased him around beating him for 3 days and 3 nights. Now just hearing that name gives him nightmares. Shut up. I was just practicing my abilities. Chen Ming roared while glancing back. Practicing abilities gets you chased around and beaten for 3 days and 3 nights? Old Xiao dismantled him without mercy. Chen Ming's face instantly flushed crimson. Old Xiao, I'm gonna kill you. Oh crap, Li Ye's coming. What? Where? Old Xiao, save me. Wait. You sneaky old Xiao, you set me up. Ha ha ha. After a bit of a scuffle, I finally figured out who Li Yi really was. Turns out he wasn't just the dean of the special department at North City Military Academy. He was also one of humanity's key fighters on the myriad races battlefield, a member of the Netherworld Squad. His powers were so terrifying that countless alien races trembled at the mere mention of his name. According to old Xiao, Li had already reached the mid-stage Dharma form realm a year ago. What does that even mean? Enough to tower above the crowd, to hold down an entire region single-handedly. No wonder he'd chased Chunming around for 3 days and 3 nights straight. With a gap like that, Chunming might as well have fought with his head. As we talked, I also got a read on old Xiao's background. Old Xiao, real name Xiao Ting, a lightning-type esper at the upper stage transformation realm, was Chunming's classmate, same graduating year. Little freak. I brought old Xiao back here specifically to teach you lightning-type combat techniques. Chunming leaned hard on the words. You'd better study well. I sneered inwardly. You old bastard, always love mocking me. Just wait till you see how fast I learn. Then let's see if you can still crack a smile. Xiao Ting nodded, satisfied. Not bad. This technique of mine is no joke. You'll have to grind hard. I'll be at the school for a week, so ask me anything you don't understand. And don't get discouraged if you can't even get through the door in a week. This technique's about as hard as a same-tier mental type. Back in the day, strong as I was, it still took me over a month just to barely scratch the surface. So take it easy, kid. Just keep a level head. Holy shit. Is this kid Superman? Xiao Ting's stunned voice exploded through the training room. He'd just finished passing the technique on to me, turned his head, and I'd already learned it. This wasn't learning. This was straight-up cheating. Watching his face flood with shock and then pure confusion, Chunming finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Ha ha, old man, your day has come. You know why I call him little freak now. Damn it, Ming. That's a low blow. I've never had any honor to begin with. Ha ha. Inside the training room, I looked down at the lightning slash I'd just carved out of my palm, thoroughly satisfied. This was the lightning-type S-rank offensive technique Xiao Ting had taught me. Thundercut. The instant I read through the formula, that little figure in my mind automatically began cultivating. The moment he finished one demonstration, I'd learned it. At the entry level, Thundercut gathers the power of thunder into an impossibly sharp electric blade, slicing through enemies at high speed, with lingering lightning damage on top. The killing power is immense. Even better, it needs no weapon to unleash. Its might scales with your Esper power. So even wearing knuckle gloves, I could fire it off on a whim, catching them off guard, one strike to kill. The only downside is the massive cost. Each use devours a huge amount of Esper energy. But what does that have to do with me? I fired off 6 or 7 Thundercuts in a row without breaking a sweat. Energy depletion didn't exist. I honestly felt like I could do it a few hundred more times and still not hit empty. At most, my arm would get tired. Damn, kid, you really are a freak. Xiao Ting walked over, his face full of amazement. I spread my hands. You ever seen a fake freak? He froze, opened his mouth, and swallowed the words that had reached the tip of his tongue. Ha ha, old man, got served, didn't you? Chunming clutched his stomach and pointed at him, roaring with laughter that filled the entire training room. Xiao Ting clenched his fist. Can't lay hands on the younger generation, but you old geezer, you I can deal with. Thundercut, he barked, thunder gathering in his right arm. He swung, and the electric blade tore toward Chunming, wrapped in violent force. Chunming reacted lightning fast, crossing both arms in front of his chest. Iron body. The words barely left his mouth before his whole body rapidly turned to steel, like a humanoid iron statue. Zzzt, the blade slammed into him, spraying sparks of lightning everywhere. Clang, clang. He knocked his arms together, shaking off the residual lightning, then raised a steel arm and pointed at Xiao Ting. Old Xiao, what the hell are you doing? A vein throbbed on Xiao Ting's forehead, arm still crackling with lightning threads. I'm doing you. And with that, he blasted out another thundercut. I was completely dumbstruck, at a total loss for words. Thankfully, both of them knew their limits. Xiao Ting held back, and Chunming didn't fight back. About 2.5 minutes later, the two of them, in perfect sync, pulled back at the same time. Xiao Ting shook out his arm, withdrawing the thunder, and cursed. Damn it, you're basically a turtle. Clang, clang. Chunming smacked his arms together again to shatter the leftover lightning and dropped his steel form. So what? My enhancement type power can't play defense? You gonna tell me your lightning type power isn't allowed to use lightning either? Xiao Ting opened his mouth to argue back, only to find he had absolutely nothing to say. How is this old bastard so damn good at comebacks? Helpless, he could only shut his mouth. Shen Ming couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into full-blown laughter, and at the end, even started singing. Today's a good day. Xiao Ting gritted his teeth, then suddenly his eyes shifted. He lowered his voice, sinister and menacing. Ming, don't forget what you did freshman year in the dorm. Shen Ming's grin froze on the spot. He quickly threw up a hand. Don't say it. To keep Xiao Ting's mouth shut, Shen Ming had no choice but to treat us. At a restaurant on the food street of Chuanyu Esper University, I stared at a table full of delicacies and nearly drooled all over myself. Ha! Ming, you're really splurging. Xiao Ting grabbed a beast leg and dug in with gusto. I stopped standing on ceremony too and grabbed one to gnaw on. Shen Ming watched, heart bleeding. This was all money. No, I can't take the loss. I've got to eat my money's worth. So he channeled his grief into appetite and joined the raid. A whole table of food, wiped clean by the three of us in 25 minutes. Burp, that hit the spot. Xiao Ting picked his teeth with his left hand and rubbed his belly with his right, the picture of contentment. The beast meat, paired with masterful seasoning, was so delicious it was downright addictive. I rubbed my belly, equally satisfied. Shen Ming looked at the two of us, fuming. You two got to feast, but I'm the one paying. A waiter walked in and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, gentlemen, which of you will be settling the bill?" Old Xiao, toothpick dangling from his lips, jerked a thumb at Shen Ming. There, that would be Mr. Chan. The bill landed in Shen Ming's hands. He gritted his teeth and looked. My savings. Wanting to cry but out of tears, he bit the bullet and paid. Meanwhile, as we headed back to rest, the outside world had already erupted. First, a demon had allegedly appeared in exam room 47. Second, another perfect score had emerged in the Martial Sciences College entrance exam. Anyone who'd watched the live stream knew this perfect score was completely different from any before. While everyone else grinded to the very last second, he'd only needed a few hours. Just imagine how terrifying that was. The trending lists on every major platform were utterly dominated. Trending number 1, shocking. Perfect score exam candidate appears again. The reason is actually this. Trending number 2, chaos in exam room 47. A demon allegedly appears. Trending number 3, Brother G is a beast. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for many. It wasn't just the audience that was shaken, so were the major academies. Aside from the 5 elite schools, all the other academies scrambled to investigate my records, preparing to recruit me. They were betting on a long shot. What if, like in those novels, I picked some small school and then blew everyone away? But soon, one piece of news killed their plans in the cradle. Shocking. The perfect score candidate is actually an S-rank Esper. No one knew who posted it, but it instantly drew a massive crowd. The post named my high school, the S-rank power I'd awakened, and that I'd already been specially recruited by Chuanyu Esper University. In other words, before the college entrance exam even happened, I was already a Chuanyu student. Countless academy teachers had their hearts shattered on the spot. The audience, meanwhile, went into a frenzy. Damn, I kinda guessed it already, but seeing it confirmed is still mind-blowing. Haha, so that means I've basically experienced the world through an S-rank Esper's eyes? Superman. All I can say is, he's Superman. Just as everyone was reeling, another piece of news leaked out from who knows where. Oh my god. Among this year's awakenings, someone actually awakened an SS rank power. Public opinion exploded all over again. Damn, I thought S rank was already invincible. Now who the hell is this big shot? SS rank. How many years has it been since one appeared? What kind of talent must that take? Compared to that, is our Brother G's power actually one tier lower? Brother G, all day long. So what if he's S rank? He still gets outclassed by an SS rank. That guy just didn't take the entrance exam. Otherwise, why would Brother G even get his perfect score? Seriously? People are still questioning Brother G at a time like this? Neither camp would back down, and they fought tooth and nail online. Some were convinced I was still the strongest of the year. Others firmly believed the SS rank had to come out on top. At Chuanyu Esper University, Shen Ming slammed the table hard. Damn it, those people in the capital are disgusting. That's right, The news of my S-rank awakening was leaked by him. It was meant to both crush the other school's hopes and build hype for me. I'd already made a splash in the entrance exam. With one more push from him, the resources I could pull in would be even greater. He'd anticipated the capital would respond. He just hadn't expected it to be this fast. Less than 10 minutes after he posted, the other side had already fired back. Damn it. Don't they sleep even at midnight? What are you people, night owls? Chun Ming pounded the table again. Meanwhile, at Capital Esper University, Jiao Xinyu sat in her office chair, gently stroking the nightcat curled up in her lap. A charming smile curved the corners of her lips, and she let out a soft laugh, light as a silver bell. Chen Ming, oh Chen Ming, your Chuan Yu really is in a hurry. Her gaze returned to the computer screen, where my entrance exam video was playing. When that decisive, violent burst of thunder detonated, her expression finally shifted, just a touch. Still, you've given me quite a surprise, little brother. 1 week later, Chuan Yu Esper University, my private dorm. I opened my eyes to perfect daylight. My status as a specially recruited student let me come and go from campus freely, and Chun Ming had even gone out of his way to arrange this dorm for me. But ever since word spread that I'd aced the martial sciences exam and awakened an S-rank power, the trouble came right along with it. Every single day, upperclassmen crowded outside my building, just hoping to catch a glimpse of me. I walked to the window and looked down. A dozen or so students in combat robes stood with their necks craned, eyes locked dead on my window. Ugh, getting gawked at every day? This really isn't sustainable. This is nothing. You can't handle a little crowd like that. A familiar voice boomed out behind me. I turned my head and said, exasperated, Brother Xiao, could you announce yourself when you come in, just once? What if I'd been in the shower? You're a grown man. Afraid of me seeing you? Xiao Ting grabbed the grapes off my desk and popped them into his mouth. I'm not into that anyway. I'm afraid I'd whip it out and scare you. Xiao Ting's chewing came to an abrupt halt. He shot me a weird look. Hold on. Kid, do you talk to Ming like this too? I nodded. Damn. Xiao Ting cursed under his breath. He'd probably just figured out where Chen Ming picked up that whole talent for roasting people. All right, enough chit-chat. Xiao Ting snapped back, grabbing another grape. I'm about to head out. I paused. Back to the myriad races battlefield? Yeah, took a week off. Time to get back to the front. He nodded. Besides, you little freak are too much. Learned my thunder cut after watching it once. Thanks to you. This whole week was basically just a vacation for me. His face was written all over with helplessness. He'd thought it'd be a friendly little sparring session between an old-timer and a rookie. Who'd have guessed this sparring would nearly grind his mental state to dust? I scratched my head and grinned sheepishly. So, should I see you off? Forget it. Xiao Ting waved a hand. I came for 2 reasons. 1, to say goodbye, and 2, to pass along a message. A message? The elite training camp. What camp? An elite training program founded personally by the chief. Xiao Ting explained. Each academy selects its top students for the qualifiers, and only those who pass get into the camp. His tone shifted, and a hint of pride crept into his eyes. But that's the rule set for the other academies. For us 5 elite schools, it doesn't apply. Each of our schools can directly send 3 people into the camp, no qualifiers needed. And you're the first person we've locked in. The other 2 spots won't be decided until the new student tournament 2 months after the semester starts. I did some quiet mental math. When does the camp start? End of every year, running until February the next year. It wraps up around New Year's. I see. I stroked my chin, still hesitating. The rewards are generous. Plenty of Esper crystals among them. Then Brother Xiao, you have to let me in. Before he'd even finished, I'd already leaned in, my face the picture of sincerity. The corners of Xiao Ting's mouth twitched violently, as if he'd only in that moment finally seen exactly what kind of person I was. All right, I've said everything I came to say. He covered his face. I'm off. Before the words fully left his mouth, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished out the door in the blink of an eye. So fast I hadn't even finished blinking. The days that followed, I split my time between getting familiar with campus and burying myself in cultivation. Until the day the semester began. I got up bright and early, freshened up quickly, and prepared to head to the admissions office to check in. My paperwork had long been submitted. All that was left was registration. In the mirror, a face with sharp, well-defined features. I couldn't help but take a couple extra looks. TSK, getting more handsome by the day. After striking a few poses I considered pretty cool, I extended a finger, focused my will. A faint wisp of blue lightning surfaced from my fingertip, crackling and jumping. I stared at the arc of electricity and murmured, "So this is what the glimmer realm feels like." That's right. I was long past the spirit sense realm. While the other freshmen were still puzzling over how to break through the mid-stage spirit sense realm, I'd already stepped into the glimmer realm. The gap was plain as day. Day one, and I was already at the glimmer realm. I smiled, withdrew the lightning, straightened my clothes, and headed out. Freshmen had to register first, so the start date had been moved up. The upperclassmen hadn't returned yet. Most of the people I passed along the way were freshmen dragging luggage and glancing around. I followed the route from memory and quickly reached the admissions office. There, a long line had already formed. Right outside the admissions office was the school's main gate. As I walked, I glanced toward the outside of the campus. A dense crowd, all parents dropping off their kids. In their eyes was expectation, worry, and pride. I stopped, fell silent for a moment, then pressed my lips together and kept walking. The moment I got close, someone in the crowd recognized me. "Ji Churin, you've got this." One voice rose, and many followed. Over 100 parents turned to look at me all at once, calling out my name. Ever since I aced the martial sciences exam, got exposed as a Chuanyu local, and awakened an S-rank power to earn my recruited spot, just about everyone in Chuanyu who went online had committed this name to memory. As long as I didn't die young, sooner or later I'd become one of humanity's pillars. My steps faltered. I hadn't expected a scene like this. Hundreds of voices calling out in unison, wave after wave rising higher, and among them, words like future hero. In that moment, I was genuinely moved. Being a hero, maybe that's not so bad after all. I smiled and waved, and under the gaze of countless freshmen, walked over to the nature department's registration station. The one handling registration was a nature department upperclassman who smiled the moment he saw me. "Junior G, I've been expecting you." He handed me a form. I took it and bowed my head to fill it out. All around, the freshman's eyes fell on me like needles. "That's Ji Churin, a man in a golden robe, handsome and refined," said in a low voice. Behind him stood a sword-bearer, silver robe, sword-sharp brows, cold and stern. This man clearly deferred to the golden-robed one, whose status was obviously no small thing. "Yes." The silver-robed man gave a slight nod. "He's strong." "I know," the golden-robed man said mildly. "A perfect score in the martial sciences exam. How could he not be strong?" Not far off, a man with fiery red hair was staring hard at me, as if flames were burning in his eyes. I finished the form, stood up, and left, heading back to the dorm to wait for the semester to officially begin the next day. Dawn broke. Ring, ring, ring. The piercing alarm clock yanked me out of my dreams, my brain throbbing. Damn, what kind of crappy school makes you get up at 6? I sat up, unable to hold back the curse. On the first day of the semester, all freshmen had to be at the field by 6:20 for the enrollment ceremony. Why so early? I had no idea. I washed up haphazardly and stumbled out the door in a daze. The moment I stepped out, I saw Chen Ming leaning against a tree, sound asleep. What's old Chen doing here? I edged over suspiciously and gave him a light nudge. "Old Chen, wake up, you can't sleep here." No reaction whatsoever. I muttered helplessly. Being old sure has its perks. Can fall asleep just leaning against a tree. I studied him for a while, stroking my chin, when an evil, but extremely effective, idea surfaced in my mind. I glanced left and right, confirmed no one was around, and leaned gently toward his ear. "Li Ye's here." Holy shit. Chen Ming's eyes snapped open. Without a word, he kicked off the ground into an incredible running start, condensed his power, and launched himself into the air. The movement was absurdly smooth. So smooth it left me frozen on the spot. Those two words, Li Yi. Was his trauma really that deep? Just hearing the name got this reaction. If he'd actually run into the guy in person. Meanwhile, half awake and airborne, Chen Ming took in the familiar surroundings, and his mind raced with curses. Has Li Yi lost it? He chased me all the way to Chuanyu University. Wait, Chuanyu University? He slammed to a halt, hovering in midair, his brain seemingly rebooting. His face went from terror to confusion to deep thought, and finally, froze on fury. Damn it, Ji Churin. With a furious roar, he wheeled around and dove straight toward my dorm. I was looking up at the sky when I saw Chen Ming, back from where he'd fled, flying at me with a savage expression. "Oh crap," I yelped, turned into a bolt of lightning, and bolted the other way. Ji Churin, stand right there. Only an idiot would stop. Old Chun. I didn't even look back. The way he looked, he clearly meant to beat me senseless. Who'd dare stop? Stand still. I won't hit you. He was gaining on me. If not for my lightning-type movement technique, I'd have been caught long ago. Like hell I believe you. I swear, I absolutely won't hit you. You mean it? Hua, swear on it. I mean it. Only then did I slam the brakes, turn around, and face him with a big grin. Chen Ming also stopped right in front of me, an unreadable smile on his face. That smile made my whole body break out in goosebumps, sinister, with a hint of cruelty. Crack, crack. He interlocked his hands and popped his knuckles one by one, the bones crackling. I couldn't help but step back and quickly said, "Old Chun, you said you wouldn't hit me. If you do, then you're my son. I did say I wouldn't hit you." He grinned wide. "But I never said I wouldn't thrash you. You're playing word games with me? Still talking back? Get over here." Ah. Once the farce wrapped up, Chen Ming led me to the field. Only when I got there did I find out. I was actually the freshman representative, and I even had to give a speech on stage. But nobody had told me any of this in advance. I whipped my head around to look at Chen Ming in shock, only to see him casually turn his head aside, dodging my gaze. In that instant, I understood everything. Old Chun, you set me up. His body stiffened. His argument had no leg to stand on, but he defended himself anyway. Who set you up, you little freak? Don't go making things up. I just plain forgot. Veins bulged on my forehead. My fists clenched so tight the knuckles cracked. Seeing this, Chun Ming didn't waste a second. He went full steel body right there, his whole frame instantly hardening into a lump of iron. Then he stiffly turned his head away and squeezed out a mechanical little smile. I was completely out of options. A turtle shell even Xiao Ting couldn't crack. What was I, a puny glimmer realm nobody, supposed to break it with? Besides, I couldn't actually go all out on him. Fine. I'll put this on the tab for now. Set me up, huh? I'll remember this. After the academy leaders and department deans finished their speeches one by one, Chen Ming, the dean of academic affairs for all 6 departments, finally took the stage. His speech was blunt and to the point. "Everyone, I won't waste words. Just one line. I wish you all a flourishing future in martial arts." The crowd roared back in unison. A flourishing future in martial arts. Chen Ming nodded, satisfied, and stepped down. Next up was me. The host took the stage and spoke into the mic. "And now, please welcome our freshman representative, the perfect score prodigy who's revived a century-old feat in the martial sciences exam, S-rank lightning-type Esper, Ji Churin." The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, and countless eyes swung toward me all at once. A perfect score in the martial sciences exam, unseen for nearly a century. Now that it had appeared again, who wouldn't be shocked, wouldn't be curious? I straightened my clothes, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the podium. I adjusted the mic and scanned the crowd. Ahem. The whole place instantly went silent. Below the stage, the department deans watched me with smiles, chatting in low voices. "Your luck is really something." The enhancement department dean looked at the nature department dean with envy. "You recruit an S rank. That kid's future is limitless." "Yeah, I'm dying of envy," the special department dean chimed in. Traces of envy surfaced on the faces of the other deans too. The nature department dean was grinning ear to ear, but he put on an air of profundity. "Luck, just luck. Student G's about to speak. Everyone listen carefully. I'm betting his speech will be spectacular." The deans perked up and all fixed their eyes on the stage. And I took a breath and began. "Hello, everyone. I'm Ji Churin, your freshman representative. I'll just say 2 things. First, I hope everyone works hard. Second, I wish you all a flourishing future in martial arts. All right, that's it from me. Thank you." With that, I gave a slight bow, turned, and walked off the stage. Below, dead silence. The freshmen looked at one another, all of them dumbstruck. This freshman representative's speech, how was it nothing like they'd imagined? But the more they thought about it, talking like that was actually pretty damn cool. Clap, 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 clap. Iwu Long Chong. Applause and cheers exploded across the hall. Even the deans in the front row froze for a moment. It was the dean of the support department who recovered first, chuckling. "Huh. Looks like Student G's got quite the personality. Huh. That part's cut from the same cloth as that little punk Chen Ming." The dean of the enhancement department laughed heartily. I heard student G was recruited by Chen Ming, the dean of the spirit department asked. Yeah, cost us 3 ability crystals, plus some other perks. The dean of the special department nodded. 3 crystals for a future powerhouse. Worth it, said the dean of the support department. Mostly because an SS rank popped up in the Chu region. Otherwise, 3 crystals might not have sealed the deal, the dean of the nature department said calmly. Yeah, SS rank or not. Once we'd already picked student G, we weren't about to turn around and chase after that other kid. That'd be grabbing the sesame and dropping the watermelon, said the dean of the support department. Exactly. We just focus on raising student G right. The rest, we leave to these youngsters to fight out on their own. An S rank and an SS rank awakening the same year. Unheard of in all of history. The dean of the enhancement department laughed. The dean of the beast taming department gazed up at the vast sky and sighed. The young have their own fortune. No matter how far they go, in the end they all fight for humanity, and that alone is enough. Damn, you little punk, mimicking me? The moment I stepped off the stage, Chen Ming came up to meet me, half scolding with a grin. Not bad, though, pretty spot on. You've got half my swagger now. He said it with a snickering laugh, his expression both menacing and sleazy. Mimicking you? I rolled my eyes. Mimicking you playing turtle? Duon. A crisp thud. SSS. I clutched my head, sucking in a sharp breath. Chen Ming slowly withdrew his fist, eyes closed, face dead serious. That's called tactical steel hardening. You wouldn't get it. And I'm your teacher, so show some respect. I rubbed my skull, my brain feeling like it had taken a sledgehammer. Damn it, he really didn't hold back. I even suspected he'd secretly gone steel mode just now. Maybe not fully, but the muscles on that arm were definitely hard as iron. Old Two-Face. The next day was the school-wide freshman special training. Most freshmen hadn't awakened their abilities long ago, so their realms generally hovered at the lower or middle spirit sense stage. Only a rare few geniuses could touch the upper spirit sense stage. That's why every university organized a 2-week special training after the semester began. After those 2 weeks came the Academy Grand Competition, an internal bloodbath within each department to crown the number 1. The day before, Chen Ming came to my room to give me the heads up. But I'm at the bottom rung of the glimmer stage right now, I said, baffled. So, does that mean I don't have to do the training? Starting from the glimmer stage, every major realm is split into 5 minor stages: bottom, lower, middle, upper, and peak. I was stuck at the very bottom. Chen Ming's mouth hung open, unable to squeeze out a single word for a long while. Hey, hold on, let me think. He raised a hand, signaling me to stay quiet. My mouth twitched. SSS. Kid, what you said actually kinda makes sense. He rubbed his chin. So are you participating or not? I'm participating, I said, spreading my hands. There's no end to learning. What if the stuff they teach turns out useful to me? Then why the hell did you ask whether you could skip it? Just asking. What's the big deal? Chen Ming was completely at a loss for words. Too abstract. In the morning, I got up as usual and headed toward the training grounds. Along the way, I ran into plenty of freshmen going the same direction, all from the Nature Department Academy. The training was split by department, and everyone sharing my field had awakened nature-type abilities. Passing the principal's statue, I entered the Nature Department Academy and went straight for the Central Academy Plaza. The plaza was enormous. At its center stood a statue formed from various elements, its base ringed by a stone-walled pool where a few goldfish drifted. It was already packed with freshmen, chatting quietly in teams of 4, all roommates. This year, I was the only one living in a single dorm. Everyone else was in a standard 4-person room. The moment I stepped into the plaza, countless gazes stabbed toward me. A once-in-a-century genius. They stared at me, muttering under their breath to their companions. After all these days, I'd long grown immune. I found a random spot to stand and waited quietly. A moment later, the sky suddenly turned crimson, and waves of heat came rolling in. Everyone looked up to see a fireball plummeting toward the plaza, flames swirling all around it, the heat searing. A fireball. Enemy attack, a freshman cried out. Enemy attack, my ass. This is Chuan University. Who'd dare attack out in the open? The instructor's here. Even so, everyone tensed up. I fixed my eyes on that falling fireball, my whole body on guard. The second anything fell off, I'd turn into lightning and bolt. The fireball shrank as it drew closer, its temperature dropping, until it finally condensed into a human shape and slammed hard into the center of the plaza. Boom! The ground shook, and the temperature spiked instantly from 26 degrees to over 40, wave after wave of heat crashing outward. The fireman crouched on the ground, then slowly rose to his feet, the flames around his body receding. Once the fire had cleared, his true appearance was revealed, a tall man clad in a red battle robe. He slowly turned his head, sweeping his gaze across the entire field one by one. When his eyes passed over me, they paused ever so slightly, then moved on. Everyone else had already decided he was the instructor and let out a collective sigh of relief. Some even started chatting in low voices. But I stayed wary. However small the odds of an enemy attack, I didn't dare gamble. Silence. A single command, and the whole field fell quiet. Everyone, let me introduce myself. I'm your training instructor for the next 2 weeks. My humble surname is Sue, so call me Instructor Sue. He scanned the crowd. I took a look just now, and there really are a few notable figures among you. We've got this year's perfect score valedictorian of the Martial Sciences College entrance exam, and we've got contestants born into great clans. A man in a golden robe within the crowd trembled slightly, his eyes filled with surprise. But Instructor Sue's tone shifted. I don't care who you are, what titles you've won, or how strong your background is. Here, everyone gets treated the same. Within 2 weeks, every single one of you has to complete the tasks I set. Of course, geniuses get genius treatment and genius tasks. He paused. Are you ready? Everyone nodded involuntarily. Instructor Sue suddenly roared. Damn it! Did you leave your vocal cords at home? His booming voice exploded across the plaza. We're ready, the freshmen roared in unison. I didn't shout. I just stared at him. A fiery temper, fitting for a fire-type ability. I just wondered whether this Instructor Sue was scared of his wife at home. If so, that'd be interesting. Good. Lift your spirits for me. You're all going to step onto the battlefield of the myriad races someday. Instructor Sue's voice was like a great bell. Don't give me any of that. I can't handle the battlefield crap. That's a coward's line. A real man only knows how to charge forward. Next, the first item of training, live combat. The words live combat made the whole field's eyes go wide, everyone exchanging glances. Straight into combat. Against who? Damn, please don't tell me it's Jichuren. I do not want to eat one of his thunderballs. Wait, buddy, you think it might be against? The guy said it while glancing sideways at Instructor Sue, his movements dripping with sleaziness. As if in answer, Instructor Sue bellowed. Your opponent is me. Dead silence across the field. 2.5 seconds later, the chatter exploded. Oh, screw you, buddy. You totally jinxed it. Somebody go grab a werewolf from the enhancement department. This guy's a prophet. Fight the instructor? Isn't that a bit hard? Not necessarily. We've got Jichuren. Hurl one thunderball over there, and cook Instructor Sue medium well. Are you an idiot? Jichuren's thunderballs don't tell friend from foe. Me. Instructor Sue ignored the uproar and went on with the rules. The next 2.5 hours are live combat. The task is simple. Either defeat me or withstand my attacks. If you can't, well, sorry, but I can't guarantee what'll become of you. No limits on the field, but don't even think about running. I don't need to spell out the price of fleeing, do I? Now begin. Before the words even fell, his hand was already raised. A scorching wave of energy surged from his palm, distorting and trembling the very air around it. In the next instant, a crimson blaze ignited with a roar between his arms. Boom! The fireball launched from his hand, hurtling straight at the crowd. Oh no! Someone cried, and everyone scattered. Wind types rode the air aloft. Water types wrapped themselves in water membranes. Earth types burrowed straight into the ground. Every possible dodge, all thrown out at once. Including me, because that fireball was aimed right at my ass. Damn, I cursed, transforming into a bolt of lightning and flashing to an open patch to the side. Seeing me teleport away, Instructor Sue immediately whipped his head around to lock onto me, not even bothering to glance at who the fireball hit. Our gazes collided in midair. Damn it, this instructor was after me from the very start. I glanced at where the fireball landed. There were still a dozen or so freshmen there who hadn't gotten away. Fire types fought fire with fire, water types warded off flame with water. Apart from those two poor-at-fleeing types, everyone else had long since scattered. Wind types took to the sky, earth types burrowed under. As for lightning types, so far, I was the only one I'd seen on the whole field. Clang! A sharp clash of metal suddenly seized my attention. I turned my head warily. Instructor Sue, at the center of the plaza, was gone. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out one after another. I followed the noise and saw Instructor Sue gripping a short blade, locked in fierce battle with the golden-robed guy. The golden-robed student's longsword whirled, clashing again and again against the short blade, sparks flying in dazzling bursts. Instructor Sue's offense was brutally sharp. In his hand, that single short blade was like a life-reaping weapon, every strike aimed at a vital point. The golden-robed student's swordsmanship was masterful, the long sword like an extension of his arm, barely managing to parry. Something was wrong. My heart sank hard. If this were really training, was there any need to aim every strike at a vital? Every single one of Instructor Sue's blows targeted a lethal spot. One slip from the golden-robed student, and he'd die on the spot. Right now his face was ghastly pale, his expression twisted. Damn it, is this really special training? The golden-robed student gritted his teeth and held on, thrusting his long sword upward. Clang! That upward thrust forced Instructor Sue back 2 steps. He quickly steadied himself, the hand gripping the blade dipping slightly, and softly breathed out a single word. Ignite! The short blade instantly burst into crimson flame. His right foot stepped forward, and he charged with the blade raised. Condense! The golden-robed student roared, lifting his sword, its blade suddenly transforming. The golden-robed student's long sword lit up with threads of silver light, like reflecting metal. The already hard blade gained an extra edge of sharpness, as if wrapped in a metallic shell. This was his ability, razor gold, manipulating metal to adhere to a weapon. Clang! Metal clashed again, but this time something changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flames on Instructor Sue's short blade suddenly turned violet, spreading along the sword's body toward the golden-robed student. He gritted his teeth and held on desperately, lips going white, his sword hand trembling nonstop. Just as he was about to break, I made my move. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Boom! A bolt of lightning the size of a fist, carrying a terrifying aura, slammed straight into Instructor Sue's back. Instructor Sue sensed it instantly, swept his short blade to knock the long sword aside, kicked off with his left foot, and leapt to the right. The moment he cleared out, that bolt of lightning shot straight toward the golden-robed student. Just as he thought he was about to be hit, I swept my right hand, and the lightning abruptly changed direction in midair, curving around him by half a meter and lunging back at Instructor Sue. The golden-robed student's pupils shook violently. He'd even felt the prickling sting of the electric arc, only for the lightning to swerve. He blanked for a moment. Phew, false alarm. A flicker of surprise crossed Instructor Sue's eyes, but he showed no panic. He raised his left hand, flames rising up to condense into a shield of fire. My lightning crashed into the shield and was outright burned out of existence. Damn it, what realm is he even at? I cursed inwardly. To be able to snuff out my lightning, only a high-tier ability user could pull that off. Suddenly, the earth beneath Instructor Sue's feet erupted, and 2 hands of mud burst through the bricks, clamping down hard on both his feet. He looked down and gave them a test tug. The mud hands bit tight. At that very moment, a man with fiery red hair in a fiery red battle robe came rushing at him from behind, gripping a long saber wreathed in blazing flame. In a few strides he closed in and brought the blade down in a savage slash. Instructor Sue seemed to have anticipated it. He flipped his grip on the dagger and braced it behind his head. Clang! That slash was actually blocked, in such a bizarre posture. Impossible, the red-robed man cried out, retreating rapidly. Fatty move, he shouted at a chubby guy in the distance who had both hands raised, while at the same time edging toward my side. The fatty was drenched in cold sweat. Seeing the red-robed man pull back, he cursed up a storm. Show off. I never should have listened to you. After cursing, he flung both hands down and came scrambling toward me. Brother G, please take me in. The golden-robed student also immediately dashed toward me. The situation was clear as day. Only by banding together did we stand any chance against Instructor Sue. The moment the fatty let go, the mud hands binding Instructor Sue instantly lost their vitality, and he shattered them with 2 kicks. Instructor Sue shook the mud off his feet and lifted his gaze, sweeping over the few of us. Heh. He gave a light laugh. Looks like you're the only ones who can satisfy me. In that case, Let me weed out the weak first. As the words fell, his skin gradually flushed red, as if something within him was about to burst forth. Alarm bells screamed in my head, and the few beside me all snapped to guard as well. The next moment, Instructor Sue's entire body ignited with a roar, transforming into a fireman wreathed in flame. He slowly raised his right hand. Sea of fire. His voice was faint, yet it drilled clearly into everyone's ears. Ignite. As the word landed, ferocious flames gushed out from within him. Boom! An indiscriminate sea of fire exploded across the plaza, sweeping toward every freshman in an overwhelming, all-consuming wave. My pupils shrank sharply, and I roared, "Resist with everything you've got!" This was no time to play the hero and save others. Against a sea of fire like this, keeping yourself alive would be counting your blessings. I looked up, kicked off with both legs, and turned my whole body into a bolt of lightning shooting straight for the heavens. The sea of fire was too vast. Even wind types who took to the air on the wind couldn't escape it. Apart from me, everyone else could only endure it head-on. The golden-robed student stamped his foot. Razor gold, gather. Layer upon layer of metal surfaced, cloaking him in armor. Ignite, the red-robed man bellowed, flames erupting all over his body, turning him into a fireman as well. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead. The fatty cursed while flinging out a hand, wrapping himself in mud to become a mud man. The other freshmen braced themselves in their own ways. The wind types couldn't get airborne in time and could only ward off the fire with wind. The earth types played it slick and dove into the ground. Unexpectedly, two girls chose to cooperate. A girl with dark green short hair, dressed in a green robe, raised her hand and shouted, "Wind wall, rise." A green whirlwind wall abruptly sprang up. Beside her, a girl with azure long hair and a blue robe raised her hands at the same time. "Stubborn water, pour." Streams of blue liquid gushed out, cascading over the wind wall and freezing into a cyan wall of water. The instant the water wall appeared, it blocked the vast majority of the sea of fire for the two of them. Even so, some residual flames still leaked through, surging straight at them. The two girls gritted their teeth and drove their abilities, barely holding back this sea of fire. The flames burned for a full 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. The instant the firelight faded, I descended like a bolt of lightning from the sky, landing hard. I looked around, my pupils shrinking. The Nature Department Academy Plaza had become a wasteland. The surrounding buildings looked like they'd been shelled, split apart, flames still flickering unquenched on the crumbling walls. The statue at the center of the plaza had been severed at the waist, the remaining half still burning. The ground was charred black and cracked, a spitting image of a battlefield after a sea of fire had receded. "They call this training?" I murmured. "If it really is training, the cost is way too vicious. But if it's not?" I turned my head toward Instructor Sue, my voice dropping very low. "Then who the hell is he?" Cough, cough, cough. A fit of coughing suddenly came from beside me. I turned my head and only then noticed a charred statue standing next to me, like a clay figure baked through by fierce flames, giving off an indescribable stench. Crack, crack, thud. The statue crumbled, revealing a fatty with a soot-black face and green smoke rising from all over his body. He couldn't even stand steadily. He dropped straight to his knees, one hand propping himself up, the other clutching his thick neck. Cough, cough, almost choked to death. I looked at the kneeling fatty, then at the pile of broken mud. My mouth twitched. Wrapping himself in mud to withstand the sea of fire? This is beggar's chicken? Cough, should have burrowed underground. Almost got myself cooked. The fatty stood up shakily, tugging at his charred battle robe to wipe his face. The result was black on black, wiping nothing off. I took out a loan to buy this battle robe. How'd it end up like this? He finally saw the sorry state he was in and wailed to the heavens. Boo-hoo-hoo. I should have just dug into the ground. Burrowing underground. Could you really survive that way? I stared at the charred, rigid earth beneath my feet, my heart sinking. If burrowing had worked, the students who dug into the soil should have surfaced by now. Earth-type ability users at the Spirit Sense stage couldn't breathe underground, stay too long, and they'd suffocate to death. Yet even now, not a single one had appeared. There was only one reason. They were dead. If that was truly the case, then who exactly was Instructor Sue? And where had Chun Meng and the others gone? Destruction on such a massive scale. Even a blind man would notice. Why hadn't Chuan University stirred at all? Everything today was as absurd as a dream. Wait, a dream? The spirit department. In an instant, it all clicked. This really was training. Except it was training inside an illusion constructed by the spirit department. But when exactly had I been dragged in here? Damn, my spiritual power really is too weak. I didn't even notice entering the illusion. Whoa, Brother G. The fatty shout snapped me out of it. He suddenly slid to his knees in front of me, wrapped his arms around my thigh, and frantically rubbed his head against it. In just a few seconds, all the black soot on his face had smeared onto my battle robe, though it did reveal his true face. I kicked him flying. Sure, my battle robe was black, but it still had patterns on it. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I raised my hand and sent a bolt of lightning slashing over. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. The fatty's whole body was wrapped in electric snakes, twitching nonstop. I didn't intend to kill him, just to teach him a lesson. So I zapped him for 2.5 seconds and then pulled back. He flopped over onto the ground, a wisp of black smoke rising from his mouth, his hair standing on end. Serves you right. A gloating voice came over. I turned my head and saw the red-haired guy, his face equally coated in black, walking toward me, with the golden-robed student following not far behind. The golden-robed student was probably the cleanest one on the field besides me. No dust on his face, just some unidentifiable metal debris clinging to his clothes. But his face was abnormally red, even the exposed skin of his arms. As he drew near, I could actually feel a wave of heat wash over me. Did you get steamed? The golden-robed student's mouth twitched, unable to answer. He could hardly say the sea of fire had heated his metal armor red hot, which had then cooked him alive. Cough, cough. The fatty caught his breath, staggered to his feet, and the moment he saw me, he begged for mercy. Brother G. I didn't mean it just now. I got too excited and couldn't help myself. I couldn't be bothered with him. The golden-robed student scanned the surroundings, noticing that the whole world had changed and all the other freshmen had eerily vanished without a trace. Where is everyone? His pupils trembled faintly. And is this really training? I feel like that instructor was out to kill us. I think so too, the red-haired guy said grimly. That kind of attack, that kind of sword work aiming every strike at a vital point. It was clearly meant to kill. But, the fatty scratched his head. If it's really not training, why hasn't our teacher shown up yet? Everyone fell silent. I didn't join their argument. I just kept my eyes fixed straight ahead. More precisely, fixed on those few figures ahead. Thud, thud, thud. SHFF, SHFF, scrape. Heavy footsteps, mixed with the sound of something being dragged, slowly closed in. Everyone turned toward the sound, and once they saw who was coming, they all went on guard. It was Instructor Sue. He was dragging something in each hand, hauling them along step by step. When everyone's gaze landed on what was behind him, they all froze. It was people, 2 corpses. Instructor Sue walked up and stopped across from us, then flung his hands out, tossing the corpses toward us. Nobody moved, letting them tumble to the ground. 2 girls, one in a green robe, one in a blue robe. Their faces were frozen in terror and unwillingness, their bodies charred black in many places. Clearly, they'd been hunted down by him. Instructor Sue looked satisfied and grinned. Looks like you're all that's left. So, tell me, how do you want to die? Just what are you? The red-haired guy screamed, pointing at him. What am I? Instructor Sue lifted his gaze, his smile turning sinister. I'm your training instructor. Bullshit. The golden-robed student took a step forward. If you're really an instructor, why did they have to sacrifice their lives? He pointed once more at the corpses on the ground. Sacrifice. Instructor Sue tilted his head, as if mulling over the word. You put too much weight on sacrifice. They didn't sacrifice, they just died. It's just a life. Gone is gone. No more than a scar the size of a bowl. You. The red-haired guy was about to speak again, but I raised a hand to stop him. I took half a step forward. Instructor Sue turned his body sideways, planting his feet one in front of the other, his eyes wary. A very faint smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Just as I'd guessed. His body was on guard, but his expression stayed relaxed. He even shot back. What? Are you going to grill me too with all that righteous indignation? I shook my head and smiled. I can't be bothered to waste words on you. You're not worth it. Instructor Sue froze. And not just him. The red-haired guy and the others were stunned too. In that split second of opening, I moved. My whole body turned into a bolt of lightning, flashing to right in front of him in the blink of an eye. My right fist, wrapped in tens of thousands of arcs of electricity, drove straight at his face. Instructor Su's heart lurched. He whipped his right hand out, bursting forth a fireball to meet the attack, while riding the force of the eruption to retreat at high speed. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Boom. Fist and flame collided in midair, exploding with a muffled thunderclap. Splattering fire crashed against me, only to be completely neutralized by the lightning coursing around my body. I brushed the lingering embers off my battle robe, the corners of my mouth climbing higher and higher. I lifted my gaze toward the man of fire in the distance. Looks like my guess just got confirmed too. What? The flames covering Instructor Su gradually died out, revealing his true form. You really can wield powers, I said, spacing each word out deliberately. But your body? It can't generate any real force at all. Instructor Su's pupils shrank sharply. What's that supposed to mean? Fatty scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Everyone, I called out. Hit his body with everything you've got. Getting close. Brawl it out. Everyone's expression shifted. Instructor Su let out a cold snort. Kid, aren't you afraid I'll unleash a sea of fire? I grinned wide. With a body like yours, I'm confident. Before you can even summon that sea of fire, I'll send you off with a single punch. Instructor Su froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha. No wonder you're the perfect score valedictorian of the combat track. Sharp eyes, you saw through even that tiny flaw of mine. The look he gave me now carried a hint of approval. Kid, tell me, did you see the truth? In an illusion, what truth is there to speak of? I answered calmly. The moment those words left my mouth, several of the freshmen behind me went completely stiff. An illusion? Fatty stammered. GG, we're inside an illusion? A psychic-type ability user, the golden-robed boy murmured. No wonder not a single teacher has shown up this whole time. We've been trapped in an illusion from start to finish. The red-haired boy opened his mouth, unable to believe it. So that life-and-death struggle just now had all been a fabrication? Saw right through it, as expected. Instructor Su said, shaking his head. You concluded this was an illusion just because my body didn't match my ability's strength? No, I shook my head. I figured it out from the fact that no teacher came rushing in. After all, I don't believe anyone could fight their way into Sichuan University all on their own. Instructor Su blinked, then laughed again. Haha, so you saw through it from the school itself. Looks like next time I run this illusion, I'll have to conjure up a few teachers, too. I hereby declare, this round, you all pass. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang out. The world in my eyes suddenly split apart, scattering like broken glass. Spiderweb cracks crawled across everything in all directions, snapping open with sharp cracks. The next moment, bang, the ruins dissolved, and the Natural Affinity Department's plaza reappeared before my eyes. No blazing fire, no crumbling walls. Even the floor tiles were perfectly intact. The only difference was that the crowd who had been standing were now all collapsed on the ground. Eyes shut. In that vast plaza, only the few of us were left standing. Fatty looked left and right, his face full of wonder. He walked over to the nearest student, crouched down, peeled back the guy's eyelid, and leaned in for a close look. The golden-robed boy was startled. You know medicine? Nope, Fatty answered honestly. Isn't this how they always do it in the TV shows? The golden-robed boy broke into a cold sweat. Then how do you know if he's alive or not? Just guessing. Fatty let go and stood up, dead serious. Sure. The golden-robed boy's mouth twitched. 1,000 words dissolved into a single dry chuckle. Because it had all been an illusion, the dust and wounds on everyone's bodies vanished as the illusion shattered, restored to their original state. Relax, Instructor Su said, as if seeing through everyone's worries. They're just asleep. They'll wake up in a bit. Your teacher Chin's illusions never hurt anyone. I didn't expect to get seen through by a freshman, though. As expected of the perfect score combat valedictorian. Guess I'll have to make it more convincing next time. Conjure up illusions of Chun Ming and the others, then. Instructor Su got more and more worked up as he spoke, a bright glint kindling in his eyes. Teacher Su, give me a break. A voice came from the weapons shop behind him. A short-haired woman walked out. Handsome features, a helpless expression, rubbing her own forehead. You make it sound so easy. I'm the one who has to build the illusions. Instructor Su scratched his head and gave a sheepish laugh. The woman shot him a glance, then walked straight up to me and extended her hand. Hello, classmate G. My name is Chun-won. I shook it politely. Hello, teacher Chun. Classmate G, she asked with a smile. Is there anything you'd like to ask? I nodded. I'd like to know, when exactly did you pull us into the illusion? The question had been weighing on my mind. Being controlled without the slightest awareness, that feeling of losing all initiative, left me deeply uneasy. When Chinwen smiled. Probably the very moment Teacher Su descended from the sky and drew all your attention. You had no guard up against me to begin with, and your attention had been drawn away. With a cultivation realm far above yours, I could naturally drag you in without a sound. So that's how it was. I stroked my chin. That said, my realm and mental strength still fall a bit short. I couldn't fully replicate the strength of Teacher Su's physical body. Chinwen sighed. Teacher, what do you mean? Fatty cut in. Didn't you all notice? When Instructor Su fought, his body was abnormally weak. Was it? Fatty glanced guiltily over at us. Of course it was. Instructor Su stepped forward and pointed at the golden-robed boy. If my body in the illusion had matched reality, that kidly would have been finished by a single strike of my blade. There'd have been no room for any blade against sword clash. The golden-robed boy's expression changed slightly. Instructor Su turned to Fatty next. That loose, flimsy dirt of yours. The real me would have crushed it under 2 stomps. And you wanted to trap me with that. Fatty scratched his head awkwardly, with nothing to say. As for you, Instructor Su pointed at the red-haired boy. In a real fight, 1 punch would have sent you flying. And you? He looked at me, opened his mouth, then stopped short. He thought about it for a long while, but couldn't pick out a single fault. The only thing that could even count as a problem was that too many classmates had died along the way. But against an enemy this powerful, no matter who was in charge, there was no guaranteeing everyone would survive. You know exactly what your problem is. After holding it in forever, Instructor Su could only squeeze out this vague, face-saving line. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. Fatty and the others were stifling their laughter off to the side, too. Instructor Su cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Enough said. Rest up for now. Once they wake, we'll start round 2. With that, he swept his arm and summoned a chair of flame, plopping down into it without a care. Chinwen turned to go. The first round's over, so I'll head off now, Teacher Su. Sure, thanks for the hard work. It's nothing, she joked. Just don't make me build illusions of Chun Ming and the rest, and we're good. Instructor Su gave a sheepish laugh, and Chun-Wen left with a smile. After she was gone, the few of us finally started getting to know one another. After all, no matter what, we had fought a battle shoulder to shoulder. The fight had been short, but the danger was real. Some bonds are forged in the very instant a blade grazes your throat, and they hold far firmer than any pleasantries. A few exchanges in, the 4 of us more or less had each other figured out. The golden-robed youth to my right was named Li Yunxian, a swordsman since childhood. His ability was the A-rank metal type, sharpness to the utmost gold. He could control metal, create it out of thin air, and layer it onto weapons. A sword in his hand was a sword that could grow. The one in the red robe was called Shi Honghu, a rank fire type, blazing detonation. His weapon was a blade. Fatty was named Jiang Fengmao, a rank earth type, crustal tremor, able to shake the earth and command earth elements. His weapon was a war hammer. A war hammer. I frowned. How come I've never seen you carry it? Fatty scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, hemming and hawing without managing to get a word out. Shi Honghu exposed him mercilessly. This fat bastard thinks the hammer's too heavy, so he never brings it to training. I froze. Was there really such a reason in this world? Li Yunxian looked at him with utter confusion. You'd skip carrying it into battle because it's heavy, too? Then why'd you pick a war hammer in the first place? Fatty flushed red, his voice growing smaller and smaller. Mainly it's because I'm broke. What does your family do? We're from the countryside. My parents both farm. As he said this, his head dropped so low it nearly buried itself in his collar. What's wrong with farming? Shi Honghu slugged him in the shoulder. Farmers are the people who deserve the most respect. Li Yunxian said nothing, just patted his shoulder. His attitude was already clear enough. I was more direct. I reached out and ruffled Fatty's head, smiling. Don't overthink it. At least you've still got your mom and dad. I don't even have parents. Huh. Jiang Fengmao's head shot up. Gigi, you're an orphan? The moment the words left his mouth, Shi Honghu and Li Yunxian both glared at him in unison. Only then did he catch on, hurriedly clapping a hand over his mouth and scrambling to fix it. I'm sorry, Gigi. I didn't mean it like that. I. I. He shook his head like a rattledrum. I didn't take it to heart. I was someone from another world to begin with. By all rights, I didn't belong here at all, so being alone was perfectly natural. But since I'd arrived, I ought to do something. If a person goes through a whole life and leaves nothing behind, that would be too dull. And what I intended to do was drive out the invaders on this land. Every last one of them. For the people who lived here. I waved a hand and smiled easily. It's fine. I got used to it a long time ago. Fatty only looked guiltier, his face scrunched into a ball. He'd probably already written an entire tragic backstory for me in his head. Was it tragic? In a sense, it really was pretty tragic. After all, I ended up here because my own dojo screwed me to death every step of the way. As we talked, the freshmen who'd been knocked out around us gradually came to. Their first reaction upon waking was silence. Their second was resignation. That was Chun Wen's handiwork. Anyone who had died, once inside the illusion, knew the whole truth upon waking, including the fact that they'd failed the first round of the training camp. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Instructor Su had unleashed an entire sea of fire, yet they couldn't withstand even a single wave of it, losing their lives so early on. Over the next 2 weeks, Instructor Su demonstrated through action exactly what a devil instructor was. Day 1. Stamina, endurance, strength. The intensity was so brutal that a whole batch of people fainted from exhaustion on the spot. Even I felt like my lungs were about to burst by the end. I had no mana bar, but I sure as hell had a stamina bar. Day 2. An ability reserve test. Instructor Su had everyone release their powers without holding anything back to get a read on each person's limits. Most people's reserves were mediocre. Only Li Yunxian ranked a cut above, already enough to make the whole crowd turn and stare. Then it was my turn. I blasted away continuously for 2.5 hours, and my ability showed not the slightest sign of running dry. If Instructor Su hadn't called for a stop, I could have kept blasting for another 2.5 hours. Dead silence throughout the field. That was when Instructor Su finally understood. No wonder I dared to hurl lightning around so recklessly during the college entrance exam. My reserves really were off the charts. What does a lightning-type ability user with monstrous reserves mean? It means a Gatling gun loaded with hundreds of millions of rounds. A killing machine that never has to shut down. After confirming my reserves simply couldn't be depleted, Instructor Su gave up on having me train reserves altogether and switched me to endurance. And so I got worked to a pulp. Just like that. Over 2 weeks we drilled endurance, strength, speed, reserves, cultivation, martial arts, and every kind of weapon there was, plus close-quarters combat without abilities, and, on top of it all, psychological pressure resistance. The so-called pressure resistance training was to pile stress on you, then curse you out to your face. The theory classes weren't neglected either. It was grueling, but the gains were plentiful. 2 weeks later, the camp came to an end. That day, Instructor Su led us back to the Natural Affinity Department's plaza. The plaza was already ringed with people, outside the shops, on the rooftops, packed shoulder to shoulder. All of them sophomore and junior upperclassmen who'd come to see the freshmen. In past years, it was never this lively. This year was different. Among this year's freshmen was a once-in-a-century perfect score combat valedictorian. Instructor Su stood at the center of the plaza, with us lined up behind him. The murmuring around us was considerable. You see Ji Churin? I've been looking forever and can't spot him. Where are you looking? At the back. With that brain of yours, with his strength, he'd be standing in the back? He's got to be planted dead center. Oh, I see him, I see him. Gazes swept over in a rush, landing on the very front of the crowd. Black robe, layered with dark patterns, both hands clad in pitch-black knuckle gloves, an aura of sharpness radiating from head to toe. That was me. The only thought left in their minds was probably bristling with brilliance. Instructor Su swept his gaze over our transformed faces and was quite satisfied. Though there was still a touch of clear, boyish innocence in their eyes, they'd already begun to give off the aura and ability user ought to have. Everyone, the camp is over, he began. The road from here on, you walk yourselves. Tomorrow is the intra-department freshman tournament. I want you to bring out everything you've got and shine. He paused, then quirked the corner of his mouth into a teasing look. That said, most of you are probably going to be fighting for second place. But give it your best shot anyway. He was doing it on purpose. He wanted to stir the pot, to get this proud, spirited bunch of freshmen to butt heads with me and make some trouble for me. Every word, spoken and implied, said they could only be crushed under me. Anyone who could test into Sichuan Chongqing Ability University, which of them wasn't a local genius? Which of them wasn't the arrogant type? For a moment, their blood really was fired up. So you're a perfect score valedictorian, big deal. So you're S rank, big deal. Fine, you're impressive. But barely 2 seconds after the blood surged, the whole group deflated in unison. The gap was too vast. On exam day, I'd shattered 2 waves of the beast tide with single strikes. That image was too blinding. So blinding they couldn't even conceive of how to compete. Surely they couldn't take a lightning ball of mine head-on with their bodies? How was that any different from charging straight into an artillery shell? Not to mention the hand I'd revealed during camp. Monstrous reserves, savage lightning, plus no small amount of close combat skill. How was anyone supposed to fight that? Forget it. Fight for second, then. Instructor Su hadn't expected them to deflate so fast. He was momentarily at a loss for words, so he just wrapped up with a couple of offhand remarks and announced they were dismissed. The freshmen scattered back to their dorms in 2s and 3s, all wanting to rest up and recharge. I was the same, heading toward my standalone dormitory. On the way, several upperclassmen stopped me to ask for my contact info, and some outright invited me to join their clubs, saying we could take on missions together down the line. I politely declined them all. For now, I had no such plans. Back at the dorm, I leaped onto the bed, sprawled spread eagle into the softness, and casually pulled up the system panel. Template progress, 19.07%. Still a little short of 20, huh? I murmured. My realm was almost brushing the mid-tier glimmer realm, too, and my ability strength had climbed another big notch since the entrance exam. When I hit 20, what'll get unlocked? I clenched my fist, a faint anticipation stirring in my chest. The next day, the department freshman tournament kicked off. Before the sky had fully brightened, the freshmen had already crawled out of bed and rushed to their respective departments' battle arenas. The Natural Affinity Department's arena was on the training grounds at the north end of the campus. In the very center stood a ring, built from some unknown hard stone, its surface rough and charred black, as if it had been pounded by the years over and over again. The freshmen crowded the outer ring of the grounds, staring at that stage. On the stands, the sophomore and junior upperclassmen were already packed to the brim, all there to root for their own juniors. GG, a familiar voice. I turned to find Fatty, Jiang Fengmao, standing next to Shi Honghu, waving at me. I walked over. Shi Honghu shot me a glance, said nothing, then turned his gaze away again. I wasn't surprised. Over these 2 weeks of camp, I'd long since figured out his temperament. Arrogant, fond of putting on a show. Put plainly, he just loved acting cool. Is everyone here? Another familiar voice sounded from the side. Fatty and I turned to look. Li Yunxian had arrived, draped in his golden robe, sword in his left hand, looking especially confident today, as if victory were already in the bag. "Oh ho, you're looking a little different today," Fatty said, sizing him up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder. "Different how?" Li Yunxian perked right up, even spreading his arms and doing a full turn, waiting for the compliment. "Even more of a peacock," Fatty said flatly. The smile on Li Yunxian's face froze. As the saying goes, a smile doesn't disappear, it only transfers. The instant his froze, Shi Honghu's smile rose. Fatty whipped his head around. "What are you laughing at, you poser?" The next second, Shi Honghu's smile froze too. This time it transferred to my face. I really couldn't hold it in and let out a oof of laughter. Fatty turned to look at me. Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu perked right up, waiting eagerly to see how he'd fire back. But this thick-browed, big-eyed Fatty just smiled, all fawning. GG, that smile of yours is truly handsome. No wonder you're number 1 in our department." At this, the two of them really couldn't hold it together. "You fat bastard." Shi Honghu jabbed a finger at him. "Why do you only praise Ji Churin and not us?" Li Yunxian didn't curse, but that look in his eyes, he'd already executed Fatty 3 times over in his mind. Fatty looked at Shi Honghu with an expression that said, caring for the mentally challenged. "Why? Don't you have a clue in that head of yours? Look at GGE's strength, then look at yours. For everything, look inward for the reason first, whether you've trained hard enough, whether your reserves have grown. This temper of mine has been with me all these years. When has it ever changed? Sure Hong, whose face flushed crimson in an instant. A red face was no good thing. It meant his fire really was about to break loose. Little pervert. Chen Ming's familiar voice drifted over from the distance. I turned to see him standing not far off with a kindly-faced old man, both watching me. I said a quick word to the others and strode over. Morning, old Chun. Chen Ming's expression stiffened. He raised a fist to his lips and gave 2 dry coughs. Ahem, ahem. You're supposed to call me. Ugh, forget it. I can't be bothered with you. He'd meant to make me address him by his title, but the moment he thought of that mouth of mine, he gave up. He stepped half a pace aside and introduced the old man beside him. This is your Natural Affinity Department Dean, Dean Wei. I cupped my fist in salute. Hello, Dean Wei. Hello to you too. The old man beamed, seeming to be in a good mood. You brat, not a shred of nervousness in you, huh? Chen Ming said with a straight face. When you fail to take first later, you'll settle down. I rolled my eyes. Old Chun, why don't you take a look at what realm I'm at now? He raised an eyebrow and checked. Well, I'll be damned. Chen Ming blurted out. You're already at the lower Glimmer realm? Weren't you just at the bottom tier 2 weeks ago? I chuckled. Surprised? Shocked. You? He was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, it was more than just the Glimmer realm. With the methods I had now, even if I dropped back to the lower Spirit Sense realm, I could still steamroll the current Natural Affinity freshmen. Most of them were only at the lower Spirit Sense realm, and those who'd touched the mid-tier were few and far between. And I just happened to be a monster who fought across realms, crossing a minor stage as easily as drinking water. My sky-high ability reserves had long since destined my extraordinariness. Fine. I was worrying over nothing. Chen Ming waved a hand, resigned. Dean Wei had been watching the two of us with a squint-eyed smile the whole time, not interjecting, seeming to quite enjoy the liveliness. Classmate G, he suddenly spoke up. Dean Wei, your talent is excellent, he said, stepping forward slowly. So excellent it leaves even me marveling. Thank you for the recognition, Dean. With talent this good, all the more reason to cash it in. He patted my shoulder. My request isn't much. Take first in the whole school. How about it? Remember, that's first across all 6 departments. I paused for a moment. No confidence. No. I shook my head and grinned. I just think the dean's still underestimating me. Oh, he was slightly taken aback. How so? First in the whole school is nothing. I couldn't suppress the wild edge in my tone. I'm going to be first in the whole country. No, I'm going to be first in the whole world. With the system on my side, I naturally had the confidence for it. Dean Wei froze too, as if struck by those words. He studied this young face of mine carefully, looking for a long while, and read only 4 characters in my eyes, brimming with spirit and ambition. When he was young, hadn't he been exactly like this? After a moment, he suddenly let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, now that's ambition. This is exactly how young people should be, full of life and vigor. Since you hold such aspirations, then this old man will wait quietly for that day. The day you become the strongest in the world. By then, I'll probably have to turn around and address you as Senior G. Haha. I waved my hands frantically. No, no, no. Dean, you're going to be the death of me. You're my elder. I'm the junior. We can't go turning the order upside down like that. Chen Ming blew up on the spot beside me. You little punk. Then how come you never call me Teacher Chen? That's a different matter. Different my ass. Ahem. I put on a solemn face. Old Chen, you're not the same. You jerk. How am I not the same? Chen Ming glared at me, irritated. The strength isn't the same. You. Chen Ming's words caught in his throat, and for a moment he had no idea how to respond. Dean Wei suddenly laughed. The more he looked at me, the more amused he seemed. He shot the deflated Chen Ming an interested glance, then turned to me. Student G, from now on, whatever you need, come straight to the dean's office and find me. Chen Ming's eyes went wide. I understood the weight of those words. For Dean Wei to say that meant he'd fully accepted me, that he was willing to pour his attention and resources into me. More importantly, it meant the person standing behind me was him. Not one of the deans at Chuanyu Esper University was a simple figure. With a backer like that, if the big families out there wanted to pick a fight, they'd have to weigh their own worth first. Chen Ming shot me a frantic look. I caught on immediately and cupped my hands. Thank you, Dean Wei. Dean Wei chuckled and patted my shoulder. Just then a teacher came jogging over, glanced at me, then at Chen Ming, and finally looked to Dean Wei. Dean Wei, the match is about to start. It's time for your speech. Dean Wei nodded, patted my shoulder again, then turned and walked off. Chen Ming and I watched him go. Once he disappeared from sight, Chen Ming turned around, raised a fist the size of a sandbag, and gave my back a light punch, grinning. You little punk, you finally made it. I shrugged indifferently. Can't help it. That's just how geniuses are. You little punk. Chen Ming gritted his teeth and slammed a fist down onto my head. Thunk. Yep. Solid head. SSSS. I clutched my head. I could bet this guy had gone steel form again. Can't beat him right now. Noted for later. Seeing me suffer, Chen Ming doubled over laughing. I rolled my eyes at him and didn't bother speaking. It was a while before he reined in the laughter. He glanced at the volunteers still setting up the equipment on the stands, did the mental math on the time, and his expression suddenly darkened. Little freak, you remember the beast tide you ran into during your college entrance exam? I nodded. I remember. Teacher Wang said it was the work of the beggars and the demons. That's right. Chen Ming's face turned serious. Except now the whole thing's suddenly gotten a lot trickier. I frowned. They found the beggar. He paused. But he killed himself. What? North City Military Academy started hunting them down the moment the exam ended. You know how insanely good the beggars are at hiding. The ones who caused the beast tide managed to stay hidden for over a month. It was Wang Jiu who caught them. But before anyone could interrogate them, all three killed themselves. 3. I frowned. Are you sure they're the ones who caused the beast tide? Certain. First, they were caught in North City. Second, we found vials of beast frenzy powder on them, along with several empty bottles. Chen Ming clenched his fist until it cracked. These lunatics, they were actually planning to trigger another beast tide. Beast frenzy powder, a substance that could drive Esper's beasts into a rampage. Originally, it was just a tool pharmacists used to measure rampage data on beasts. But later, someone scattered it into a herd and triggered the very first beast tide. Countless families were destroyed. The pharmacist who created it has borne the infamy ever since and vanished without a trace. Yet the beast rampage data in the textbooks to this day still comes from his measurements back then. Something meant for research, once it falls into the wrong hands, becomes a butcher's blade. Tools are never good or evil. Only the person holding the knife is. And the demon? I pressed. No sign of it. Chen Ming's face soured. None of the 47 examinees was a demon, which means its goal wasn't to infiltrate humanity. Then what's the deal with the hide peeler rabbit? I asked. The demon wanted a beast's skin? No idea. There are too many holes in this. Chen Ming shook his head. Why did the beggars have beast frenzy powder? Why bring a hide peeler rabbit? Why strike during the exam of all times? If it were only to kill off the new generation, they really shouldn't have picked the exam. That's when the new generation is at its safest. And besides, would those beggars ever do something with no profit in it? Right. My brow nodded. Something about this just didn't feel simple. Who's in charge of it now? Chen Ming's expression froze in an instant, and he stayed silent for a long time. I understood immediately. It's your nemesis, Teacher Li Yi, isn't it? If you don't know how to talk, then shut it. Chen Ming glared. But, yeah, Li Yi's investigating. The higher-ups are taking it seriously, since it involves demons after all. Beasts, demons, the myriad races. As long as these threats remained, the human race would know no peace. Chen Ming let out a heavy breath and turned to look at me. The future, in the end, would have to rest on their generation. The freshman nature department inter-major competition is about to begin. Everyone, please return to your seats. A crisp voice rang across the field. I looked toward the stands along with everyone else. A teacher was speaking into a microphone. Please be seated according to your Esper type. The seats labeled with your names are your positions. On the stands, several volunteers held up signs marking the Esper types. My eyes landed at once on the one that was deep blue all over. Threads of lightning crackling through its patterns. Lightning type. That had to be my spot. But the lightning seating had only one chair. Out of every freshman in the entire school, I was the only lightning type Esper. My mouth twitched. Every other type had dozens of seats lined up, and here at mine, one lonely chair. I headed in that direction. Chen Ming didn't follow. He went straight up to the stands. This year he was a referee. In past years he'd have gone to watch from the enhancement side, since he himself is enhancement type. But this year was different. The nature department had me now, and he'd taken up the referee role he'd never once accepted before. I walked up to the sign holding volunteer. He lowered the sign and nodded with a smile. Student G, please have a seat. Respect goes both ways. He'd show me courtesy, so naturally, I wasn't going to put on airs. Thanks. I sat down with a smile. The volunteer turned and went back up, fetched a black box, and jogged back over to me. Student G, please draw a number. I reached inside. My fingertips brushed against a lot of little balls, each about the size of a ping-pong ball. There's space inside the box. A space-type esper? I frowned and pulled one out at random. A white ball. I turned it half a rotation, and black text appeared. 1. 11, I said aloud. Yes, Student G. You're number 11, the 11th to go up. I nodded, then asked, Senior, is this box embedded with a space-type ability? The volunteer blinked, not expecting me to ask that, but answered anyway. Yes, these boxes are made by the teachers of the special department. Each one connects 2 separate spaces, so the same number will only be drawn by 2 people. Got it. Thanks, Senior. He smiled and went back up. I sat back down, one thought circling in my mind. Who drew the same number as me? At that moment, over in the Earth-type section, Jiang Fengmao was bragging to everyone around him, his face full of smugness. You guys have no idea. Instructor Su's flames that day were downright vicious. But I teamed up with Brother G, and we straight up snuffed out that whole sea of fire. A boy with a pockmarked face beside him said admiringly, Brother Jiang, you're that tough? Even Instructor Su couldn't do anything to you. Jiang Fengmao wiped his nose. Of course. And I'm not just bragging. Brother G's only a little bit stronger than me. In a real fight, the two of us are 50-50. Are you serious? Pockmark's eyes lit up, but a few other boys nearby curled their lips. Heh, talking big. Jiang Fengmao got instantly annoyed and held up his number tag. Don't believe me? Watch this. On the tag, number 11. Just watch me string up this number 11 and beat him black and blue. I don't care who it is. I'll take him down without a scratch. Pockmark admired him even more. But the smirking boy started to feel a little uneasy. Jiang Fengmao really was someone who'd survived under Instructor Su, and his confidence was just too overwhelming. Overwhelming confidence only comes in 2 kinds, either genuinely strong or all talk. For the moment, he couldn't tell which one Jiang Fengmao was. He glanced down at his own number tag. 10. Thank you, Dean Wei, for your speech. The competition now officially begins. Will the 2 contestants who drew number 1 please come up? I, who'd been about to doze off, snapped instantly to attention. Can't help it. Dean Wei's a good man, but his speeches are seriously sleep-inducing, and sitting through one is downright deadly. A figure stepped onto the arena. He wore a battle robe, gripped a long sword, and carried a look of firm resolve between his brows. No one who makes it into Chuanyu Esper University is a simple character. This year the admission cutoff was 2,800 points. Most other top institutions take students at around 2,000, and the 5 most famous schools at 2,500 and up, and this year we pushed all the way to 2,800. I glanced around, wanting to see who his opponent was, and then I spotted Li Yunxian walking toward the arena. Li Yunxian actually drew number 1. That got me interested. His exquisite swordsmanship during the training camp had long made his extraordinary skill clear. Clad in his golden robe, Li Yunxian reached the foot of the arena, gave a light leap, and landed on the platform. He cupped his hands. Please instruct me. The student across from him tensed. He too knew that Li Yunxian had survived the training camp. He returned the salute warily. Please instruct me. The words had barely left his mouth when his right hand drew, and the long sword slid from its sheath. Didn't expect you to use a sword too. Li Yunxian smiled. His left thumb pushed gently, and an inch of blade showed itself, his steady aura abruptly turning sharp. Then let's see whose swordsmanship is finer. Begin. Ripples of water materialized from thin air along the student's right arm, surged onto the blade, and in an instant sheathed the entire sword. He stomped his right foot, using the momentum to charge forward, and brought the sword down overhead. Li Yunxian didn't budge. With only a faint smile, he sidestepped and dodged. The student's pupils quivered. He swept the blade horizontally in another strike. Li Yunxian stepped back and dodged again. On the stands, Dean Wei shook his head lightly. Still immature. His swordsmanship has entered the door, but in the end he studied it for too short a time. Elder Wei, you know Li Yunxuan's swordsmanship level? A teacher beside him asked. Dean Wei smiled. Yinxian keeps a low profile, so it's normal you wouldn't know. But I can tell you this. He comes from the Li family. The teacher's eyes went wide, his breathing thrown off. Elderway. You mean the Li family of the imperial capital? And he's the eldest son. But Li Yunxian awakened as a nature type. Hasn't the Li family been enhancement type for generations? Sigh. In the end, things took a turn. Dean Wei shook his head helplessly. But the young have their own fortunes. Just watch. Yunxuan's about to win. In the arena, Li Yunxian handled everything with ease. Thrust, flick, slash. No matter how his opponent attacked, he dissolved it effortlessly. The student was already drenched in sweat, the water patterns on his blade beginning to waver unsteadily, while Li Yunxian hadn't so much as disturbed his breathing. Mid-dodge, he said mildly. Do you know where the gap between you and me lies? The student didn't answer, only bellowed. Waves rise. He poured every ounce of his ability into it, and the water patterns on his blade churned and surged like the tide. Is this your final strike? Li Yunxian murmured. In that case, I'll show you respect. He stepped back twice, pushed the sword with his thumb again, bearing the full sharp blade. His right hand gripped the hilt. Condense. In that instant, the steady man transformed into a blade about to leave its sheath, his gaze like an edge. The student clearly felt that killing intent. He retreated 2 steps and raised his sword on guard. Command. Water patterns surfaced before him, condensing into a rippling barrier of water. Li Yunxian closed in step by step, bending slightly, lowering his center of gravity. The next moment, a flash of sword light on the platform, and the sound of clashing metal exploded. Clang. The water patterns shattered, sparks flying. The student's face filled with shock. The water barrier before his eyes split cleanly in two, as though cut by a razor. And Li Yunxian was already standing behind him. He twirled a flourish with the blade and slid the long sword back into its sheath. The moment the sword returned to its sheath, that sharp aura instantly withdrew, drawn entirely back into his body. Out of the sheath, keen. Within it, calm. You've lost. Li Yunxian turned, a faint smile on his face. The student's eyes went wide. Trembling, he reached up and touched his own neck. It had already fully turned to steel, as if clad in iron armor. In that moment, he understood he'd lost. You're strong. To have trained your swordsmanship to the entry level in so short a time, Li Yunxian said. But I'm stronger. My swordsmanship is mastery. You in such a short time you. No. Li Yunxian shook his head. Swordsmanship is never a single day's work, and cultivation even less so. To reach those 2 words, mastery, took me 14 years. Swordsmanship, fist arts, spear arts, any weapon has its proficiency. Just like combat techniques, weapon proficiency is divided into 5 tiers: entry, proficient, mastery, subtlety, and unity. An ordinary person might spend their whole life and never even touch the threshold of peak entry. Those who reach proficient are exceedingly rare. But the moment one awakens an Esper ability, their aptitude for weapon training soars. Esper ability is like a genetic lock. The stronger the ability, the more thoroughly the lock opens. Many people train in martial arts for years without a breakthrough, and only at the moment their ability awakens does everything suddenly click. That's why most people awaken their ability first, then pick a weapon that suits them, getting twice the result for half the effort. Li Yunxian, though, was an exception. He came from the Li family of the imperial capital, a swordsmanship dynasty, enhancement type, sword espers for generations. He took up the sword at 4, reached entry at 6, proficient at 16, and after awakening his ability, stepped straight into mastery. His peers couldn't even touch entry, while he was already a swordsmanship prodigy. The only pity, his ability came out skewed. He didn't awaken sword type enhancement. Instead, he awakened as nature type. Both a rank, yet worlds apart in circumstance. I sat in the lightning section, watching that scene on the platform. Work hard. Your swordsmanship talent is strong. Li Yunxian tossed out as gentle consolation, then turned and stepped down. The defeated one's eyes stirred. He let out a long sigh, took up his sword, and left. Referee Chun Meng withdrew his hand and shook it out, muttering under his breath, "As expected of me. Even steel forming someone else comes this smoothly." With the first match settled, the following bouts fired off one after another. Number 2, 3, 4. Students clashed in pairs until a winner emerged. Their strengths were comparable, and all were prodigies from across the country, so several matches turned into wars of attrition. Abilities exhausted, coming down to pure physical technique and weapons colliding head-on. Fist meeting flesh, blade meeting blade. With Chun Ming holding the line and support-type teachers on hand to heal at any moment, no one worried about being left with a fatal wound. The competition pressed on, reaching number 10. Will the two contestants who drew number 10 please come up? A boy stood up in the Earth-type section. It was the very one who'd mocked Jiang Fengmao earlier. He reached out and grabbed the weapon propped up beside him. It was a strange piece of weaponry, a pitch-black pole, its tip capped with a black iron point shaped exactly like a farmer's hoe. The mocker carried the hoe up to the platform. Jiang Fengmao whipped his head around, looking every which way, until he spotted a familiar figure rising in the fire-type section. Only then did he grin. He waved at the mocker. "Go get him, buddy. Show him what you've got." The mocker snorted coldly and said nothing. He stood on the arena and looked back at his approaching opponent, clad in a red robe, with a head of fiery red short hair. Shi Honghu leaped onto the platform, planted himself, and looked down at his opponent with an arrogant tone. "You're my opponent? Looking this weak." The mocker frowned. He recognized this guy. Anyone who'd survived Instructor Su's single strike, he kept in mind. As for how they'd survived, he didn't know. But he was a proud one too, and would never back down. Weak or not, you'll only know after you try. He shot back coldly. "Just don't end up unable to take even one hit from me." "Heh." Shi Honghu raised a hand. "Then let me see whether you actually have skill, or if you're just running your mouth." The words weren't even finished when a burning fireball formed in his palm and shot through the air. The mocker's gaze sharpened. He raised the hoe and roared, "Bind!" Layers of mud and rocks suddenly surged onto the black hoe, the tip wrapped tightly in stone like it wore armor. He swung the rock hoe and smashed it hard into the fireball. Boom. Sparks scattered, dust flew. "Interesting." Shi Honghu sneered, and with a pull of his right hand, drew a long saber. "Ignite!" Flames instantly rose along the blade, condensing into a blazing edge of fire, the heat wave warping the air around it. He gripped the saber with both hands and slashed through the air. The flaming slash tore through space toward the mocker. The mocker stomped his right foot down, his face contorting. Rock. Chunks of stone shot up from the ground, and in the blink of an eye stacked into rock armor around his body. Boom. The slash exploded against the rock armor, flames scattering. Countless small flames clung to the armor's surface and burned, yet couldn't harm him in the slightest. The mocker scoffed. "I thought you were something. Turns out it's just this painless little trick." Shi Honghu let the blade dip slightly and slowly raised his left hand. "Kid, you know what my ability's called?" The mocker paused. Shi Honghu grinned. "My ability is called Detonating Blaze." So, the mocker's pupils shrank violently. He frantically channeled his ability, trying to shed the rock armor. Too late. "Blow, damn you." With a roar, the small flames blanketing the rock armor all burst out in blinding red light, the temperature soaring in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. A chain of explosions blasted out across the mocker's body. Rock fragments flew, thick smoke billowed, and in an instant it shrouded the entire arena. Those below could no longer make out what was happening inside. Damn, that explosion's way too powerful, isn't it? No wonder he survived under Instructor Su. He really does have some real skill. He's at least mid-tier spirit sense realm, right? The students craned their necks to look, wanting to see whether the mocker had withstood that blow. Even I was a little curious. Watching that rolling smoke, I clicked my tongue. Could this be a case of smoke but no wound? Some laws are eerie enough to feel like concepts made real. Just like how, since ancient times, the left side of a beam clash loses. Absurd, yet it always works. A teacher, apparently finding the smoke an eyesore, took a single step out and in an instant hovered above the arena. With a casual wave, a gust of wind swept through and scattered the smoke. The scene on the platform came into full view. Shi Honghu's left hand was still waving, and he couldn't stop coughing. Seeing the smoke about to clear, he immediately reined himself in and resumed his condescending posture, looking down on all. Others might not have noticed, but I saw it clearly. He'd actually been smoked pretty badly by his own explosion. He was just talking tough. As for the mocker on the other side, he wasn't nearly so dignified. He lay flat on his back on the platform, his whole body scorched black, the the shattered fragments of his rock armor a charred mess. He'd clearly been knocked out cold by that blast. The support-type teacher rushed up to save him. Chen Ming declared Shi Honghu the winner. Shi Honghu snorted coldly, wearing an air of complete entitlement, and swaggered off the platform. The Earth-type section. Jiang Fengmao spread his hands, his face full of regret. Sigh. In the end, he couldn't beat this buddy of mine. But that's no surprise. My buddy's strength is right there for all to see. The pockmarked boy quickly asked, Brother Jiang, you know him? Of course, Jiang Fengmao said smugly. The two of us are tight. In private, he even has to call me Big Brother. Are you serious? Brother Jiang, you're amazing. Buttered up like that, Jiang Fengmao completely floated off. He shot to his feet and thumped his chest. Watch closely. Next up, watch how Big Brother sweeps his opponent without a scratch. I don't care who number 11 is. Even if Ji Chuan himself showed up, I'd steamroll him without a scratch. He said it with such passion that he convinced even himself and left Pockmark's eyes shining. Wow, Brother Jiang, even Ji Chuan can't beat you. Jiang Fengmao's heart glowed with delight, and he did the mental math. Li Yunxian had gone, Shi Honghu had gone, both up ahead in the order. This number 11 surely couldn't be Ji Chuan, could it? As long as it wasn't that guy, he had some real confidence against anyone else. He was mid-tier spirit sense realm now himself. At that thought, he couldn't wait to climb onto the arena. As one of the four who'd survived under Instructor Su, he couldn't afford to lose face. And besides, Li Yunxian and Shi Honghu had both fought. Who else could stop him? Unless his luck was rotten enough to draw Ji Chuan. If that happened, he might as well go buy a block of tofu and off himself with it. Jiang Fengmao stood at the center of the platform, finger pointed at the sky. Who's number 11? Come up and meet your death. Silence all around. Damn, this fatty's this cocky. Where's number 11? Get up there and beat him. Don't be so hasty. What if he really has the goods? He survived under Instructor Su, after all. Now that you put it that way, you've got a point. Jiang Fengmao arrogantly swept his gaze over the fire, water, wood, and metal sections. No need to check Earth. He'd confirmed before coming up that no one there had drawn 11. Number 11, get up here and meet your death. He shouted again and turned to look around. The more he looked, the more something felt off. Come on, somebody move. Damn it. Why is everyone sitting there like they're nailed to their seats, not moving at all? A thought surfaced in his mind, but he didn't dare follow it through. That thing, it really would be the death of him. Death of the body, death of the soul, plus social death. His raging flames snuffed out. He shrank his neck and cautiously glanced toward the lightning section, as if confirming something. I caught that little movement of his and couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from lifting. This little fatty probably never even dreamed his opponent would be me. I couldn't be bothered to tease him any longer. I slowly rose and walked toward the platform. Every gaze in the whole arena fell squarely on me. Jiang Fengmao burst into tears. Oh God, why did it have to be me he ran into? That's Ji Chuan, the man who crushed a beast tide with a single ball of lightning. The onlookers all around reveled in his misfortune. Huh. So cocky just now, all quiet now, huh? His opponent's Ji Chuan. Sure enough, heaven has a special cure for braggarts. It's not that karma doesn't come. It just took its sweet time. Over in the Earth section, everyone roared with laughter. Only Pockmark refused to accept it. Don't talk like that. Brother Jiang said it. He and Ji Chuan are 50-50. The mocker, who'd just dragged himself back looking like a mess, couldn't hold it in. Are you kidding me? A perfect score in the martial exam. Do you have any idea how much that's worth? I honestly wonder how a brain like yours ever tested into Chuanyu Esper University. Pockmark stuck his neck out stubbornly. You all look down on Brother Jiang. But Brother Jiang is the one who comes through. He's definitely going to beat Ji Chuan without a scratch. Everyone fell silent, not even knowing where to begin. On the platform, I stomped once, lightning wreathing my body, and landed steadily. I looked with a smile at that chubby face written all over with awkwardness. Fatty, I've come to send you to your death. Jiang Fengmao scratched his head awkwardly and lowered his voice. Brother Ji, please don't mess with me. If I'd known it was you, I'd never have shouted that line about wanting to die. I just smiled and said nothing. He had no choice but to steel himself. Brother Ji, go easy on me. With that, he reluctantly took a stance. I shook my head and chuckled softly. Ready? He swallowed hard, gripped his war hammer, and nodded. Ready, Brother Ji, you. Before he could finish, My entire body had already dissolved into a flash of lightning. In an instant, the thunder streaked across the arena and appeared right in front of him. Bam! ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Lightning flared, and Jiang Fengmao was blasted clear off the platform. Chun Ming reacted fast, catching him with one hand. Looking down at the fat guy dangling from his grip, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Jiang Fengmao's hair stood on end. His face was scorched black, white smoke puffed from his mouth, and his whole body trembled as residual sparks crackled across his skin, completely electrocuted numb. Chun Ming carried him over to the healing instructor, then turned and announced my victory. One hit. Instant kill. The whole arena erupted in applause. Beast. No wonder he's the perfect score valedictorian of the martial track. Guess he's the only one qualified to trash talk me. Up in the stands, even the upperclassmen clicked their tongues in amazement. So strong, one senior girl gasped. Beside her, a green-haired senior nodded. For real, his control over his ability is already masterful. Perfect score martial valedictorian. He lives up to the name. Over in the Earth Element section, Pockmark Face stood frozen in place. The brother Jiang he worshipped had just been taken out in a single move. The trash talker burst into laughter. See that? That's the strength of your precious brother Jiang. No, it can't be. Brother Jiang said he beat his opponent without a scratch. Pockmark Face panicked. He did win without a scratch, though, the trash talker drawled. Not a scratch on Ji Churin. This. Pockmark Face was completely speechless. Ji Churin really hadn't taken a single hit. Laughter broke out from every section. Even Shi Honghu couldn't keep a straight face. In the Metal Elements section, Li Yunxian slapped his forehead and gave a bitter smile. That fat guy just had to put on a show, and now he's overdone it. He knew full well. Forget Jiang Fengmao. Even if he himself had stepped up, he probably wouldn't have fared any better. Unless he could land a one-shot kill to the throat. But against the speed of a lightning element user, that was nearly impossible. My martial arts had also reached the proficient level. Speed combined with fists, my threat would only be greater. Hard work never lets you down. Isn't that right? After my match ended, the duels that followed couldn't hold even a shred of my interest. Too weak. However flashy those students' abilities were, they ran dry in 2 or 3 minutes. At the Spirit Sense realm, the reserves were simply too shallow to sustain a drawn-out fight. Especially the natural element and enhancement element users. They burned through energy faster than anyone else. The stronger the ability, the more voracious its appetite. As night fell, the last match came to a close. The preliminary round of the natural element grand competition was over, and the list of qualifiers was set. Of the 4 who had survived under Instructor Su, 3 advanced. The only one eliminated, simply because he'd run into me. Right now, Jiang Fengmao lay sprawled in the Earth Elements section, too sad even to cry. Everyone had doubted him, and yet he'd drawn the worst luck of all. And so, a world in which only Jiang Fengmao got hurt was achieved. After dinner, I returned to my private dorm. Tonight, I was going to do something big. Cultivate. Geniuses have always been like this. Working when others rest, working when others eat, working when others sleep. Well, I'll take a quick nap first. The next day, day 2 of the grand competition, the advancement rounds. The rules had changed. Since the number of contestants wasn't even, today we'd determine the department's top 8, and tomorrow we'd fight for the department's strongest. In other words, over these 2 days, everyone had to fight back-to-back matches, so we had to carefully ration our abilities. Otherwise, if this match was an ability-slinging blowout, the next one would come down to nothing but bare-knuckle brawling. To avoid that, everyone had to strategize and adjust. Don't let your ability run dry after a single fight. To give students room to recover, the school prepared meals cooked from the meat of nocturnal beasts to help everyone restore their condition. After the draw ended, the matches resumed. Today, I drew number 6. The dramatic part, Li Yunxian drew number 1 yet again. The result was a foregone conclusion. That student was defeated by a single sequence of his swordplay, his blade still wreathed in a wisp of metal element energy. The matches that followed were unremarkable. Perhaps wary of the back-to-back format. Everyone held back when using their abilities, terrified of running dry too soon. But they couldn't conserve much. The moment someone sensed defeat, they'd go all in with one desperate burst. The earlier matches done, it was finally time for me, number 6, to take the stage. Contestant number 6, to the platform. The instructor had barely finished when I stood up. The lightning element section had only me. Nearly the entire arena's gaze pressed down on me. Holy crap. Number 6 is Ji Churin. Whoever drew number 6 is toast. The guy who drew 6 and didn't surrender is this. Someone gave a thumbs up. Then I'm this. Another turned the thumb upside down. I didn't walk over. Standing where I was, a thought flickered through my mind. Thunder crackled and exploded around me. A bolt of lightning flashed. My whole body turned into an electric current, and in the blink of an eye, I was standing at the center of the arena. The entire crowd sucked in a breath. Damn, so fast. Faster than even my cultivation. I couldn't be bothered to respond, and casually adjusted my gloves. Down below, Chun Ming's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something but swallowed it back. I glanced around. Everyone's eyes followed my movements, all wondering who my opponent would be. Finally, Shi Honghu stood up. His expression wasn't great, and his steps were a half-beat slow. He probably hadn't expected to run into me in the second round. He'd always known he couldn't avoid me. He just hadn't expected it to come this soon. Against Li Yunxian, he might have been able to put up a fight. Too bad the one he met was me. Shi Honghu took a deep breath, stepped forward twice, flickered into motion, and landed on the platform. I smiled faintly. Didn't expect us to meet so soon. Neither did I. He gripped his scabbard, his voice heavy. But since we have, I won't back down. The long blade slid from its sheath, its tip pointing straight at me. No matter how strong the opponent, I'll still draw my blade. I lightly knocked my fists together, BM, and threads of lightning arced between my knuckles. ZZT. I rolled my neck and bounced lightly on the spot a couple of times. Good. Plenty of spirit, I said, raising both hands into a fighting stance. Then I won't hold back. Thunder wrapped around me, my form flickering in and out. The next instant, a bolt of lightning. I was already right in front of him. Shi Honghu's pupils shrank violently. So fast. Fist met blade with a dull thud. Thunder surged along the blade and instantly spread through his entire body. His whole body stiffened, as if being puppeteered by an unseen hand, the veins at his temples bulging. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Blow up!" In an instant, his whole body burned scorching hot, like a bomb about to detonate. I pushed off with my right foot, turning to lightning once more and retreating. The bolt flashed, and I was already 10 meters away. Boom! Centered on him, a massive explosion tore up the arena. Waves of searing heat and destruction swept in every direction, the shockwave rattling my battle robe with a droning hum. Thick smoke swallowed his figure. I watched the cloud of smoke quietly, treating himself as explosives and self-detonating. It's a viable path, I guess. The price is just brutal. The smoke cleared. Shi Honghu was covered in blood, his face smeared with blood and dirt, kneeling on one knee and gasping for air. Cough. A sweet, metallic taste welled up in his throat, and he spat out a huge mouthful of blood. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at me, not a hair out of place, and gave a bitter smile, muttering under his breath, "You still dodged? If I hadn't been paralyzed, I would have grabbed hold of you no matter what." Another mouthful of blood sprayed out, and he passed out. The instructors rushed onto the platform to treat him. I shook my head. Kill 1,000 of the enemy, lose 800 of your own. He was still only at the spirit sense realm. He couldn't withstand that blast. But he chose to gamble. Wait until he was paralyzed, then catch me off guard and finish me in one strike. Because he knew that if I was on guard, he couldn't even get close. Sometimes, going all in isn't courage. It's having nowhere left to go. Little VA, Ji Churin wins. Chun Ming caught himself just in time, forcibly swallowing those two syllables. The crowd erupted again. Didn't think Shi Honghu would lose just like that. If he hadn't fought that way, he'd have been electrocuted to death outright. Lightning element is seriously nasty. Doesn't lightning element burn out its energy fast, though? Bro, does Ji Churin look like someone who burns out? He used it for hours straight during the college exam and was fine. Just pray you don't draw him or Li Yunxian. Everyone else you can at least fight. The freshmen were left with only one thought. Don't run into those two colossi. Up in the stands, a man in a blue and black battle robe, chewing on something, watched with great interest. "This batch of juniors is kind of interesting," he murmured. "Senior Ma? What are you doing here?" The man froze, then hastily pulled out a mask and put it on, snatched a pair of sunglasses out of thin air and clapped them onto his face, and whistled. "Shoo shoo. Senior Ma, Stop pretending. It's way too obvious. A clean-cut young man in casual clothes walked up. Besides, you never change that battle robe. It's easier to recognize than your face. Senior Ma stopped whistling and rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Ugh, didn't think you'd come watch too. I'm a natural element user, after all. I've got to check out the juniors. The clean-cut youth smiled. But you, Senior Ma, you're a special element user. What brings you here? Senior Ma scratched his head, gazing at Chun Ming on the platform. Not entirely for that. Mainly I wanted to see what kind of person could get Instructor Chun so invested. Besides, the first perfect score martial valedictorian in a century. Who wouldn't want to see that? He jerked his chin, gesturing for the young man to look around. See? All these familiar faces are from other departments. Your buddy Gusong, the beauty Su Yinshi, even the human weapon Han Chun, and that sly fox Zhuge Shu are all here. They all came. So what's strange about me showing up? The youth scanned the crowd, and sure enough it was full of familiar faces. He couldn't help but marvel. Tisk, so even our natural element department gets a lively day like this. Enough. Go figure out how you're going to beat Han Chun in finals. That guy's gun doesn't have eyes. Senior Ma shot him a look. The youth gave a wry smile. On the other side, a young man holding a feather fan, his eyes narrowed into slits, spoke with a smile. Han Chun, what do you make of that perfect score valedictorian? Beside him stood a black-robed student, his posture straight as a spear, a staff-like object wrapped in black bandages strapped to his back. The black-robed student said calmly, very strong, reaching the lower glimmer realm right out of enrollment, not to be underestimated. So, can you tell what level his fists are at? The feather fan swayed gently. Can't tell. Han Chun shook his head. But at the very least, he's crossed the threshold. TSK, terrifying junior. The feather fan youth narrowed his eyes. No telling what kind of monster he'll grow into. Zhuge Shu. Han Chun turned his head. You can't calculate it? Zhuge Shu waved his fan helplessly. You overestimate me. I'm not at that level yet. But, at the national tournament a few months from now, he'll be in our Republic bracket. Han Chun was taken aback. With his strength, the freshman bracket can't contain him. Zhuge Shu waved his feather fan lightly, wearing the look of a man with everything under control. Han Chun looked over at me in the stands, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. The matches continued. In the next several rounds, I didn't run into Li Yunxian, and my opponents were all unremarkable. The only one who piqued my interest was a wind element girl named OU. At first she just looked familiar, and I didn't think much of it. But once we clashed, I realized she was no pushover. That flickering heavy punch of mine actually had a third of its force deflected by a wall of wind she hastily threw up. I never let my guard down just because an opponent is weak. A lion uses its full strength even to hunt a rabbit, let alone against someone who tested into Chuan Yu Ability University. Man, woman, young, or old, anyone who steps onto the battlefield should be prepared to fall at any moment. The best way to respect an opponent is to defeat them completely. So I put my full strength into that punch. OU passed out from exhaustion the moment she finished raising the wind wall, but she really had deflected my force. That earned her a bit of my respect. As night fell, the final match settled its winner. The top 8 were locked in, myself and Li Yunxian prominently among them, along with 5 other men and 1 woman. Everyone returned to their dorms to rest. Only by tuning ourselves to peak condition could we face tomorrow's decisive battle. The next day, each department's competition had different formats and different schedules. The enhancement element department was the most direct. Over 100 freshmen entered the battlefield together, one big melee to decide first place. Quick and clean. The other departments each had their own methods, and none of them dragged. Only the natural element department was the slowest. And today was the day to decide the natural element freshman champion. Students from the other departments, whose competitions had already concluded, came flooding in one after another. The spectator stands were packed to capacity, a sea of people. Everyone with free time showed up, including the well-known sophomores and juniors, the most notable being Zhuge Shu and Han Chun. One from natural element, one from special element. They'd each been the top freshmen of their departments last year. Now they sat comfortably in the very front row. No one knew when they'd arrived, and even less how they'd claimed those seats, considering some students had stayed up all night without leaving, even sleeping there, just to hold a good spot. Zhuge Shu waved his feather fan, glanced around, and smiled. So many people. Chun, how's the seat I picked? Hanshin didn't answer, only gazing toward the lightning element section on the field. There, I sat alone, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on my lips. With only the top 8 remaining, the seating had moved from the stands down to the field, and every chair was magnificent and imposing. My seat was entirely black and purple, its tall backrest wound with thunder patterns that pulsed with a ghostly glow. Rumor had it Dean Wei personally selected it, commissioned from a smith back when Senior Chiao Ting graduated. Originally, it was meant to absorb and then release lightning power, but the smith wasn't skilled enough, so they settled for the next best thing and just made it look grand. I have to admit, it really was slick. Slick enough that even I was a little impressed. Not far away, Li Yunxian looked at his own gleaming golden chair, then at my thunder battle throne, and fell silent. Big bro, your chair? How is it better looking than mine? The other 6 top contestants were dumbfounded too, their eyes all screaming the same thing. Can you get up and let me sit in that? Just as everyone was exchanging bewildered glances, Chen Ming stepped onto the platform. He swept his gaze over the black mass of spectators, his mouth twitching, cleared his throat lightly, and bellowed, "Quiet." In an instant, the noisy field went so silent you could hear a pin drop. Something stirred in my chest. So old Chen's got this much authority. Next up, the Natural Element Top 8 Tournament. The rules are still one-on-one. Chen Ming paused. Except this time there's no draw. You pick your own opponents. The crowd broke into an uproar. Pick your own? In other words, the 8 could choose their own opponents. So then, who would dare pick me? It's not that I'm arrogant. The first perfect score martial valedictorian in a century, an S-rank lightning element user, ability reserves far beyond the ordinary, and already at the glimmer realm. Who'd want to take on an opponent like that? Sure enough, the moment the rule was announced, the other 6 all looked away in unison. 1, they didn't dare pick me. 2, they were afraid I'd pick them. Only one didn't, Li Yunxian. Not only did he not shrink away, he stared at me with blazing eyes, brimming with fighting spirit. I tilted my head, and our 2 gazes collided. "Please, teach me a lesson," he said, cutting straight to it. "Please, teach me a lesson," I replied with a slight smile. In that moment, it was as if we'd been matched. Killing intent meeting killing intent, sparks flying. Chen Ming nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly called out again. "Oh right, I've got one more to add." Up in the stands, an instructor hurriedly turned to Dean Wei. "Dean, aren't you going to stop Instructor Chen?" Dean Wei's smile was kind and gentle. He waved a hand. "No need. That kid Chen Ming knows his limits." On the platform, Chen Ming dropped a bombshell. Additional rule, gauntlet matches are allowed. The whole place exploded. "What?" The clean-cut young man shot to his feet, utterly baffled. "Why is Instructor Chen adding this? It's different from previous years." Relax, relax." Senior Ma tugged at him. "Little Jean, losing your cool already? I just think this rule is, unfair to Ji Churin." Senior Ma cut in. Little Jean nodded. "Fair? Where in this world does fairness exist?" Senior Ma sighed softly, gazing into the distance. If there really were fairness, there wouldn't be so many broken homes and shattered families. Especially in times like these. Thunder danced across my eardrums, pulling every sound in the entire field right in front of me. Wind element users are fast, but a lightning element user's ears are faster. In the top row of the stands, that Senior Ma was talking to a junior in a hushed voice. They thought they were far enough away that I couldn't hear. "Too bad. You say Instructor Chen's rule is unfair to Ji Churin?" Senior Ma said unhurriedly. "That's because you only see the surface. You see him being ganged up on out in the open, but you don't see what's in the shadows. Ji Churin got into this academy because Instructor Chun traded ability crystals for it. That's hardly a secret anymore." The junior called Little Jean nodded stiffly. "If crystals were handed over out in the open, do you think it was any less in private?" Senior Ma continued. "The battle techniques on him are far from just one. That strike at the college exam, Meteor Fall Storm, an A-rank technique. Instructor Chin taught it to him before the exam." Little Jean slumped down onto the bench. "So don't overthink it." Senior Ma patted his shoulder. "If you carry the name of a prodigy, then you should do a prodigy's deeds and bear a prodigy's pressure. Take as much as you can shoulder. That's a truth that's never changed. You kid, you're just too naive." I curled my lips into a smile. They could calculate exactly how much I'd gained, but not how much I'd shouldered. There's no such thing as a free resource in this world. Every gift comes with a price quietly marked on it. I withdrew my ears from the stands. Over by the water element chair, someone had stood up. Everyone. A girl's voice hooked every gaze in the arena, including mine and Li Yunxuan's. She showed no stage fright, her voice calm. Before I speak, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jing Qinshin, a water element user. I've stepped forward because I want us all to reach a consensus. She pointed at me and declared sharply, the goal, defeat him. I didn't respond, just curled my lips into a smile, crossed one leg over the other, and settled in to enjoy the show. I love it most when people scheme against me right to my face, especially when the schemers think I don't know. There's no need for me to elaborate on Ji Churen's strength, Jing Qinshin said, sweeping her eyes over the group. Of everyone here, who's confident they can beat him alone, no one made a sound. No one has that confidence. Because he's too strong. She pointed at me. I scratched my cheek. I'll take it as a compliment. Since he's such a formidable enemy, we should unite, she went on. Instructor Chun said gauntlet matches are allowed, which means we can take turns. My proposal, challenge him one by one, in order. I don't believe his ability can't be drained dry. She turned to me and said frankly, I'm not afraid of you hearing this. My tactic is to stall. 7 people. Can't we exhaust one of you? I nodded thoughtfully. Exhaust me. I couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Jing Qinshin frowned. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I waved a hand, stifling my laughter. Just thought of something funny. You won't be laughing in a little while. I spread my hands and kept holding back my laughter. Because, without me lifting a finger, someone had already started dismantling her plan. Hey, you've been talking this whole time. Who goes first? A fire element student spoke up. Right. The key question is who leads off and who cleans up, another fire element student added, twisting the knife. You can't just have us drain his ability dry so you can swoop in for the kill, can you? Then we'd be doing all the work for nothing. Exactly, an earth element student said with displeasure. If you really want us leading the charge, at least offer something for it. Yeah. Several others chimed in. Jing Qinshin's brows knotted tightly. What are you all getting at? If he isn't eliminated, none of you can win. This is cooperation, and yet the moment you open your mouths, you're demanding rewards. Does that mean when a great enemy invades one day, you'll haggle over the price first? She looked utterly righteous, as if wrapped in a halo of virtue. You're pretty skilled at moral kidnapping. The fire element student wasn't buying it. Everything in this world comes down to 2 words, self-interest. Without self-interest, would you have become an ability user? Without self-interest, would you be standing here making impassioned speeches, eyeing the first-place reward and glory? It's all for self-interest. Who's really any nobler than anyone else? Jing Qinshin's face flushed red. She pointed at him, unable to get a word out. Anyway, we're not going first. The fire element student spread his hands. If someone's going to lead, you lead. You? Fine. Jing Qinshin gritted her teeth. Then I'll go. Wait. Li Yunxian raised a hand, cutting her off. I can't let a girl charge in first. I'll go first. Besides, before Instructor Chun even set the rules, I already said I wanted to challenge Churen. To his surprise, Jing Qinshin actually objected. No, you can't go first, you're the closer. Only you can fight him once his ability is drained. Jing Qinshin pointed at the other 5. They can't. This instantly set off the 5 of them. What's that supposed to mean? You think we can't even beat a Ji Churen whose powers are drained? Who do you think you're looking down on? Our combat power isn't weak either. Judging people by their looks. Oh really? Jing Qinshin folded her arms, her expression turning cold. Then how about it? Big shot. Why don't you take the first match? The student opened his mouth, turned to glance at me sitting there thrilled to watch, and swallowed his words. If you don't have the guts, then shut up. Jing Qinshin turned to Li Yunxian. I'll go first, you clean up at the end. Li Yunxian frowned. This woman was terrifyingly calculating, but he had his own plans. No. He shook his head. I'll go first. He swept his gaze over the other 5, his tone growing heavy. I don't expect you to change. All I want is for you to stick to the plan afterward and keep challenging him. I'll take the first match. I'll do everything I can to burn through his powers for you. After that, it's on you. As for the rewards, 2 words settle it. Split evenly. Seeing that they still wanted to argue, he cut them off. Don't ask why we should share with others. What you should be thinking about right now is how to actually get your hands on the reward. If you can't even tell what matters most, that's the real stupidity. The words cut like a knife straight into their hearts. Even the fire element student who'd been the first to object fell silent. They exchanged glances. No one spoke. But sometimes, silence itself is the answer. Li Yunxian wasted no more time. He looked up at Chen Ming, battle intent surging. I challenge, Ji Churin. Chen Ming nodded with his eyes closed and turned to me. Get up there. I nodded and rose. The next instant, I vanished from my spot, leaving only a trail of lightning behind. Everyone's eyes chased that streak toward the arena, where I already stood with my hands behind my back. The freshmen in the stands stared, wide-eyed. Damn, lightning element is seriously cool. He's way too fast, faster than wind element even. Sick. He totally gets to show off now. My face was expressionless, but inside I was grinning ear to ear. Yeah, this is the stuff. Down below, Chen Ming watched me with an anxious look. This kid is really putting on the whole act, huh? Li Yunxian gripped his sword and leaped onto the stage. I stood with my hands behind my back. He held his sword. The two of us faced off. An invisible pressure spread out across the arena. The mood's so heavy. Feels like the calm before a storm. Li Yunxian cupped his fists. Please instruct me. I extended my hand in a gesture of invitation. Please instruct me. Before the words even faded, he moved. He charged at me, his right hand clamped on the hilt, his whole body like a blade about to leave its sheath. He was fast, but to me, awakened to the lightning element, still slow. Every one of his movements looked like slow motion. I saw it all clearly. He drew his sword, channeled his powers, coated the blade with metal element, sharpening it to the absolute limit. He wanted to kill in one strike. 1 meter. He drew his sword, growling low, draw slash. Speed, power, and precision condensed into a single point in the instant of the draw. 1 strike, life or death. Slash. A flash of golden light, and a crisp shhk rang out across the field. Everyone held their breath, staring at the arena, wanting to see if I could take that strike. On stage, Li Yunxian held his finishing pose, standing behind me. I still stood with my hands behind my back to him. The next moment, he gave his sword a light flourish and returned it to its sheath. A smile spread across his face, his eyes full of excitement. He knew this strike had landed. It had landed, yet I was unharmed. There was only one explanation. Teacher Chun had intervened. And if Teacher Chun intervened, that meant he'd won. Li Yunxian slowly turned around and cupped his fists. You yield. Down below, Jing Qinshin hesitated. That's a win just like that? The fire element student was stunned too. That's it. Then, Sister Jing, what was the point of all that acting we did? But Jing Qinshin felt something was off. If it were really that easy, how did Ji Churin get a perfect score on the college entrance exam? With lightning element speed, he could clearly have dodged that strike. So why? Wait, why were there no cheers? Her head snapped toward the stands. The freshmen were all craning their necks, staring up at the sky, as if something was there. A sense of dread crawled up her spine. It shouldn't, it can't be. Jing Qinshin stiffly turned her neck and looked up. And in that instant, she felt like she was looking at a god. Under the blazing sun, a figure wrapped in faint threads of lightning floated in midair, like a king of thunder bathed in sunlight. And on the stage, Li Yunxian had noticed something wrong too. The Ji Churin before him was strange. Terrifyingly strange. The man still stood with his hands behind his back turned. But he wasn't breathing. Li Yunxian had practiced swordsmanship since childhood. He was extremely sensitive to breathing. He could catch even the faintest rise and fall. Yet this Ji Churin before him had not a single breath. Only 2 possibilities. 1, he was dead. 2, Li Yunxian didn't dare think further. An invisible pressure swept over him, cold sweat beading across his forehead. ZZZT. The figure before him suddenly changed. The black robe was inching, bit by bit, into a deep blue. A moment later, Ji Churin transformed completely into a lightning figure made of countless bolts of thunder. Li Yunxian was dumbfounded. It's a clone. How is that possible? He staggered back a step, his right hand pressed to his sword, his face full of shock. When exactly did? He couldn't spare a thought for anything else, frantically scanning his surroundings, trying to find the real body. When did he switch it out? Cold sweat slid down. He knew the one on stage was a fake, but he couldn't figure out when the swap had happened. He's not here. Not here. Where the hell is he? He looked everywhere and found nothing. The pressure grew heavier and heavier, like a python coiling around his neck, choking the breath out of him. His clothes were soaked through with sweat. He's nowhere. Could it be? He swallowed hard, gripping his sword tighter and tighter. As if only by holding the sword could he feel a sliver of safety. He slowly raised his head. He saw that tall, commanding figure in the sky, bathed in sunlight, lightning crackling endlessly around him. Seeing that he'd finally found me, I couldn't help the corner of my mouth curling up. You got careless. Yeah, I lost. Li Yunxian smiled bitterly and closed his eyes helplessly. His grip on the sword loosened too, the very picture of a man admitting defeat. I was stunned. That's not right. I said, you got careless. How did that turn into I lost? Aren't you supposed to stubbornly insist you haven't lost, and then we fight another round? Why aren't you following the script? I was completely baffled, but Li Yunxian spoke with a wry smile. Classmate G really is strong. So strong that even I didn't notice the one on stage was just a clone. If this had been a fight to the death, I'd probably be a corpse right now. He waved his hand and slowly walked to the edge of the stage. I lost. With that, he jumped off the arena. I scratched my head, utterly confused. Wasn't Li Yunxian here to drain my powers? The war of attrition hadn't even started. Why was he already conceding? I slowly descended from the air and returned to the stage. I glanced at the lightning clone beside me and gave a light wave of my hand. It dissipated without a trace. That's right. I could now create a lightning clone identical to myself. It was just weaker, not yet capable of fighting an effective battle. Put plainly, it had form, but no soul. While practicing energy reconstruction, I'd accidentally discovered that my mental force could move my powers, letting me fly. That was also why I could float even at the glimmer stage. At first, I just wanted to test whether the clone could fool Li Yunxian. In my mind, whether it fooled him or not, he'd fight me either way. But he'd just conceded outright. The complete opposite of what he'd said before stepping onto the stage. Li Yunxian came down and looked toward Jing Qinxin and her group. The bunch of them stepped back half a pace in unison. He didn't make things hard for them. He simply said, "You use me as a tool. I knew that from the start, but I don't intend to hold it against you." Jing Qinxin's pupils shrank. Li Yunxian walked step by step back to his seat and sat down. Because I volunteered to be that tool. He swept his gaze over them. After the last match ended, I collected information on the winners, including the ones you're familiar with. It was useless at first, but then Teacher Chun added a rule on the spot, and you got new ideas. Your reactions were fast, your acting was good, your words, your expressions, all flawless. But it didn't matter to me, because even if you hadn't put on that act, I'd have gone first anyway. The fire element student retreated another half step, murmuring, "So you not only didn't expose us, you rode along with our plan to climb up and accomplish your own goal?" Li Yunxian nodded, looked toward me on the stage, and smiled. Because classmate G had already seen through you all. From the very first time you started your conflict, he'd seen through it. Up on the stage, I was dumbfounded. Huh, did I see through them? Li Yunxian looked at the fire element student. From the moment you spoke up to contradict classmate Jing, he saw through all of you. I knew you were acting, so while you were putting on your show, I kept watching him the whole time. I saw it with my own eyes. He frowned, then smiled. What was that? That's the expression of someone who's seen through everything. Li Yunxuan's words were forceful and firm, his face carrying the certainty of, I saw through it all long ago. That confidence, ironically, sent me into deep thought. Did I really see through it? When I frowned back then, it was because I thought that fire element user seemed a little off. And I smiled afterward because I couldn't hold it in after hearing Jing Qinxin say, "Drain him dry." So this is what seeing through means? Setting the facts aside, I did indeed see through their plan. Below the arena, Jing Qinxin and her group were utterly floored, each of them staring at me in disbelief, faces full of shock. Jing Qinxin's lips trembled uncontrollably as she murmured, "So, you saw through it from the very beginning?" Looking at my calm face, at the laughter I was barely suppressing, she understood. She'd lost. She'd lost from the very start. Their plan was as transparent as a blank sheet of paper before me. Even if it had worked, it couldn't have hurt me in the slightest. Moments ago, when Li Yunxian was thrown off by the clone, I could have defeated him with a single strike. But I hadn't. What did that show? It showed I didn't even deign to launch a sneak attack. It was also telling them, your scheming is worthless before me. In that moment, Jing Qinshin was convinced. The students of the other elements, too, were convinced in that instant. Admiration and fear mingled in the eyes that turned to look at me. Meng looked at the group below. Any of you still want to challenge Jichuan? Jing Qinshin looked up, a helpless, wry smile on her face. Teacher Chun, we won't challenge Jichuan anymore. Then her fingers suddenly swung around, pointing at Li Yunxian. We challenge Li Yunxian. Wait. Li Yunxuan's hand shot up, his face full of shock. What did you just say? Jing Qinshin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. I said, we challenge you. Li Yunxian pointed at himself, his eyes going wide. Me? She nodded. Since we can't beat classmate G, first place is out of reach. So we'll settle for the next best thing, second place. So you switched the target of your gauntlet match to me. You. Li Yunxian pointed at her. 1,000 words rose up, but in the end they all condensed into one line. In that case, prepare to lose. We've been prepared since last night. She turned her head and gave a slight nod to the fire element student behind her. The fire element student looked up at Meng. Teacher Chun, I challenge Li Yunxian. No need to announce it. Li Yunxian leaped onto the arena, raising his sword in his left hand. The blade pointed straight down at the crowd. Come at me, one at a time. A gauntlet match? I don't fear that either. Up in the stands, Dean Wayne nodded with satisfaction, saying gratefully, not bad. Yunxian has finally grown up. A swordsman should have a heart that fears nothing on the road ahead. That heart is called the sword heart. Next, Li Yunxian roared, his blade pointed down at the crowd, his momentum soaring like a drawn blade leaving its sheath. Across from him, the fire element student's neck had already turned to steel, and he was touching his throat in disbelief. One strike to seal the throat. If Meng hadn't intervened, that would have been the end of his life. The crowd's eyes gathered on Jing Qinshin again, and Jing Qinshin's gaze fell on the wind element student. The wind element student swallowed hard and stepped onto the arena. The fire element student gritted his teeth and jumped down. The moment he landed, the first thing he saw was me, seated on the lightning throne with an amused, spectator's expression. I smiled and nodded at him. His whole body stiffened, and he hurriedly looked away. I couldn't be bothered to look at him any longer and raised my eyes to the arena. The wind element student had clearly received Jing Qinshin's tactic, fight a war of attrition. Li Yunxian was metal element. His speed wasn't fast. His only truly instant kill technique was draw slash, because draw slash could be trained without the aid of powers, while all his other techniques relied more or less on channeling powers. That was his biggest weakness at the moment. The wind element student had latched onto exactly that. He stayed airborne the whole time, constantly flinging out small wind blades to harass. The damage was minor, but it added up. Take enough of them head-on, and even Li Yunxian wouldn't be able to hold out. One flew high, the other couldn't reach. Li Yunxian was helpless. But attrition was a double-edged sword. Flying plus rapid-fire wind blades drained powers extremely fast. Soon, the wind element student's powers ran dry, and he crashed heavily back onto the arena. Li Yunxian walked closer step by step, anger still on his face. He drew his sword, the tip resting right before the other's face, just an inch away. The wind element student's face was ghostly pale. He smiled bitterly. I yield. Li Yunxian sheathed his sword and turned his cold gaze to the crowd. Next. On the arena, Li Yunxian was in high spirits. His blade pointed at the last person, Jing Qinshin. All the others had been defeated. Only she had yet to make her move. The two locked eyes, one gaze blazing, the other flickering. But Li Yunxuan's face had already gone pale. The high-intensity string of battles had squeezed his stamina and powers down to nearly nothing, like a bow drawn to its limit. You're tired, Jing Qinshin said bluntly, standing below the stage. Li Yunxian frowned. So what? Even if my powers run dry, this sword of mine can still cut you down. Are you angry? Jing Qinshin brushed back her hair and smiled sweetly. Only because I schemed against you. She had indeed schemed against him. First, she'd lured him to burn through my powers, then turned around to gang up and drain him. Every step today had been aimed at Li Yunxian, but this hadn't been her real intention. Her target, from the start, had been me. It was just that I was too strong. She had no opening. The only one she could target was Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian didn't answer, only asked, Are you going to fight or not? Dragging things out like some old woman. Like a, are you going to fight or not? Jing Qinshin couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. You're really funny. She smiled. But I've come this far. Wouldn't it be a waste not to fight? So, wait. Before she could finish, I cut her off. On stage and off, all eyes swung toward me at once. I slowly rose from the lightning throne, looked at Jing Qinshin, then at Li Yunxian, and finally grinned, looking up at Chun Ming. Teacher Chun, by the rules, I can pick someone to challenge too, right? Chun Ming was startled, then laughed. Yeah, you finally called me. Cough, ahem. By the rules, yes, you can. He caught himself just in time and returned to a serious tone. Jing Qinshin seemed to realize something and hurriedly tried to speak. Too late. In that case, I challenge Jing Qinshin. I challenge. Her words caught halfway. She was a step too slow. She looked at me in a fluster, her eyes full of unease. I smiled at her. A gauntlet match, huh? It's my favorite. Li Yunxian froze, staring at me, his eyes full of confusion. He couldn't understand why I was helping him. I turned and smiled. What are you looking at? Come down. He snapped out of it, jumped off the arena, walked up to me, and gave a slight nod. Thank you. I waved my hand. No need. You're one of the few people I acknowledge. As the words fell, I pushed off with both feet and landed on the arena. Sharpness laid bare. An overbearing aura was born with me. Come up, I said, looking at her below. Jing Qinshin gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly. So close. She'd been so close to defeating Li Yunxian and taking second place. But she never imagined that I, sitting comfortably in first, would personally step in to spoil it. All that scheming, and it came to nothing in the end. Before absolute power, every plan is pale and powerless. She clenched her fists, and in the end she still stepped onto the arena. So what if the plan failed? So what if the opponent was me? She would not run. An Esper never abandons the fight and flees. She lifted her bright eyes to me and took a deep breath. Classmate G, please instruct me. I put my left hand behind my back and lightly opened my right. Please instruct me. The air snapped taut in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. For a full 10 seconds, neither of us moved. In those 10 seconds, not a ripple crossed my face, still that same look of indifference. Jing Qinshin was different. Her pretty face was already covered in cold sweat, as if wrapped in a layer of invisible pressure. I could tell what she was thinking. Just by standing here, he can press down this kind of dominance? I couldn't wait any longer. Any longer, and her mental state would collapse first. She gritted her teeth and struck first. She must have been certain that the strong always have the pride of the strong, that they'll always give the weak a chance to make a move. So she bet everything on her strongest strike. A charged attack. She crossed both hands and gave a soft cry. Condense. Out of thin air, tiny transparent droplets condensed in the air, gathering toward her palms, finally forming a ball of water radiating a faint pressure. It gathered slowly. The wind-up was too long. The wind-up's this long? Then I'd be a fool not to grab the chance. I raised my right hand. ZZZT. Deep blue lightning leaped between my fingers. A violent aura burst out with it. Jing Qinshin's pretty face flushed red. What happened to the dignity of the strong? Why won't you play by the rules? She seemed to panic and shouted, You're already this strong, and you still don't dare take one hit from me? I was dumbfounded. Lady, you think this is a video game where I've got to just tank your skill? I said nothing. I curled my finger and flicked. A bolt of lightning the size of a thumb tore through the air, shooting straight at Jing Qinshin. Blindingly fast. Overwhelming. Chen Ming was ready. If she didn't dodge, he'd instantly steal her up to protect her. Jing Qinshin's reaction was fast too. She decisively abandoned the charge and flung the half-formed water ball out, colliding with the lightning in midair. She was certain a water ball she'd charged for this long could surely cancel out a casual flick of mine. But she never imagined. The water ball not only failed to cancel it out, it was completely assimilated by that bolt of lightning. In midair, the instant the water ball collided with the lightning, it was as if it were corroded, transforming into a crackling ball of electrified water that shot right back at her. Jing Qinshin didn't dare delay. She swung her right hand hard, slamming a water wave into the ground. The recoil carried her retreating rapidly in the opposite direction. The electrified water ball grazed past her and slammed into the arena behind her. Crack, boom. ZZZZT. Water shattering, lightning exploding, residual sparks flickering. 3 sounds rang out at once, proclaiming that this strike was anything but simple. Jing Qinshin looked back at the charred arena behind her, gasping for breath, shaken with lingering fear. What kind of lightning is this? It can directly assimilate my powers, even assimilate my charged strike. She knew the gap was large, but she never thought it was so large that she couldn't see even a sliver of a chance to win. I wasn't in a hurry. I raised my hand and beckoned with a finger, signaling her to continue. Keep going. She didn't attack. Instead, she asked, "Do you dare take my strongest strike?" I looked at her the way you'd look at an idiot. She read that look and knew her little scheme had fallen through. But she still wasn't willing to give up. Someone as strong as you doesn't even have the guts to take a single hit? I'll only use one move. If it doesn't hurt you, I'll admit defeat. There was cunning in this. She knew that if you goaded a strong person like this, they'd most likely take it as a bit of fun and let you unleash your strongest strike. That's how it always goes in TV dramas. Unfortunately, I never play by the script. I shot her a glance. Is your brain fried? Why should I take yours? Can't you take mine instead? Huh. She was dumbfounded. The initiative's in my hands now, and I won't make it hard on you. You take one hit from me. If you take it, you win. I spread my hands. But what? You're still trying to haggle with me. I held up a single finger and said calmly, remember, you only get one choice. This chance is a courtesy because we're classmates. If you refuse, I'll make my move. Below the stage, Li Yunxuan's eyes lit up. The more he watched, the cooler he thought I was. You can pull it off like that too. Don't take theirs. Make them take yours. Genius. Absolutely genius. I'm doing that from now on too. On the arena, Jing Qinshin knew she had no other choice. She raised her voice. Fine. I'll take one hit from you. But you have to keep your word. As long as Teacher Chen doesn't intervene and I take it, I win. Her voice was loud, as if to steel her own nerve. Chen Ming, up in the sky, suddenly caught a whiff of something bad. This kid wouldn't be planning to. Huh. I gave a soft shout, bending slightly, countless bolts of lightning crackling and exploding within me. Oh crap. Li Yunxin recognized this wind-up at a glance. After all, he'd watched that exam video of mine no fewer than 10 times. He grabbed his sword and, without looking back, bolted away from the arena. The other members of the top 8 tried to channel their powers to flee too, only to find their powers still drained. So they had no choice but to sprint for their lives, and boy did they run fast. Even the students standing close to the edge of the field panicked, wondering whether they should back up a bit. This is... Jing Qinshin's eyes went wide. She never expected me to use this move. Chen Ming, in the sky, was even more stunned. Damn it. Are you trying to flatten this whole place? He looked at Jing Qinshin, who was still standing there dazed, so anxious he was stamping his feet. Surrender already. Surrender already. Seeing that I was about to erupt, Chen Ming couldn't help but shout. Hey, you're still fighting. Jing Qinshin had already snapped out of it. Her eyes were resolute, her teeth clenched, the veins at her temples bulging as she screamed hoarsely. An Esper never abandons the fight and flees. Chen Ming cursed inwardly. Never abandon the fight and flee is something you say when there's nowhere left to retreat. When you can still run, why not make a tactical retreat? How does this girl have such guts? Back in the day, he'd made a tactical retreat from Li Yi for 3 whole days and nights. And didn't he still wear the man out completely? But come on, just cave and admit defeat. He couldn't wait any longer. He aimed both hands at Jing Qinshin and roared. Steelify. Huh. On the arena, I suddenly thrust out both hands. Countless bolts of lightning converged into one. Thunder cried out. 10,000 bolts surged. In an instant, an enormous ball of lightning took shape in the center of the arena, as if it would devour everything before it. Violent. Boundless.